What's up, everybody? You know what time it is! Hi, guys. Hello. You know what's happening. You know what's happening. You already know what the fuck is going on. So, alright. Hi, guys. Hello. Why is my VTuber not working? No, wait, hold on, wait. Scuff stream. There we go. Okay. We're no longer scuffed. It's fine. Thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for everybody who has been following. Thank you. You already know what the fuck is happening. So if you were here yesterday, we were reading through a very lovely fanfiction called Astra, and we got through the first 2 chapters after like 7 hours. They're pretty long chapters. So it's quite a lot. We totally don't need therapy. Yeah, no, it totally wasn't just a fucking train wreck. But today we're gonna be finishing up Ad Astra. We're gonna be finishing the last chapter of it. And from what I know, this chapter is, well, it's quite a doozy. So it's gonna be a long one. But hopefully we can be done in time, because I can't stream all night. I do have work tomorrow. But before we jump into anything, before we just fucking take off, this is a heavier chapter than the last 2. I mean, yeah, the last 2 were they were pretty heavy, but I am gonna go over some of the triggers and content warnings. If you want to know, like, the bare bone triggers that are, like, the main triggers, then you can use the what do command in the chat. But I'll just go over them. Thank you. I'll go over them, with you guys, but, I will say if, pardon me, getting, I will say, if you aren't familiar with this fanfiction, I do suggest reading the other 2 parts if you're here and you don't know what this is. I do suggest going through and reading this before you listen. And here we have our lovely author of this fanfiction. Hello, Helen. Hello, Helen. Let's get some claps for Helen. But I do suggest checking out this fanfiction. It has been wonderful so far. It's been a hell of a ride. And I'm very excited to finish it. So, so let's go over the last bit of the triggers and content warnings that are in this last chapter. I will say, because this is long, I will have help. I've gotten help from a couple of my mods. If I get tired in the middle of it and need a break, then Ara and I know Connor had offered as well to read bits here and there if things get a little too long-winded, and because I'm fighting a little bit of a headache. I mean, it's not there anymore, but if it does end up coming back, then I'll probably grab help from my mods. But let's go over these. In chapter 3, in main sequence, there will be depictions of panic attacks, implied child neglect, unintentional self-harm, implied non-physical child abuse, space racism, canon typical violence, minor character death, but apparently he sucks, injury, depictions of anger issues, brief suicidal ideation, hostage situations, aftermath of torture, and mention of past suicide attempts. So, if this isn't any of your cup of tea, I suggest you leave now and take care of yourself. If you don't want to listen to something like this, then I encourage you to step away. There will be, I do have people in the chat, one of my mods, or a couple of my mods, who have already read this fanfic before, who will be giving the warnings of what triggers are to come throughout the story. So, now that we've done the debriefing, how about first I close my door so we have a little us one-on-one time. Yeah, I'm technically home alone, but you know, just gotta get a little intimate, if you will. I've got water, and y'all should too. Definitely have my water. Okay. It was kind of funny because I was listening to the audio yesterday, and dear God, I did not realize how much I stuttered, like, throughout reading a majority of that. I shouldn't apologize because I know I'm probably gonna do it anyway because it's literally something that I can't control, but I hope it doesn't damper the experience as much. So I'm just saying. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. So, all right. Why don't we just fucking jump into it, right? Let's just fucking go. Okay. Cozy feeling storytelling mood, you think? What, me, like, being a stuttering mess? I mean, okay. Alright then. You're being a person. Alright, okay, alright. Fair enough. Alright. Let's just fucking get into it, right? Let's just fucking go. Alright. Chapter 3. Main sequence. There's nothing in his head but hot haze and the scent of gasoline, and Tubbo loses track of how long he sits in the pilot chair. Eyes lost in the middle distance, hands hovering a hair's breadth away from powering up the Isachi. High-pitched whining screams in his ears trapped him in a timeless void populated only with the anger smoldering under his skin and the hole in his chest. Feels like it's dripping magma down through his ribs. Tubbo stares unseeing out the viewport, eyes itching and burning from all the crying, skin around them rubbed raw by his fingers, and tries to have a single coherent thought, but nothing will come to him. It's all just brief flashes of incomprehensible feeling that snarls and spits like a dying fire. Stinging pain radiates out from under his collarbones, races down his arms and pools in the tips of his fingers, zapping like when he accidentally touches a charge between rotating couplers. Except for it doesn't fade. It just sits and aches and aches and aches. It feels like he's been hollowed out. Nothing left inside of him but the smoldering remains that can sometimes prop itself and pretend to be a person. Prop itself up and pretend to be a person, but right now it's not. It lays puddling in a soft pile of ash, fragile enough to be shattered apart with the faintest breeze. Tubbo imagines one coming past, stirring up that lifeless thing and scattering it to the winds, but wonders if maybe when he'd stop feeling so much all the time, if it'd be worth it to not exist. Oh. He recognizes these thoughts. They come melting back in like terrible old friends. Stick to his fingers and ooze up his arms, whispering the entire time. Did you miss us? We missed you. Can't get rid of us. That way you know what you have to do. We'll be with you forever. Otherwise. Tubbo knows better than to listen to them, but they freeze his fingers where they shake over his handheld. until the screen finally goes into sleep mode, and he's left staring at nothing. But it's fine. It's better this way. What would you have ever said? Who would you have ever even messaged? There's no one. Tommy is busy, and it wouldn't do to worry him. He's already shouldered more of this burden than he should have. Has stuck by Tubbo's side despite the news stories and media coverage. He can't take on any more of this. Shouldn't be weighed down by problems that aren't his own. His mother would answer automatically, would send him words of love and affirmation, but she's had to deal with all of this once, and that was already too much. It's not fair for her. It was never fair to her. And she can tell him she loves him all she wants, but that still doesn't change the fact that her son murdered innocent people. And that's it. There's no one else. You have no one else. Of course you don't. That's everyone he'd ever trust with this. That was not an idiot. He knows most of them. Most of the rest of the syndicate knows. But he'd never talk about this with them. Can't forget how people stared after him with those first few months. Same thing, all on their lips, whispered free in darkened corners when his back was turned. That's him. That's the guy from Nerox. Tubbo's hand spasms over the controls to the Asachi now. Vision's gone blurry again with new round of tears. The one that burned the shipyard. The terrorist. He spits an angry sigh through his teeth, viciously drags his sleeve across his eyes, aggravating already tender skin, but he doesn't want to be careful. He wants it to stop. The fucking tears and the fucking remembering. Tubbo had been doing so good. He had been keeping this as far away from him as possible. It was actually, dare he say it, happy these last few months? Blaster wound aside, felt like he was finally getting into a comfortable routine, a life unplagued by tickling ash and unholy screaming. But it's back, reigniting, realiving in his mind, and he's furious. Has been sitting in the cockpit with anger eating away at his insides, and the sun makes its lazy sweep across the sky, just debating on whether or not to leave. He has no idea where the fuck Rambu's gone. Honestly, he doesn't really care. But he's not in the Asachi, and he's not in the hangar, which means he's not Tubbo's problem. He should leave. He should leave. Because after that, he has no idea what the fuck that was. How Rambu even knew half of it. Like he knew exactly where the gaps in Tubbo's mind were. Found the weak points and dug his claws in and purposefully drug the whole thing over. It was intentional. That's what Tubbo keeps coming back to. It was completely intentional. Rambu knew what he was doing, knew that what he was saying to hurt Tubbo, was unbalancing him on purpose, was triggering him on purpose. That's why he kept asking questions like he already knew what the answers were. Kept dragging it out even though it was clear Tubbo was upset. He was trying to hurt him. It was intentional. He did it on purpose. He saved your life and then made you feel like your existence was pointless. And it was beyond shitty. It was beyond fucked up. You can't figure out why Rambu did it. Maybe it was stupid of Tubbo to think they were friends. But even if he was wrong, knows that's not how you treat people. That it doesn't matter if you hate them, because there's no excuse for trying to hurt someone like that. It goes past mean, lands somewhere near closer to cruel, to heartless. For Rambu to attack him in that way, lay in with no hesitation, means there's something horrible lurking under that fake smile. As soon as Tubbo could stand up, as soon as he could breathe and his vision didn't swim with dark spots, he'd scaled the ladder and decided to leave, because why could he care about something so awful? But his hands hesitated over the ignition, and have been hesitating since. Because he knows that there's someone, his father, his mother, his sisters and brothers, people at that court, doesn't matter, who taught Rambo to act like that. Either through desperation, shadow on the wall, doesn't matter, never did, or through first-hand experience, and it gums up Tubbo's head into impossible snarls. Rambo's not a nice person. He's clearly capable of being an absolute monster, but that's not entirely his fault. Tubbo didn't used to be the one to make excuses like that for people, but that was before he had half of his brain scooped out, messed with, and slotted back in place. He gets it. He may not like it. He's still furious and upset and betrayed, but he understands. And it's not voluntary what other people do to you when they're trying to control you. And that's why he stayed, wearing with himself over what to do. Where does he draw the line? Where does he say that's too much, it's over? Because Tubbo's having a real hard time forgetting the cold hands in his hair. Conversations that have been boring, a game of tag and a fluffy tail batting at him playfully, loud barking laughter and a shoulder bumping into his. The most ridiculous headbanging he's ever seen. And it's just, how is he supposed to do this? How's he supposed to forget his friend? The sun's set by now. Dark enough Tubbo's struggling to pick out details in the hangar. Mind swinging like a pendulum. Leave or stay, leave or stay, leave or stay. Only broken up by niggling worry that, as far as he knows, Rambo isn't back yet. You shouldn't care. Why do you care? Remember what he said? Tubbo thinks, flexing out his stiff fingers. Do you think he cares about you? Yes, maybe he doesn't know. Probably hired another pilot is long gone from here. Your dumbass is just sitting here waiting for someone that's already left you. Tubbo's antenna bobbed with the force of a thought. Arms snaking around him, trying to find comfort like speckled wings wrapping around him. Small hand rubbing his back. A tail wrapped around his leg. But isn't that what you always do? Wait for people that are never going to go with you. Tubbo jerked out of the reaching, grasping thoughts when he spots the shine of end crystals glowing in the gloom like the brightest of stars. And his pulse kicks into overdrive, watching them bob towards the Asachi. He scrambles out of his seat, mind suddenly completely blank, doesn't remember dropping down the cargo hold, but the next thing he knows, he's storming down the ramp with his hands clenched into fists and a maelstrom screaming under his ribs. Punch him, hurt him, drag him down into the swirling hell you've been struck in. It was him. He did it. He put you back there. Let him know how it feels, having flames lick at you constantly. It's his fault. Punch! But it comes howling to a stop when he sees Rambo frozen out in the middle of the hangar. Something clutched in his hand and eyes blown wide. And that's where Tubbo gets lost. Because Rambo's always been very, very careful in controlling his facial expressions, but there's none of that now. He looks absolutely terrified where he stands, like he's facing down a narrow boardwalk that'll take him to the gallows. For a second, Tubbo is convinced he's going to collapse, begging for forgiveness. Like he should. Something nasty coats his mouth as he watches that expression get shuttered away. Don't hold your breath. You know what he's really like. Now, how much of that is real? Hello. Sorry, did I keep you up waiting on me? I got distracted while I was out. Lost track of time. You know how it is. I was trying so hard to act casual, but it's clearly failing. Words dripping over each other like he as he picks his way hesitantly towards Tubbo. Anyway, I'm back now, so we can leave if you like, or if you want to rest some, I understand, and we can leave in the morning. It's whatever you want to do. I'm fine with anything, really. You know me. I get on the ship. Tubbo bites out, breaking eye contact with a sharp jerking of his head, afraid he's going to start crying again because it's too much. Having Rambo in front of him pretending like they're friends, like he didn't say all of that shit to him. It happened. And Tubbo doesn't have a fancy memory like him, but those words are going to live with him for a long time. And Rambo just wants to pretend like it didn't happen. Rambo's mouth shuts with an audible click, but he doesn't argue. Hurries past Tubbo like there's something chasing him, like he knows he's done something wrong and is running from it. Tubbo's hands shake. The cold night air burns as it hits his face, only severing to make Tubbo aware of how hot he is. Frustrated anger making his heart do double time, building up such a furious tempo he can feel it drumming in his ears. At the pulse points in his wrist, and Tubbo has to take a few steady breaths before he can even think about heading back inside the Asachi. Given his tone, how curt he is, Tubbo figured anyone with 2 brain cells to rub together would get that he's upset and wouldn't hang around. So he's not expecting Rambo to be waiting at the base of the ladder. Accidentally makes eye contact with him, but is quick to break it. Pretends like he doesn't hear the soft intake of breath. Do you need help with anything? I could make sure we have everything we need, or, put some stuff up. Rambo saying as Tubbo goes close to the cargo hold doors. He can see him out of the corner of his eye fidgeting with the thing. A book, maybe? In his hands? Or not. Yeah, no problem. No problem. You got it. Tubbo's hands twitching around the control panels as he closes the door. Anger bubbling under the surface at how Rambo's just trying to brush it off, act like nothing happened, and his wings flicking in agitation. If he'd cared at all, the first thing out of his mouth should have been an apology, not this miserable attempt at pretending like they're friends. Because they're not. They're not friends, not after how could they be? But it swamps through Tubbo then, backlash at the thought of leaving behind. Raucous laughter and cold, steady hands, light of the universe in his eyes, and a tail coiled around your legs, gaze intently focused as you talk, and his heart aches. Moves him towards the ladder in jerking steps. Tubbo jumps back to give him space, being overly cautious and considerate now. But where was any of this earlier? When he was busy flaying Tubbo open with a careful precision, Tubbo's hands white-knuckled around the ladder rungs. Feels like his insides are boiling up, consumed by the horrible thing he doesn't know how to get past. Why does he feel like this? He doesn't want to feel like this. Heads for the cockpit immediately because it's always been his refuge before. Grits his teeth when he hears boot heels stuttering behind him as Rambo tries to follow after. We're leaving now, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. It'd be good to get off this planet anyway. Too much sand for my personal taste. What about you? I bet you've seen a lot of sandy planets, given how much you travel, but whatever he's been rambling about cuts off abruptly as Tubbo throws his arms out, effectively stopping Rambo from entering the cockpit. And they stand like that for a very tense silence. Tubbo with 2 arms out and back to Rambo, shoulders hunched up around his ears, making it very clear he's not welcome in here right now. Or even again, could you really stand having him sit next to you, knowing that what he thinks, remembering what he said? And Tebo bites onto his lip hard, arms dropping to his side, and Rambo whispers right behind him. Right. I'll just... His footsteps trail off down the hall, and Tebo drops into his chair with a relieving sigh. Massaging fingers around into his tired eyes, and doesn't know how he's going to do this. Survived the next 12 hours with Rambo frantically trying to pretend he didn't hear Tebo down into a crying mess. Pardon me. Oh. He's selfish. So selfish. He doesn't care about you at all. If he did, he wouldn't treat you like this. Like you're not worth it. Tebo tries to focus on literally anything else, but he doesn't even have the time to switch the engines on before Rambo's voice is carrying into the cockpit, sounding more smooth and composed than just a few moments ago. Hey, I couldn't help but notice the Asachi's running off JR8 engines, which I know isn't the latest model. If he seriously thinks that switching tactics to talk about engine parts will get Tebo to respond, to somehow appease him enough that he stops being upset with him, then the brat child's got another... And I just happen to know a reputable manufacturer in Mahari who I'd be more than happy to arrange an appointment with once you get to Nerox if you... And Tebo's eyes blow wide. Are you fucking trying to bribe me? Tebo interrupts incredulously, and hands dropping to grip around the armrests in shock, and when Tebo starts firing out a string of nonsense protesting he's not, anger snarls to life like a fire, and he snaps. Queen's Pest, you fucking are! What the fuck? What the fuck is your problem? And it aches down the center of him, in his bones, knowing that Rambo doesn't think he's worth an apology, and that he'd rather not let go of his pride and arrogance for 1 second, just to tell Tebo sorry, would rather try and buy him back. That Rambo's next words are almost lost in the white haze of the seething fury. I'm not, okay? It's not a bribe. I'm trying to be good for a person, and if you just... Oh, fuck off with that shit! Tebo yells, feels frustration bleed a furious heat up the back of his neck. Stupid, spoiled, rotten little asshole thinks money can fix all his problems. What a dick! Literally, fuck him! Begins angrily preparing them for takeoff, and ignores the stammering that starts up behind him. Look, I get how maybe it could seem that way, but it's not a bribe, okay? Tub, it's not, okay? No alert to start the EC, sending power to the engines. Ignore him, don't listen. Get the turbines started, double check on the doors are sealed. You don't care, do not care. I wanted to do something nice because I know you've done a lot, and I don't know what to do to please, I didn't. And it gets worse. The shake in his voice, the door sealed, pressurized cabin, no alerts. Ignore him, just ignore. Turbines are almost done warming up. Fuel level's fine. Are you doing what they did? This isn't right. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I Remember's voice raps into an echoing noise and makes Tebo's antenna twitch, and the sound dragging down to pitches only they can feel, and his hands clench around the controls when it jumps back into actual words. Please, I don't, please, look at me, Ancients, please, I need, please, Tebo, please. He's starting to make a clicking sound that's too much like hiccuping. Inhales and Tubbo thuds his head forward, tears pricking at his eyes because he wants to be upset, wants to be angry and mean and make Rambo hurt like he's been hurt, but it's tearing his heart into pieces listening to him cry. Ancients, please, boy, please help me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm here. Please. Oh, Ancients, please. It's not right. It's not right listening to this. Tubbo shudders, arms wrapping around himself tightly, joints aching with misery and so much uncomfortable, desperate things. He feels like he's going to collapse inwards, like a dying star from the sad pleas echoing around him. You can't do this to him. It's not right. You can't do what they did. Tubbo finally turns around, sticks his head out from behind the chair and sees Rambo, claws bunched cleared through the material of his shirt as he digs into them into his arms. No tear tracks on his face, though he's contorted like he's sobbing. He doesn't feel like a victory, meeting his anguished eyes. He feels like he's lost. Like they both have. Watching Rambo open and close his mouth, gasp for air like there's smoke in his lungs and he can't breathe. Words trying to struggle out of his mouth, but the stuttering has gotten so bad they don't make sense. A garbled mess that drips into the air like dark blood from a spitting lip. Once Tubbo's eyes meet, though, Rambo sucks in a chattering inhale and actually sounds like it's reaching his lungs, voice catching and tripping up over the clicks he's still making, but at least he can speak. I don't know anything else. This is all it's all I know how to do. You can't do that. That's not how you make it right. Oh, sorry. I read that wrong. You can't do that. That's not how you make it right. Tubbo tells him softly but firmly. Rambo whimpers, earrings swinging around erratically while he shakes. How do I do that? I don't know what to do. Try apologizing. It should have been obvious. But Rambo isn't Tubbo. He isn't like a lot of people, and from what Tubbo's able to pick out, it sounds like he genuinely has no idea how to fix this. He's trying the only way he knows how, and it hits Tubbo like a punch to the gut. The realization that Rambo does care, and it's in his own fucked up way, enough that he's completely lost in all of the careful composure he wears like armor. That's more telling than anything, because Rambo's been guarded with him from the very start. Holds his cards so insanely close to his chest. Tubbo's surprised that they aren't locked away behind his ribs, and now he's standing in front of Tubbo having a complete breakdown. More vulnerable than he's ever been. Rambo keens in the back of his throat, like he's been stabbed. Ducks his head and lets his hair fall into his eyes. Ears flicked back, low and trembling. Clear he's out of his depth, and Tubbo isn't heartless. It's killing him to watch this, but he can't back down. Insists. You have to apologize to me. I'm not asking you to. I'm telling you. I'm not walking you through this, Tubbo says, but his voice is starting to waver, emotions leaking out like smoke through cracks, betraying his neutral facade he's trying to uphold like a shield. Just tell me how you're feeling. Tell me you regret what you said to something, anything. Just be honest. Choking out a grating echo, Rambo flexes his hands as he digs his finger into his arms. Harder. Nothing but incomprehensible noise falling from his mouth in a stuttering panic. But Tubbo thinks he knows what he's trying to say. I can't. You don't understand. I'm afraid they hurt me. You're going to. I can't. Whispers hoarsely. You hurt me and you didn't. You did it on purpose. I know you're dealing with shit, but I am too. You can't do that. You can't hurt people just because you're suffering. Rambo shakes his head frantically, a low sound wailing echoing inside his chest, and Tubbo feels a few wayward tears escape, begs desperately. Please, Rambo, just try. I can't stop. Rambo finally manages to get out and tosses his head to the side, clicking harshly around frustrated growls. Keeps trying to force words out of his mouth, but only ends up chattering his teeth together, voice completely lost in his nervous stutter, and he hangs his head like he's ashamed. Tubbo's knocked back through time, seeing Rambo look absolutely defeated, shoulders slumped and tail hanging limp behind him. He sees himself hanging in the guard station on Nerox, standing in the guard station on Nerox, shackles around his hands as they forcefully take his fingerprints and biometrics. Everything numb and 1,000 light years away, and slowly gets to his feet. In the moment back there, he'd felt nothing but soul-crushing hopelessness, scared and ashamed and desperate for someone to help him. But he's been alone, had to help himself, and it wasn't a good feeling, knowing he had nobody to fall back on, so that's why Tubbo creeps forwards now. Rambo may have said things that hurt him, did it on purpose even, but he has to regret it. Wouldn't be having this kind of breakdown if he didn't. And Tubbo still wants to hear him say it, but until they get there, he doesn't deserve to be alone like this. Tubbo inches closer enough that he can hear all of Rambo's jewelry jangling as he shakes. Hesitantly reaches out and brushes careful fingers along his forehead. It's okay. I'm here for what it's worth. You're not alone. It's okay now. And Rambo lets out a clattering exhale. As Tubbo runs them lightly up to where his claws have gone through his sleeves. He's not expecting to feel frigid moisture where he does. Pulls his hand back enough to see a dark liquid staining the tips of his fingers, blinking at it like an idiot before he registers what it is and immediately tries to loosen Rambo's death grip. Slipping his fingers in between the gaps left by Rambo's tensed ones, Tubbo is greeted with more dampness, more blood, and tugs softly, thumb working in careful sweeps across his knuckles and joints, murmuring whatever comes to mind, isn't paying attention to the words tumbling out of his mouth. Hey, it's okay, boo. You're okay. I'm here. You're not alone. You don't have to do this alone. It's okay. You can just loosen your claws a little. Yeah, just like that. That's great. His tensed hands bend a little, relaxing in increments and one small tug at a time. Tubbo works his claws free and quickly wraps his fingers through Rambo's, and keeps them in place. But he can't clamp back down, blood-drying tacky on his skin, and he praises quietly. That's it. You did great, see? Not so bad now. I told you it'd be okay. I've got some bandages. We'll get you patched up, don't worry. Why are you so nice to me? Rambo whispers in a cracking voice, chest jumping quickly under staggering inhales. And his hands try the weakly jerk out of Tubbo's, but he won't let go. But you still, you're still being so nice. Because I know how it feels, standing there alone, with the entire universe bearing down on you, Tubbo thinks, looking up at mismatched eyes that refuse to meet his. Because I know you've gone through shit you didn't deserve, that it hurt you to the point that you think you have to hurt others to be safe. Squeezes his hand gently, not in a controlling way, but to let him know someone's there. Because I thought you were my friend. Tubbo hushes, hands prickling with the chill where they're wrapped up in Rambo's, but still comforting. Reminds him of the bulkhead walls under his palm. Maybe because I still want to think that. Rambo makes a choked noise in the back of his throat, hands twitching around Tubbo's. But they stop trying to pull away and instead tentatively settle into a more comfortable position. The sharp tips of his claws scratching lightly at Tubbo's skin as he takes a steadying breath. I'm sorry. Rambo forces out, uneasily making eye contact, brows drawn low and curved together sharply. I shouldn't have said those things to you. It was way out of line, and I know I can't ask this, but please believe me when I say I regret it, and I believe you. Tubbo interrupts gently, not thinking. Whereas a second later, he's hit on something else, but with the way that Rambo looks at him, like he's been struck. What's with the... I cut him off. Crap, shit, fuck. And quickly tips their linked hands back towards Rambo, gesturing at him to keep talking. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. That's my bad. You were saying? Rambo's still looking at him weird, like something just hit him in between the eyes. But this sways closer like a planet caught in a strong gravitational pull, and Tubbo feels something flick at the end of his wings. Lips twitching up and at the tail that starts curling around his legs. Tubbo, Rambo whispers, thumbs tracing careful arch around the back of Tubbo's hand, like the chilly sweep of comets through the night. You don't know how for me, I'm just, what I'm trying to say is, they both jump when something explodes against the side of the Asachi, and Tubbo fumbles trying to disentangle their hands. Trips back into the cockpit with the unmistakable sound of blaster fire echoing loudly around them. He jumps into his seat and winces at the bright red lights flashing like lightning out of the dark of the hangar. The Asachi rattling under him as it hits, and scrambles to get the shields up, cursing avidly when one hits the viewport and makes a distressing crack. Fuck me! Sorry, I got distracted by something. Tubbo sings, fingers flying over the console uncharacteristically clumsily, trying to hurry and finish up the takeoff sequence, and it's dark, so he can't really get a head count, but there's a lot of blaster fire, which does not bode well for them. And if there's enough of whoever the fuck is having a problem out there, it's possible that they could force the cargo holds doors. Or cargo holds doors open while they're stuck grounded. Tebo has zero faith in him that Rambu's surviving the encounter. To start with, his side's fucked up, and how bad his hands are shaking, emotional fatigue weighing on him like a collapsed wall. Tebo would be a shit shot right now. More so than usual, than Rambu is. And then Rambu is a Queen's damned fancy noble boy who's probably never been in a firefight. And they would literally die so fast. An alert goes off then, unhelpfully letting him know that the shields are already halfway burned out, but Tebo's having to reset everything since the engine stalled while he was running his mouth. Doesn't pay much attention to the dark shapes dropping into the chair next to him. Startled when he hears Rambu ask over all the shooting, does the Asachi have any weapons, or does the Asachi have any weapons? Rambu snarks in a mocking, jumping tone, pulse loud under his skin and making his fingers shake, anxiety and adrenaline mixing in his stomach like a combustion engine. But he smiles tremulously when Rambu bitches. Seriously now? Seriously? Now, seriously? Ancients, you are insufferable. I'm the only one, oh my god, blah 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 blah. And I'm the only that has to deal with it. Of all of the unfair situations in the entire galaxy. For some insane reason, Rambu getting all snippy and haughty with him has Tebo calming down. The burning panic easing back into the being overtaken by the calm cool in his mind usually descends into when his shit has hit the fan, and he has to think. There are 2 forward guns that should be still working. Red switch. I don't know why I'm starting to stutter. Hold on a second. Give me a minute. That was a very abrupt, like, change in tone. Which, I mean, obviously was intentional, but, like, buffering. Scheduling their employment. Okay. Ooh, sorry. Alright. Sorry. Okay, we good. Oh, pardon me. God, fuck. Alright. There's 2 forward guns that should still be working. Red switch on your right turns them on, and the yoke has the triggers on it, and on it, that Tebo doesn't even get to finish before the whining drone of the weapon systems comes online and fills the cockpit. And then there's entire hangars lit up with bright red beams that come rocketing out of the forward guns. It's suddenly a lot easier to see, and in the brief cracks of light, Tebo can make out a few people scattering. Gets enough of a look at one of them to recognize the jacket and groans loudly and impassioned. Fuck me! What? What's wrong? Rambu's demanding, but Tebo doesn't have the time for him right now. It throws the throttle down as soon as the engines are primed, sending them lurching out of the hangar with less care and grace than he'd normally like. But if that's who he thinks it is down there, reinforcements are on the way. Tebo keeps the throttle all the way down, burning through the stupid amounts of fuel as streaks through the atmosphere over Tingarth, and the Asachi is fast and picking up ridiculous amounts of speed. But still, he can see the navigation lights of other craft heading their way, sings nervously. Fuck me. Ted was going to eat my entire ass. What the fuck? What are you talking about? Rambo snaps at him. Tubbo spares him a glance where he's sitting in the co-pilot's seat in his royal garb. Looks absolutely surreal, out of place, and yet not. Hands still clenched tightly around the weapons. Weapons trigger and Tubbo laughs snarkily. You never had any combat flight training. You ever have any combat flight training? Read a book on it, maybe. Read a book on it, maybe? Possibly? No? Why do I need... Well, shit. Well, buckle up, boo boy. Cause it's about to get real bumpy. Tubbo calls, antenna suddenly prickling as they stand up at full attention, and he dips them sharply out of their ascent. The air suddenly shuddering around them as the hot light of photon blasters streak past, missing them by millimeters. He twitches the yoke sharply and spirals by the craft that was surging up from below, and as it passes the viewport, the luridly bright blue and yellow the Brotherhood uses for literally everything flashes by, and Tubbo has never hated being right more in his entire life. So this is just my theory, right? Fucking Sunfleet is here. Obviously. Now, I feel like this is going to be a very awkward run-in with, Oh, wait, this is the Sunfleet, right? I won't say anything. No one say anything. Don't say anything. But... I feel like this is going to be a very awkward run-in with, I might be misremembering shit. So, you know what? Wait, just somebody quickly remind me. The Brotherhood is the Sunfleet, right? I'm not misremembering that? Or is this something different? I feel like it's something different. I may be misremembering something, but just... Nope, they're different. Okay, alright, then never mind. Fuck it, never mind. I'm shutting up. Okay. Where was I? Just the sharply, just yellow, blue and yellow the Brotherhood uses for literally everything flashes by, and Tubbo has never hated being right more in his entire life. Darting a quick look over the sonar, Tubbo counts 3 other craft the same size as the Asachi and tightens his hand around the controls because that is not ideal, whips his head back forward when the alert demands his attention, and throws the thrusters into reverse. Skating by another photon blaster rattles the Asachi. Today is just the worst. Who the hell... Sorry. Who the hell are these people? Rambo yells, and if he wasn't currently attempting to keep from being shot down... wasn't currently attempting to be kept... currently attempting to keep them from being shot down, Tubbo would mark the day on his calendar Rambo actually swore in standard. But as it is, he's a bit busy right now, answering absent-mindedly while he swerves around another barrage. Brotherhood, long fucking story, but they don't like us. Can I shoot at them? Quids, I swear to fucking yes! Tubbo hollers and has to dive again to avoid getting hit. The 3 Brotherhood ships effectively corralling him and keep him from leaving the atmosphere. And he snarls through his teeth, streaking across the cagey surface of the Imuna, desperately looking for cover or somewhere to loose the bastards. It looks like there's mountains on the north of Tignarth, and Tubbo Tubbo guns it in that direction, has to cut swiftly to the side to avoid an incoming ship, and he does. And he does. The Asachi guns roar to life. The Asachi's guns roar to life. Red photon blasts grazing the side of the other ship, nicking its crap paint job in between everything else. Tubbo feels surprise flare bright in his mind, because that was a good shot. A really good shot, especially for someone with no combat flight training. Possibly just a fluke, he thinks distractedly, antenna picking up on the spike of electricity before the Asachi sensors do. But Tubbo's made it to the edge of the mountain, drops fast behind the rocky formations that explode behind them in a shower of rubble. He weaves down through canyons and darts fast over cagey outcroppings, anything he can do to try to pull distance between him and Brotherhood ships, but they doggedly stay on him. Tubbo's heart is beating fast in his chest, thundering under his bones like a rapid spinning of turbines keeping them airborne. Adrenaline narrowing his concept of reality down to only a viewport and flight controls under his hands. And this isn't anything like getting them away from the Osiren, because he's not just dodging unthinking debris. One thing I want to comment, I really enjoy, the descriptions, the comparison of different things to specifically with how Tubbo is feeling. Like, when he's panicking, he specifically, his emotions are described as fire and, hot magma, and when he's focused, it's described like a machine. I enjoy that. I enjoy that. It's a nice detail. I like it. Anyways. There's people on his tail trying their damnedest to bring him down. Thinking and calculating and making decisions based on what he does. So he's got to be 2 moves ahead, anticipating what the other pilots are going to do, and then outfly them. It's tricky and complicated, like a high-stakes chess game, where you die if you make the wrong move. And Tubbo loves every second of it, cackling like a madman when he cuts a sharp turn around the stone pillar and sees one green dot sharply drop off the radar. Dogfights are a vicious dance. A nasty waltz with photon cannons and the threat of high-speed impacts, where it's just you and your opponent locked in a frenetic spiral. Pardon. And Tubbo gets carried away by the deadly music of it all. The ethereal singing of his engines running at full blast snap and crackle in the air right before the cannon discharges. Choruses of other ships darting past overhead trying to catch him. Always trying to catch him, but they can't. He's better than them, faster. He's better than them, faster flyer in the Sivem quadrant. Sivem, sorry. Flyer in the Sivem quadrant. Nobody could beat him, and nobody ever will. One of the Brotherhood ships drops fast out of the sky in front of him, and Tubbo's already moving, sweeping them out in a graceful arc away from the incoming craft, humming under his breath to the drone turbines, being thrown into reverse harshly when there's a high-pitched whining ringing through the air, an electric streak of red cracking through the night, followed by an explosion he hadn't calculated for. Uh-oh. Tubbo jerks them out of the way of some flying debris, mouth dropping open as the other ship plummets to the earth, because there's no way, but there is. Risks cutting into his eyes, and cutting his eyes to Rambo, and grins wide at the wild look of pride on his face, fangs bared in a victorious, heady triumph. Not a fluke, then. Good shot, sharp eyes. You think you could do that again? Tubbo asked, voice bright with excitement, loops quick around an incoming craft. the remaining 2 Brotherhood ships flying in a lot more aggressively, since one of their friends is just got shot down. Here's Rambo say in an almost exact same mocking tone Tubbo used earlier. Think you could do that again. And Tubbo laughs, too loud and a little mean, ferocious elation igniting in his chest like the explosive rubble of engines kicking on. Electricity crackling through his veins and making all of his hair stand on end, barrel towards the Asachi for the hell of it, and sends them hurtling back towards the incoming craft. Feral smile stretching across his face as the front guns whine and send a barrage of molten red photons streaking towards the other ships. No hesitation, itchy trigger fingers, good shot, sharp eyes. He's got your back, and you've got his, and they don't stand a chance. The Brotherhood ships swerve out of the way. One going left and one going right, and Tubbo swings after the leftmost one. Chases down that hideous blue and red as it tries to escape his sights. And the other pilot's good. Coming up sharp turns and spinning around over low hangs, but Tubbo is better. The push the throttle all the way down because he can. Takes those same turns in the fraction of time with double the speed, and doesn't slow as he makes gaps that would kill them instantly if he miscalculated the distance. Flies like he's in the dance, and like a dance he's rehearsed 100 times, hands moving them where they need to go before he can make a cautious decision. Faster, almost. Got him so close, a little more. And Tubbo wiggles at the edge of his seat, hands darting across the controls, wings flicking behind him in excitement, and he's looking for that opening, that perfect lineup for his gunner. It's me and him and me, partners. I can't do it without each other. And the Asachi swerves beautifully to sit right behind the Brotherhood ships, and there! The guns are blazing to life right as he thinks it, and Rambo doesn't waver. Takes the shot with deadly accuracy, and Tubbo's already angling them. You knew it was going to hit before the explosion even lights up the night. We did it, me and him, flight controls under my hands, and the trigger in his good eyes, good reflexes, a good gunner. And Tubbo crows in delight as another dot blips off of the radar. Just the one left, but it's unlikely to pursue now, and it's alone. And he can finally rocket out of the stratosphere unimpeded. Exiting Immuna's atmosphere rattles them a little bit with how fast they're going, and Tubbo belatedly remembers to ease back onto the throttle, hands shaking with excess adrenaline pouring off him, spits hysterical giggles out, and probably looks absolutely deranged. He always gets like this after he's won, body overwhelmed with the last lingering cocktail of thrill and anticipation and victory. And he can't help when he turns to face Rambo, stammering, punch-drunk, and too loud. Holy shit! We did it! You did it! Queens, you're incredible! Like, holy fucking shit! Rambo had started to smile, but it crinkles at the edges weird, and Tubbo is not thinking clearly, lurches across the space between their chairs and tangles space dark hands up with his, because it's suddenly the most important thing ever to make sure Rambo believes him when he says, I mean it, Rambo. That was incredible. You're amazing. You've got sharp eyes and good aim, and fuck, boo, you're so smart. I mean it. I've always meant it. Everything I said to you. Swallowing harshly, Rambo looks like he's on the verge of a breakdown again, but his fingers slide hesitantly through Tubbo's. Cold to the grounding and comforting bulkhead under his palms. Engine singing in his ears, and asks that barely more than a whisper. Promise? Promise. Tabo insists a bit more subdued volume, tightens his hold around Rambu's hands for a second, and is pleasantly surprised that he squeezes back, cocks his head to the side in confusion, though, when Rambu murmurs, I didn't what? Mean it. I didn't mean what I said to you when I was being awful. He explains quietly, dropping his eyes to stare down at their hands, brushing carefully over the back of one of Tabo's hands. I'm really sorry, Tabo. I'm really sorry. Thank you for apologizing, Tabo says gently, ducking a little to meet Rambu's eyes. And I do forgive you. I think I forgot to say that earlier. You don't have to. Rambu hushes, stubbornly refusing to make eye contact, shoulders hunching up around his ears like he's trying to make himself as small as possible, and Tabo backs off, feels a little guilty watching him unwind. Forgive me, I think it's just... I'd understand more if you didn't. It's eerily similar to something Tabo said a long time ago, when he went back home to Apide, fleeing a pile of warrants that was only growing larger and longer. He evaded capture, and he desperately tries to remember what his mother told him as he cried himself hoarse in her arms. Forgiveness is a lot like love. It doesn't always have to make sense. Toby begins hesitantly, ducks his head in embarrassment because he didn't realize how mushy that'd sound coming from him. Stares at their hands all jumbled together and feels his lips quirk up, and how Rambu's trying to make sure all four of his hands are being held. I know I don't have to, but I do, because I trust you when you say you're sorry. Do you believe me? Of course, Rambu whispers, shifting his fingers to more thoroughly fit around Tabo's own, sharp tips of his claws carefully scratching at knuckles and tracing around veins. Tabo gets lost watching them, so dark against his own complexion, like a piece of void, has detached itself from beyond and has settled into the seat across from him. He's thinking about it then, his lurid half-remembering fever dreams, nebula spiraling out from his hands, chunk of void sitting next to him, binary sun eyes, stardust dripping from long ears, amazing gift, most incredible pilot I've ever known. A soft beeping filters through the haze in Tabo's mind, but he ignores it, the impulse to lean forward just enough to brush his antenna against Rambu's, melting through him like honey wine in a midsummer flower garland. And it clouds his head to the point he forgets Rambu doesn't have an antenna. The realization has him blinking back to himself, and Tabo sits up quickly, now happily to have a distraction of the Asachi demanding his attention, so he can turn away, hopefully hide how red his face is. I'm sorry, I need a second. I'm just all of that. That was really cute. Anyways. Anyways, sorry. That was really fucking cute. Them. I'm drawing that later. Anyways. The realization has him blinking back to himself, and Tabo sits up quickly, now happy to have the distraction of the Asachi demanding his attention so they can turn away. Hopefully hide how red his face is. There's a pop-up he recognizes flashing on the HUD and groaning. Tabo gently disentangles their hands as he begins pulling up the planet's registry. Rambu questioning softly, "What's wrong?" "We're fine, just low on fuel. I may have gotten a little too caught up in the moment back there. Tubbo admits sheepishly, swipes through looking for the next closest fuel station when an idea picks up and he flicks an entire screen towards Rambo. Would you, want to pick? Really? Rambo hushes, wide eyes darting from Tubbo and to the list as he hesitantly pokes at it, scanning over names and coordinates fast, and Tubbo feels a slow smile spread across his face, watching the way his ears begin to wiggle. Yeah, dealer's choice, wherever you want, boo. Rambo pauses for a second, but goes back to scrolling through the list with a little more confidence. Makes interested noises every so often over something he's reading, ears perked up all the way and quivering slightly. And when he smiles, carefree and excited, like he's just gotten something he's always wanted, it's the loveliest thing Tubbo's ever seen. To go horribly wrong. I just there's no period at the end of this fucking chat, we didn't see it. We saw nothing. We pretend to not see it. I just we saw nothing. I pretend not to see it. I'm just like, I can't see shit. Pretend to not see what? Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. What? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Oh my goodness. I need to draw that later. I'm drawing that later. Chad, I will do so gently. Oh, alright. Alright. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. In the Andromeda Galaxy... Oh god, voice crack, sorry. Let me try that again. In the Andromeda Galaxy, it is undisputed that the crown of the authority rests squarely on the proverbial and metaphorical gold-dusted head of Nirox. And one also can't argue the fact that Animal sits high and pretty on that crown, enjoying all the benefits of being Dad's favorite. But what is seldom talked about about their fastenings, the less flashy and more practical aspects that hold the whole thing together. Many would argue that Anvil is the chief most important planet in the entire Empire, which would make sense if you didn't know much about anything else, because the Ender holds supreme jurisdiction over the End Crystals and eke them out as they see fit. So that shouldn't make them principal above all others, but your author stands to make the case that what is a power source without something to power? There are Imperial shipyards scattered across the galaxy, but none compare to the ones on Apide, which, rotation after rotation, produce some of the finest examples of what modern construction is capable of, creating the outstanding and deadly flagships for every currently active Sun Fleet squadron, along with any personal craft for Emperor. The craftsmanship of the Apide shipyards cannot be accredited to the Imperial foremen that oversee the sites, And though Nerox may try to argue that it is by their own hand that greatness is exuded, it's rather due entirely to the facilities being staffed fully with the fatalistically hardworking and dedicated locals of Epide. The Mellifera. Mellifera. A heavily close-knit and family-oriented group, the Mellifera thrive off teamwork and striving towards the communal goal, thus making them ideal engineers and builders, which the Sun Empire was more than ecstatic to stumble upon during the height of their expansion, quickly capitalizing on it once they realized that the Mellifera turn out some of the most perfect engineering work to ever grace the skies. There are not more surviving records of the first meeting between the Sixth Sun Emperor Giron Caesarius and the Queen of Epide, but imperial sources state that she more than gratefully relinquished her title and powers of rulership to the imperial governor Giron installed on her planet, thus giving up Epide's autonomy, but in exchange receiving all the many benefits of being a part of the Sun Empire. For sources such as these, ones that do not come from the primary culture they are about, and instead are recorded years after the fact by someone from a far-off world, the most academically correct descriptor that is used when describing them can only and ever shall be utter horseshit. Okay. B planet. He. B movie. Okay. Thank you for everybody who has been following, by the way. All right. Let me take a second to familiarize myself with these words because I'm seeing them and I'm gonna stumble on them. So, okay. Tishai Yuet. Tanasalyi. Tishai Yuet. Tanasalyi. Tishai Yuet. Okay, alright, I'm good. Stopping for fuel on Tishai Huet somehow turns into a sightseeing trip around the capital, Tansalyi, an ancient crumbling thing that sits strung out between the bounds of the biggest trees Tubbo has ever seen, greenery dripping off practically every surface, growing like crazy in the hot, humid air. He wasn't expecting Rambo to pick Tishai Yuet because A, it was hot, and B, it was basically one giant tropical rainforest with an average moisture count in the air that made everyone sticky within seconds. Aren't you, allergic to water? Tubbo would ask. Tubbo would ask once they saw what Rambo had selected, and with a roll of his eyes that was definitely more fawn than anything else, Rambo answered, yes, and that's why some enterprising inventor came up with a water repellent. How do you think I dealt with all that on Nerox? With all that rain on Nerox? I don't know, Tubbo said, turned to give Rambo a shit-eating grin as he put the a shit-eating grin. He put the coordinates in, shrugging his shoulders, gestured, kind of pictured you rolling across campus in a giant plastic ball. It had the intended effect. Punched and a startled, genuine laugh out of Rambo, and Tubbo mentally high-fived himself as he jumped into lightspeed, relishing in the loud barking sound of it echoing around the cockpit, filling up the lonely empty spaces that used to haunt the corners. Turns out water repellent went on like sunscreen, and it's not until Rambo was rubbing it into his arms that they left the Asachi. Being extra careful around his biceps that Tubbo remembered what was happening before the Brotherhood attack. Claws through skin, black blood staining his fingers, and lurched forwards. Fuck, I totally forgot. Do you need bandages or something? Shit, I'm so sorry. Boo, does it hurt, or... Rambo froze where he was, but thankfully didn't stay that way. Slowly jerked back into the motion and finished rubbing in a small off-white patch of repellent into his skin. It's fine. They'll scab over relatively quickly. It's... As long as I don't nick them again, they won't bleed anymore. He sounded like he was speaking from experience, and Tubbo couldn't stop it when his eyes darted down into his arms, looking for more marks, but his skin's so dark. It's impossible to pick out anything distinct, and Tubbo snapped his head to look back up at Rambo, quickly rolled the sleeves of his nightshirt down. Rambo, it's not like that, okay? It's not. I just, our claws are sharp, and I don't, it's not intentional. Rambo insists a little too quickly, tail moving to coil tightly around one of his legs, but he flicks his eyes up to meet Tubbo's stare, whispering, I don't mean to hurt myself, promise. Stepping over to him, chewing carefully, Tubbo had wanted to wrap hands comfortably around his arm, but stopped at the last second. Not sure how that'd be interpreted right now. Had to settle for letting it fall to his sides, awkwardly. I trust you, he murmured, choosing not to add the rest of the thought. I'm going to make sure you mean it. If you need, you can talk to me about whatever. No pressure. Okay. We can, can we go? I just need, I just like to see the city. Rambo finished shakily and waved his hand lamely through the air, but Tubbo got what he was trying to say. Not now. There's been so much so fast, and it just needs a distraction. And smiled at him kindly. Sure thing, Boo. Whatever you need. Tubbo had been on Tensalyi a few times, but most of when he had been here before was at night, and was either trying to steal something or make sure nothing got stolen. He's never been here, he's never been here as, a tourist, basically. It's a bit of a surreal experience. The city is massive and ancient. It spans an impressive swath of forest, and with most of it being built up in the tree canopies. Large, moss-covering bridges connected buildings to one another, everything constructed of prehistoric, petrified lumber, so hard it feels like stone under your feet. Colorful strips of cloth are bound together in massive braids, large wooden beads about the size of Tubbo's head, spaced out along their lengths and hang down from branches overhead, clattering in the breeze like huge sets of chimes. Okay, that's a really cool description. Naturally, Rambo knew anything anyone could ever possibly want to know about Tensalyi, rattled off facts and anecdotes to Tubbo while they explored, growing more animated and further they went, eyes lighting up whenever he was asked a question, talking with his hands in an excited way Tubbo hadn't seen from him before. They went by all the main spots, the old council house, that Tubbo yawned through, but stuck with it because Rambo's tail was wagging fast behind him as he read plaques and wandered up and down the floors with a dreamy air about him, claws skimming lightly over the sides of the display cases. Nestled in the heart of the monolithic trunk was an old crumbling temple, infested with plants and housed in a giant statue of some local deity. But Tubbo lost it when he saw the thing and had 4 arms. Made Rambo take a picture of him next to it, trying to copy its pose, even though locals glaring at them with their tails all fluffed up. There was some art installation at the city center, and others around them were cooing over the snapping photos of, nodding sagely and murmuring about the great significance of it. But Tubbo just tipped his head to the side, started cackling, reaching up to tug Rambo's head over too, and they both stood there laughing their heads off while the other tourists gave them a wide berth. Hello, Kititrium. Hello. Wow. Oh my god. Sorry. Walking along at Rambo's side, their arms brushing together every so often, hands batting and nudging at the other when they saw something cool or funny, loud excited voices and jumping laughter and wide grins, and Tubbo realizes he hadn't been this really, truly happy in a long time. It's different than the bright, sharp joy that came from a good laugh with Tommy over video call or hanging around with the syndicate members. It feels a lot calmer, more steadying, more permanent. Settling in his bones like it's never going to leave, a contentment so strong Tubbo feels like he could stay here, in this moment forever, and never want for anything else. He thinks Rambo feels the same because as they walk, Tubbo listens to him and makes eye contact and pulls him over to come look at things. He gets quieter and quieter. It's not like before, where he'd clam up and shut down. It's like he's finally relaxing, isn't afraid of being forgotten, and what looks like rotations worth of tension finally start to bleed out of him. It's on a swinging bridge overlooking the whole valley. Leaves as large as the Asachi falling down around them where they stand leaning on a roped railing. Arms pressed together that Rambo finally says, I know what you're probably thinking, that my family was, but they're not, it's complicated. Tubbo has to bite his tongue to keep from blurting out the furious objections that bubble up. You were, they are. It doesn't matter if they never raised a hand. That's not how you treat someone. Doesn't trust himself enough to try and say anything, but leans harder into Rambo and feels him press back. Growing up in the court, it's very different. Things are just different. Rambo says like he's talking about the weather. About something inconsequential and mundane. Eyes tracking the leaves that float past gently. It's difficult having attachments there, and that goes for everyone, my father included. Don't make fucking excuses for them, Tubbo thinks with a snarl, fingers digging into his arms harshly, jaw ticking back and forth in anger because he's genuinely getting pissed off, listening to Rambo try to justify the way he was treated like it's any sort of reasoning for neglecting someone like that. My father does care for me. I know he does. He's just really busy, and there's a lot of us. Remember, he's just really busy, and there's a lot of us. Rambo shrugs, claws picking at loose fibers in the robe, shredding small sections of it, but at least it's better than his arm. And Tubbo wonders when that started, if any of them even noticed. Thinks with a sick jolt that they might just not care. But he tries really hard. I actually saw him on my name day this year, which was really nice, but, sometimes there's just something more important that needs his attention. Is that what he tells you? How many times did it take you hearing that before you decided you were nothing at all? Tubbo shudders. Tries to imagine where just seeing his mother was the highlight of his birthday. Remembers years and years worth of packing houses and too much food, loud music and excited voices, and a hundred hands ruffling his hair, cakes with his name iced into them sloppily, everyone crowded close to sing him happy birthday. He wonders if Rambo ever had something like that, but it's a stupid thought, more than evident he hasn't. And Tubbo's fingers creak with how hard he's gripping his arm. You're like their brother, their son. They shouldn't treat you like that. Make you feel unwanted, unloved, like you're nothing. But he swallows it all down, knows that his righteous anger won't be taken well right now. Instead, Tubbo steps closer, threads two of his arms through one of Rambo's and wraps their heads up together, and looks up at his face. It's not blank like you'd feared it'd be, but it's resigned and set his eyes to almost worse. But the resigned set to his eyes is almost worse, like Rambo sincerely believes it's okay how they treat him, and Tubbo can't help saying, "You deserve more than that." Rambo doesn't say anything in response. Won't look at him either. Resolutely keeps his eyes facing forward, but they're not tracking the leaves anymore. Lost in the middle distance somewhere. Huffing out a frustrated breath, Tubbo lets his head tip to the side, resting it on Rambo's shoulder, in hopes that it's doing something to comfort him. Lips twitching up when he feels a familiar chilly touch wind around his leg. It's tranquil. Watches the leaves fall, gentle music of wooden beads clacking around them, when Tubbo hears a faint clicking sound. Feels Rambo's body jerking under his head as he laces their fingers together, holds on tight, with a silent promise that he's not going anywhere. Rambo's breathing evens out, hand twitching to grab back just as strongly. They stay there until it's late afternoon, until Tubbo feels like it's safe to make lighthearted jokes about them being sticky and hot, until Rambo bitches back at him, but it's familiar. It's good-natured. It's them. Tubbo tugs Rambo into the first shaded cantina they come across, orders them both something cold to drink and a bowl of these little fried seed puffs that they're currently trying to toss into each other's mouths. Okay, just tip your head back a little. No, that's too much. Tubbo laughs, waving two hands at Rambo to get him to stop, and the other's trying to help illustrate how he's supposed to be sitting. And he does the complete opposite of what Tubbo's telling him, angles his head back in a truly ridiculous position that Tubbo can't help laughing at. Dude, you're overthinking it. Just watch where it goes and try to catch it. Tubbo snorts, plucking out another seed puff and holding it out in front of him. Makes sure Rambo's got his eyes trained on it. Ready? Okay. He tosses the puff in a clear arc, but Rambo moves too much to the right and whaps lightly into his cheek, bouncing off to join his fallen brethren under the table. Queens, you are so bad at this. Tubbo cackles, swirling the straw in his fruit drink around in a lazy circle, and Rambo harumphs at him, crosses his arms, and declares archly, "You're just a terrible shot." "What makes you so sure of that, boss man?" Tubbo asks and props his chin up on one hand, giggling, when Rambo flings a hand around dramatically. "Because you catch all of my tosses, so clearly I have superior aim." Oh, look at him. Big man takes down 2 Brotherhood ships and thinks he's the best marksman in the galaxy. Tubbo teases, grabbing a fistful of seed puffs and tosses them one at a time into the air and catching all of them easily. Tips his head back and grins at Rambo when he crutches around his snacks in victory, rolling his mismatched eyes so hard. Tubbo's afraid he'd sprain something. Rambo takes a sip of what he's essentially battery acid and scratches a claw lightly onto the wooden table. This Brotherhood, who are they exactly? Ugh, a bunch of shithead idiots. Tubbo? Basically, a rival organization led by some guy Techno was an undying feud with. We usually fight over contracts and clients, things like that. Is this Squid Kid? Hold on, sorry, never mind. Tubbo says, waving his hand dismissively through the air, brings up another note to nibble at his thumb in thought. "I mean, we do fight a lot, but I don't know what set him off in Muna, though. It was kind of weird. Honestly, more yelling happens before someone starts shooting." Rambo's quiet for a moment, staring down at his claw digging into the table, looking like he's lost in thought. Links back into reality when Tubbo taps the spot in front of him a few times. Sorry, I was just wondering what someone has to do to get into an undying feud with the blood god to still be alive. Rambo says hesitantly, unhooking his claw and tucking both of his hands under the table. And Tubbo hates when people ask him this, because the answer is honestly really stupid. Yep. Really stupid, and he grimaces as he admits, "It's over potatoes." "What? No. What? Why in the world?" Look, it's all I know, okay? I didn't ask for any more details," Tubbo defends, holding up his hands, and Rambo sputters. "Tubbo, what? How did this not spawn a further? How did that not spawn a further questions?" "Well, when your scary new boss says that he has a lifetime feud with some guy over vegetables, it kind of implies you shouldn't be questioning him," Tubbo stresses, looking at him very, very imploringly until a smile curls Rambo's lips up and he huffs in amusement, props his head up in his chin. "I swear, every new thing I learn about him has me further and further convinced he's not a real person." Right? Like, we actually have this joke back at HQ that Techno's some kind of vivid group hallucination. There's this, like, crazy long list of theories pinned up in my wall that people keep adding to that proves that he's not real. Tubbo says with a smile, propping his head up as well as he leans across the table and underneath Rambo's feet bat into his playfully when he scoots forward, eyes bright. "Like what?" Tubbo dives into it. Valiantly tries to remember everything written down, gets hung up on telling the stories because Rambo's laughing so hard, is making him crack up. And neither one of their drinks had any alcohol in it, but Tubbo feels like he's a little drunk, lightheaded and giggly, warm, stupid haze buzzing in his head and fingertips. They head back to the Isachi as soon as they're both finished with their drinks, and Tubbo has half a thought that maybe he should be worried a little, because what was supposed to be a short fuel stop turned into another day lost, but it doesn't feel like time wasted, especially when Rambo taking takes their linked arms and spins them around in time with the music since some street musicians are playing. What are you doing? Tubbo laughs but follows along anyway, already moving his hands into the proper positions. And it's a little awkward at first, not like dancing with someone back home during midsummer, but they make it work. And Rambo looks down his nose at him, cheeky, shitty grin on his face and eyes glowing in the gloom. Dancing? Ever heard of it? Piss off. Tubbo snorts around a smile, steps back. Sorry, this is getting really cute. Steps back when Rambo moves forward, lets him lead them into something that's very graceful, but a little too formal for what they are. And Tubbo starts bouncing on his toes, encouraging Rambo to loosen up more. He does in increments, steps picking up until he's moving along with the jumping tune, swinging Tubbo out in messy arcs, losing some of his coordinated grace to what looks like sheer joy. And it's a good look on him, this Tubbo smile wide and bright. The drums are loud in his ears. Feels like they're thudding under his skin too, a jovial swelling song that sounds like summertime. Like watching firebugs dance in the night, and sweet taste of honey wine on his tongue. And Tubbo tosses his head into the side, wings flaring and moving with him as Rambo spins him under his arm, laughing loud in his ear when Tubbo tries to spin him back. Obligingly dips his head and ducks under Tubbo's arm anyway. Usually Tubbo only likes dancing with other multi-limbed beings. The whole extra set of arms really threw off a lot of binary-limbed people. But he's not really having a problem now. Because no matter what set of hands he comes back with, Rambo doesn't fumble taking them, easily transitioning between the two like they've danced together their whole lives. The band picks up in tempo, and Rambo doesn't miss a beat, as graceful and sure on his feet as when he was sprinting across the rooftops. Spins Tubbo fast enough that he instinctually flares his wings out, snaps them once, and used to having a partner that could fly as well. He realizes a second too late what he's done, and he's already propelled himself off the ground a short distance, and Rambo stumbles where he's jerked forward roughly. But Tubbo drops to his feet as fast as he can, steadying him before he can fall. Oh. That clingy duo crumb, that was cute. Wait, I don't think that was a clingy duochrome. Pardon me. Sorry, misinterpreting. Rambo still trips over him a bit, hands fumbling and catching around Tubbo's shoulders, leeching cold like bulkheads. Head hanging down low by Tubbo while he laughs. Eyes squinted shut and crinkling in the corners. And he's so happy and so wonderful, and Tubbo leans up without thinking, heartbeat loud in his ears, and taps their foreheads together. Traces his antenna along Rambo's horns, humming in the back of his throat. It's strange at first, the rigid, unyielding shape of them, how they don't bend and stretch to meet him like some base parts of Tubbo's brain is expecting them to do, but he forgets about it pretty quickly. Tips of his antennas flicking over hair-thin grooves and ridges, like the fine, delicate swirl of fingerprints. Pick up on the foreign oils he must have put in his hair, something dark and heady, like incense smoke, like stardust. What are you doing? Rambo murmurs quietly, his voice snapping Tubbo out of the fog and his head descended into, and he feels his face bleed violently red, steps back quickly and drops his hands like he's been burned, high, nervous laughter tripping out of his mouth as he rushes to explain. Well, it's just on my planet. I mean, you don't, so it's, well, there's just, like, it's just something you do with like, your Tubbo? A voice he only vaguely recognizes interrupts, and Tubbo has never been more frantically grateful to run into someone he knows out in the Winder universe. Doesn't even really care if this particular someone wants to shoot him, because right now, he'd welcome it. Thankfully, though, when he turns to look over his shoulder, there is not a blaster in his face, but rather just a lot of blue, and Tubbo finally puts the name to the voice, and sees a wide grin, spins around with his arms out and greeting excitedly, Sneak! Yay! Mr. Sneak Snack! Yay! Sneak Snob! Oh, pardon me. Ah. Snake throws all of his arms out as well, steps forward to give Tubbo a hug. And it's like a muscle memory, moving arms under wings and making sure that he doesn't accidentally lean in too close so that they're intended tangle. And when Tubbo pulls back, he claps Sneak on his upper pair of arms. How are you, man? It's been like, 4 months? Something like that. Sneak agrees with a lazy grin, fluffy antenna bobbing as he inclines his head under his hood. How you been? Heard through the usual channels you got shot pretty bad in Jurjo. Well, you don't look that dead, so... Tubbo snorts and socks him in the arm good-naturedly. Damn right I don't! I'd take more than one lousy photon blaster to take me out. Oh yeah? Well, it just so happens I acquired a new Harga 44. Sorry. And if you're down for a little friendly target practice. Sneak snarks, pale blue wings flaring out behind him in a parody of a threat display, and Tubbo laughs from somewhere deep in his chest, snaps his own wings open, and tips his head to the side, cooing. Oh, how cute. You think you could catch me, Mothball? I know I could, Honey Breath. I'd like to see you try, Garbage Eater. That'd be the best you hive mind... That the best you got, hive mind head ass? Brainless lamp fucker, bumble bitch. And Tubbo bursts out laughing, hunched over a little as he's cackling so hard. Takes sips of air and between bouts of giggling and gets out the least halfway coherently. Fuck, I haven't heard that one before. What can I say? I've got the brains, the bronze, and the looks. I'm the complete package. Sneak snides dramatically. Two hands... I'm starting to... again. Okay. Two hands fitted to his temples in a swooning position while the others claps together over his chest. And Tubbo snickers, stands himself back up and cocks his hip out. That's okay, we all need to lie to ourselves sometimes. Hey, you don't want to talk, you little... Hi? Sneak suddenly sounds very unsure, raises two hands awkwardly in greeting, looking over and up past Tubbo's shoulders, and Tubbo blinks in confusion before he feels something flicking into the backs of his wings, remembers, and exclaims, "Oh, right!" Twists to the side, and Tubbo sees Rambo hovering over him, hesitant set to his face, and ears look like they're not sure he should be here. Oh! And the spike of guilt snaps through Tubbo, quickly gesturing in between them both. Sorry, got a little too excited, but, yeah, this is my friend Sneak. We've known each other for a while, and Sneak is I'm his partner. Oh. Sneak, this is Snee, I am his partner. Tabo's words choke off somewhere in his throat at how effortlessly Rambo interrupted him. Chin cocked back up and eyes narrowing like he's daring someone to challenge it. And Tabo's too dumbstruck to correct him, mind pinwheeling in 100 directions trying to figure out what the hell Rambo's doing. Oh? Oh? Hey, that's awesome! I hadn't heard. How long you guys been working together? Sneak asks excitedly, and Tabo's mouth opens, hopes something intelligent will come out. Sorry, Sneak, he's just finally lost it. I think it was all the radiation when Rambo beats him to it. A few months now, right about when we got back from Jujo. What the actual fuck? At the straw that broke the camel's back? Well, thank the light that he's finally got someone looking after his stupid ass now, Sneak says with a sharp grin, and Rambo hums in agreement. I know, I'm honestly surprised he's lasted as long on his own. What the fuck are you doing? Why lie? What's the point? Man, you don't know the half of it. Like this one time we were doing this job in Rail, and he stuck a pipe bomb in a door, took half a step back and said, and I quote, "It's fine, I've done this before," blew himself half away across the room. What do you even get out of this? Why do you sound so sure? Ancients. That sounds just like him. I think he's a bad luck magnet or something. We just flew around the supernova eruption a little over a week ago. Why does it sound like it could be real? Tubbo has completely lost track of what's happening. Stares in between Sneak and being an ass and Rambo in his regular people clothes, laughing along to embarrassing stories about him like he's a perfectly normal thing to happen, like they're just out there on a job and bumped into an old friend, and he doesn't understand. Rambo's only said they were partners one other time, back in Imuna, and he was just playing along with a shopkeeper who assumed once he saw Tubbo's jacket, but there's literally zero reason for him to do this now, with someone who that clearly knows Tubbo well. He said it unprompted this time, like it's been on his mind, like he's been pretending it's real to himself. In the dark hours of after the sun's gone down, maybe he's been lurking in Tubbo's subconscious, the idea of it comes easing out when things are quiet between them, during the fast-paced, adrenaline-fueled moments, when he's just struggling to picture anyone else at his side. And maybe Tubbo's been pretending quietly, too, that this is real, but they're not going to Nerox. Rambo's his partner. Maybe he wants this, too. Whispered quiet, desperately optimistic voice hushed at the back of Tubbo's head, but from its very depths of his heart, coiling like so many fearful, lonely, hopeful things, maybe he wants to pretend, too, that it is real. That you are here on a mission, that the Asachi is both of yours, that second seat is his. Rambo tips his head back, laughing at something Sneak said, just as his dark hair and dark horns melting into the night. No ominous glowing crystals or the bright swing of gold, sleeves of his nightshirt turned day shirt rolled up to his elbows. Weathered blaster at his hip, and Tubbo can almost tell himself Rambo just forgot his bomber jacket in the Asachi, draped across his bunk. Swallowed harshly. Maybe he wants what he's saying to be true. And anyway, that's why flying hog monkeys aren't allowed on Somnus anymore. But I think I've embarrassed Tubbo enough for a lifetime. I should probably let you guys go. Sneak says with a short laugh, leans forward to thump Tubbo in the shoulder and rattles him out of the stupor he's been in, and sticks a hand out towards Rambo. Hey, it was nice meeting you, or I don't think I actually caught your name. And instead of saying something normal and reasonable, actually kind of proving Tubbo's thought that all the radiation from a siren has fired his brain, Rambo says immediately, like a crazy person, Rhombus, the child kicker. God. Tubbo whips his head around to stare at him, but it doesn't even remotely look like he's joking. And he has to bite his tongue hard to keep the insane cackles that start to bubble inside him. Stupid, moronic, crazy idiot. Does he do it on purpose, looking to make me laugh? To make you laugh? Right. Sneak drawls, awkwardly retracting his hand to scratch at the back of his head, jerking a few thumbs into the other direction. The one they just came from. And says, well, it was nice seeing you, Tubbo. Good to meet you, Rhombus. You guys have a good rest of your night. You too, Sneak. You too, Sneak. Tubbo tries to say in a normal-sounding voice, but he doesn't think he manages. Not with the way Sneak eyes him before heading off with one last wave, and as soon as he's out of earshot, Tubbo spits bottled laughter out of the rounds on Rambo. What the hell, man? What? What'd I do? He demands, shrinking back like Tubbo threatened him, ears flattening themselves to his head, and Tubbo's laughter dies instantly. Reaching out for him is relieved beyond measure. Reaches out for him and is relieved beyond measure when Rambo takes his hands. No. You didn't do anything wrong, I promise. It was just a little caught off guard with that, name you told Sneak. I figured I needed, if I was, in the syndicate, that I needed some made-up name, too. Rambo explains, and yeah, okay, that makes some sense. If you've only ever heard rumors about the syndicate, I assumed it's some super shady, super covert organization, and not a bunch of idiots with nowhere else to go. And Tubbo arches his brow when he says, most of us use our real names, right? We're not, like, secret agents or anything. Yeah, okay, like Tubbo's your actual name, Rambo says with an eye roll, and Tubbo sputters indignantly. What? Tubbo is my real name, you unfathomable dickhead! No, it's not! What kind of a name is Tubbo? What kind of a name is Rambo? They both just stand there staring at each other like the most scandalized people in existence, brows high in their faces, and lips set into what's trying hard to be a natural expression. And it's Rambo that cracks first. Quiet little snicker falling out of his mouth, and that's curtains for Tubbo. His laughter erupts out of him, loud and full body, chest actually starting to hurt a little with how much laughing he's done. Swaying forward and grins when Rambo does the same, looking at him and murmurs, "Child kicker? I thought it sounded intimidating." Oh, sorry. I thought it sounded intimidating. Rambo hushes, lips quirked up in a little smile of his own, and Tubbo snorts, waving their linked hands back and forth, unintentionally tugging Rambo a couple paces closer, but Tubbo doesn't mind it. He says, whisper quiet and warm, "You're an absolute lunatic, Rambo's the child kicker." I mean, you know what they say, birds of a feather and all that. Rambo tells him, a mischievous light in his eyes, and with an eye roll to end all eye rolls. Tubbo headbutts him playfully in retaliation. Can't stop smiling with this ridiculous idiot of a person. They're still standing in the middle of the street, and the crowd is moving around them oblongingly, but jostles them from time to time, since Tubbo's stumbling closer enough to feel a cold Rambo radiates. The top of his head about leveled with Rambo's chin. He realizes that if they were to hug, Rambo was the perfect height for Tubbo to tuck himself under his chin. Can't stop wondering what that'd be like. If it'd feel like when Tubbo sleeps on this space station floor sometimes, just to feel that chill radiating through him. Rambo shakes his head. Tubbo shakes his head once, tries to knock some sense back into him, because what is he even thinking? And takes a few steps back and pulls Rambo after him as he turns them towards the spaceport with a soft, "Come on, sleigh boss man." And it is kind of late. Not in the grand scheme of things, but in the fact that neither one of them has had a solid night's sleep in a few days. And for Tubbo, flopping down in his bunk for a few hours sounds really good right now. Would maybe fix whatever he's apparently gone haywire in his brain. This is so cute. The streets of Tanasal-yi are still pretty packed, the night market opening up and now that the sun's set. And this far into the city, it's not going to get as raunchy as some other parts will. But Tubbo sticks close to Rambu's side, hands brushing together occasionally as they are jostled around by the crowd underneath a swath of glowing red lanterns. Today has been strange. Not in a bad way, just it hasn't seemed real to Tubbo. Feels a little like he's leaving a life that's not his. Or that he's dreamt this all up. And it's really weird. Bumping his knuckles into Rambu's, tipping their tired head into this frigid shoulder. Feeling his tail switch past. And knowing that they're going to be in Nerox tomorrow. That Tubbo's going to have to help him unload his things and stand there in the hangar and tell him goodbye. The thought has of his feet stuttering over the ground. Tubbo sucks in air through his teeth. Feels like walls are closing in around him. Like a hand bearing down on his shoulder. Do as you're told. Take the match, Tubbo. There can be no half measures. But it vanishes like cigarette smoke in the breeze when icy cold fingers curl through his. And he can breathe. He can think. I really love these descriptions. I'm like catching them, and I love these little descriptions. Sorry. Thus his head into Rambo's shoulder and doesn't really want to leave this life. That's not his. Doesn't want to wake up. He's going to have to. Realistically, Rambo's not going to go with him. It's been stupid of Tubbo to even entertain the idea. His home life might be crap, but Rambo has so much potential. He's going to excel at whatever he does. Why would he give up on any of that to go slumming around with Tubbo? An ex-cadet turned smuggler for hire? The guy with arson and murder charges hanging over him? Nothing good would come of it. Tubbo would just be dragging Rambo around with him, and Rambo has to see it. He's so smart. Always one step ahead. Probably has already run the pros and cons on this and came to the correct decision. But the cons far outweigh the pros. Would explain why he hasn't said anything. Why he hasn't asked if he can stay. Tubbo's heart thuds painfully in his chest, but it's fine. He's fine. What he's thinking anyway. Why would someone like Rambo ever want to go anywhere with him? And Rambo might be enjoying himself for now, but just happy to get out and see the universe. Doesn't really care at what cost, but the reality probably hasn't sunk in for him. And once it does, Tubbo knows what choice he'd make. Regret-filled eyes and awkward wings, chewing on his lip. He won't meet your eyes. He doesn't want to hurt your feelings. It's nothing personal, he says, but it is. Why won't he go with you? What's wrong with you? You thought you were friends, he promised. Rambo's fingers flex around his, pulling Tubbo out of his own head and the cold touch of the space-chilled nettle. And it's kind of worrying how easy it works. because Tubbo knows himself and knows how he gets. Is afraid he's starting to expect Rambo to be around, to stay by his side. Isn't that what you always do, though? Tubbo thinks with a grimace. The body suddenly feeling like it's filled with lead, collapsing inwards like a dying star. Everything compounding back on top of him, crushing him out of existence. Get attached to people that are never going to go with you. Unease prickles down the back of his neck, and he shakes it off at first. Thinks it's just leftovers from the brief anxiety attack, but then it comes back again. And he hasn't survived this long ignoring his instincts. Tubbo picks his head up and scans the crowd, antenna twitching, trying to find what seems off. There's nothing. He's just being paranoid, needs to know. Up ahead. Lurid blue and yellow. Stupid idiots can't shoot straight, Brotherhood. It's fine. It's not fine. It's probably a coincidence they're just the one. There's just the one. There's never just one, but his antenna flick and Tubbo darts a look over his shoulder. Doesn't want to be too obvious about it. But even with the brief glance, he catches the bright snatch of 2 more jackets clearing trailing them, and spits through his clenched teeth. Fucking shit. You okay? Rambo asks softly, and Tubbo's heart jumps into overdrive because Rambo might be a crack shot, but he's never been in combat training. This is devolving into a firefight. Tubbo just knows it. He suddenly can't get back out of his head, and the image of Rambo falling with the smoking crater in his back makes his voice shake as he demands roughly, How far can you teleport? What? What are you... You need to get out of here now. Tubbo stresses, tries to be subtle, shifting their movements through the crowd, eyes scanning fast, looking for exit routes or cover to duck behind. The guy up ahead starts moving towards them quicker. Fuck, Rambo, get out of here. Teleport as far as you can and keep going. I'll find you later. What? Tubbo, what's going on? Rambo stammers as Tubbo forcefully disentangles their hands, pushing him out of the way as the guy gives up all pretense of being stealthy and begins shoving his way through the crowd, glint of metal in his hands, indignant shouts and heavy footsteps getting closer behind them as well. Go! Tubbo yells, hands dropping to upholster his own blasters, and like a senseless idiot he is, he gets to see Rambo start fumbling for his own borrowed one out of the corner of his eye and shoves him back with a sharp, Get the fuck out of here! I'm not leaving you! Rambo's voice pitches higher into a yelp as shots ring out. Thankfully has enough brains to duck, since he's a good foot taller than literally anyone else here. Hooking him around the arm, Tubbo bodily drags Rambo behind a low wall, dipping fast when his antenna feel the sharp crackle of energy discharge over his shoulders. Peeking over the side of the wall, Tubbo sights a target and fires off a quick shot. Has to duck back into the cover when the road is front of them, and gets prepared with return fire. Starting to stutter. Hold on a second. Breathe, water, fight God. Yep. Okay. Peeking over the side of the wall, Tubbo sights a target and fires off a quick shot. Has to duck back to cover when the road in front of them gets peppered with return fire. You need to get out of here! Tubbo insists shakily, flinching as top of the section of the wall gets nicked, and shards of petrified wood flying everywhere. For a second, it looks like Rambu's going to argue. Black blood sucking through white linen, smoking crater right over where his heart is. If you were too slow, too late, not good enough, your fault. And Tubbo panics. Lurching forward and clasps Rambu on the back of the neck, practically begging, "Please, Boo, I couldn't live with myself if you got hurt. Please go, I've got this." "Promise?" Rambu whispers, one of his hands coming up to grip harshly around Tubbo's wrists, like he's trying to stop him from leaving, frantic look in his eyes, and Tubbo smiles as reassuringly as he can. "Promise. Now go." Rambu nods his head once and dissolves, and it's so weird feeling him wink out of existence around his fingers, but Tubbo's got other, more pressing issues on his mind, like the fact that the wall he's hiding behind is getting hit again, crumbling a good section of it and leaving him exposed. Red-hot beams immediately come streaking through, and he scrambles across the ground to a less exploded section, pops off briefly, and gets 2 shots off, nicking the side of a pillar one guy's hiding behind, and the other shot goes wide. Tubbo having to retreat when a barrage of shots come his way. "Queens, damn it!" he hisses through his teeth, pulse hammering high in his neck, making his vision wobble, because he maybe sort of lied to Rambu saying he's had this. Tubbo's a pilot. He's good at being fast and hard to catch and being really smart on short notice, but he's not much of a marksman. He isn't that good at hand-to-hands despite having 4. Maybe he'd be more confident if it was one-on-one, but it's not. There's 3 of them. He's not Dream, he's not Techno, and he can't go up against a whole slew of enemies with a single weapon in his hands and insanity in his head, and yet somehow still come out a victor. He needs to get out of here, lose them in the winding dark streets of the city, and as soon as there's a brief pause of the blaster fire, Tubbo makes a break for it, wings launching him into the air and over the rooftop, more winding streaks of red brushing hot as they streak past him. Pardon me. Okay. Tanisal Yi at night is not the best place to be flying. 100 things to get tangled up in, and crashing and hanging down from the branches overhead. Tubbo lands hard on one side of the building, boots crunching on loose grit as he propels himself forward. Taking off a dead sprint through the crowded side streets, he slips through gaps in the crowd, following along to the flow of it as best as he can. He can hear shouting behind him, ignores the protests coming from his side, and pushes himself harder. Tubbo can't be certain, but these have to be the same Brotherhood from Immuna. It's too strange a coincidence otherwise. He knows their organization has a bit of a rivalry, but he's never had this much trouble with them before. Usually there's a reason they're trying to kill each other, and yeah, him and Rambu did shoot down 2 of their ships, but they started it. So fair's fair. And that's a really weird part anyway. That's the really weird part anyway, because Tubbo can't figure out why they were chasing him in the first place. Now, why do I have a feeling this has something to do with Rambu going out in the middle of Immuna dressed to the fucking nines? I'ma just go out on a fucking limb. He was gone for a bit. But anyways. Don't say shit, but like, come on. The sound of blaster fire cracks over the noise of the crowd, and he ducks into the closest alleyway, weaves out into another side street, and keeps going. He doesn't bother checking to see if he's being followed. Tubbo moves fast, flies short distances up the building and across small gaps in the road. Is good at finding side patches and shortcuts. It keeps a mental gap of everywhere he's been in case he needs to double back. But he can't lose these fuckers. They dog his heels, shots getting closer and closer the more he starts to slow. Wound tugging and pulling horribly, but there's a really crowded section of the night market coming up, and Tubbo slides under a booth, crawling out the other side and stumbles into an alley. He dips around the side of a building because he thinks he's finally shaken them, and has to stop for a second. He's breathing so hard. Side screaming in pain, and Tubbo remembers this kind of hurt. It's pretty sure he just tore his stitches back open, and Queen's Rainbow is going to kill him when he gets back to the ship. Tubbo whirls around when he hears boot crunching on gravel and hands fumbling to draw his blaster, but he slows to a stop. Very carefully raises his feet in surrender and backs up cautiously as the three Brotherhood swagger into the alleyway, blasters cocked and aimed right at his chest. If he gets back to the ship. Well, look what we got here. It's dark, there's bright lights behind them, so the Brotherhood guys are shrouded in heavy shadows, but Tubbo wouldn't know that voice anywhere. Groans audibly and clenches his fist into shaking fists as it continues. One sad little insect out of the hive. Aku, always a displeasure. Tubbo says in deadpan as the man finally steps forward enough to make out his ugly mug. Completely matte black and narrow eyes, smirking grin showing off rows of needle-like teeth. There's still a little gap in the bottom row where Tubbo's punched out a rotation ago, and dark fiery pride licks up the spine at the sight. Aku tips his green scaly head to the side, pouts a little ridiculously, and coos, "Oh, what's that? What's that? Not happy to see me, worker bee?" The insult rankles at Tubbo like a crushing hand digging into his shoulder. Sit down, shut up, good obedient little drone, know your place. And he snarls. Hands jerking down without thinking, but he freezes. Aku levels his blaster at him. Tubbo takes a few deep breaths, but they rattle around in his chest like a set of bellows, fueling the fire that's liking to life at his fingertips, and his words come out with a snarl. What do you want, fish dick? Hey, chill, we're all friends here, Aku says with a smile, tipping his blaster to the side like he's not cocked and capable of blowing a hole through Tubbo, saunters close enough to loom over him, gently nudging the barrel of the blaster under his chin. I'm a reasonable sort of guy, worker bee. Just give me back what you stole and we'll be on our way, okay? Eat shit and die, you... Tubbo cuts himself off when the cold press of the metal touches his windpipe, swallows harshly and feels the edge of the barrel dig into his jugular, and tries to say more evenly, I don't know what you're talking about. Aku caresses the underside of his jaw with the blaster, fingers depressing the trigger enough so that it clicks faintly. Grin cruel and slow and mean when Tubbo flinches instinctually. Sure you don't. I don't! Tubbo stammers, racking his brain trying to figure out what the hell Aku's going on about. But the only thing he bought was a new transmitter. It wasn't worth enough for him to want to steal anyway. He's actually starting to panic a little, Because Aku doesn't really threaten like this unless he means it. And Tubbo knows how jerky his trigger finger is. He has a few scars to prove it, but he has no idea what the idiot is going on about. Tubbo's convinced he has the wrong person, and is about to tell him as much when Aku keeps talking in a dangerous tone of voice, and the world suddenly drops out from under his feet. Well, if you can't remember, maybe we'll go find your find that friend of yours. Aku drawls, using the barrel of his blaster to tip Tubbo's frozen head up. So, oh, pardon me, gosh. Starting to, you know. Pardon me. I think I'll be alright. Oh god, it has been. Holy shit. It sure has been 2.5 hours. I'm a little invested in what I'm reading, so I will take you up on that offer, in a little bit. Go freaking, alright, okay. I'll be okay. Well, if you can't remember, maybe we'll go find that friend of yours. Aku drawls, using the barrel of his blaster to tip Tubbo's frozen head up so he's staring directly into those dark, hateful eyes. You know, the tall, lanky one, the one covered head to toe in end crystals. What did I fucking say? What did I fucking say? God damn it! Tubbo can't breathe. Everything rushing out of him like the hissing steam that billows out of the extinguished fire. Nothing but screaming static in his head as Aku leans closer, whispering sharp through his teeth. That's a lot of credits he's wearing around that head of his. Wonder how much it's worth. No, not him. Anyone but him. Tubbo feels like he's spinning through the void, out of control, can't get his head back around the controls because he knows what happens to Ender. Hand shaking, thinking about Rambo. Bright laugh, careful hands, wanderlust in his eyes, cold tail around your leg, incense, smoke, and stardust. Being bound up and ransomed off, blaster pointed at his head. Bet it's a lot. Bet it'd be worth the trouble, though. He doesn't look like he'd be much trouble. Don't touch him, don't touch him, don't touch him, don't! Wonder if it'd be worth it. You seem to know us. To see how much his family would pay. Nothing there, doesn't matter, never did. Would they care? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, don't touch him! I get him back in one piece. Blaster pointed at his head, fingers to press that trigger, Rambo collapsing in a crumbled heap. And Tubbo doesn't think, launches himself forward in a vicious scream, hitting Aku with everything he has, hands scrabbling madly for his blaster as they go stumbling back. A fist slams into his shoulder, but Tubbo remembers to move with it, head spinning wildly for oxygen. Hands pulling at anything he can reach, blunted nails digging and spilling over Aku's scales. The other two are shouting something, but Tubbo doesn't have the brains to parse it. Heart hammering loud and violent in his ears, hands growing slippery with sweat, trying to pry the blaster from Aku, and keeps it from swinging in his direction. Stupid fish's fingers still wrapped tight around the trigger. They're all tangled up together, grappling furiously at one another like wild animals, but then Aku drives a fist into Tubbo's midsection. Oh! close enough to his wound that it tears a horrible noise out of him. Ow! Ah! Ow! And the bastard doubles down, hitting him over and over again until— oh, God! Ow! Until Tebo's grip falters, Aku's arm shifts quickly and Tebo panics, driving a knee up between his legs, regains some of his footing as Aku wavers, grunting in pain. Get him in the nuts! Get him in the nuts! Yep! He swings a fist wildly, somehow manages to crack his knuckles across razor-sharp scales, and gets Aku to loosen his grip. Tuttle-san tries to twist away, duck down out of his arms, and run. Feels it too late when there's something hard and circular pressed into his side. Jerky trigger finger. Can't run. This is not gonna make it. Too late, too slow, not good enough. And a shot rings out. Tebo's entire body tenses automatically, lungs locking up in mid, and limbs going rigid, brain panicking, just waiting for the pain to hit, and to feel a sticky hot slide of blood out of him. But he stumbles under an unexpected weight instead, something warm dripping down the back of his neck. The weight slides off him as soon as Tebo staggers more upright, and it's Aku. Shudders, thudding into the ground in a boneless heap. Blaster clattering out of slack hands, sizzling crater in the back of his head. Tebo blinks at it like an idiot. Hears something shift and jerks his head up. Doesn't understand what he's looking at. Because Rambo's standing there. The barrel of his blaster still steaming a little. Blood splattered back on the white of his shirt. Eyes more narrowed and dangerous than Tebo has ever seen, and he flicks that cold gaze to the front of the alleyway, fires off 2 more shots without any hesitation. He must not make them because there's no pain scream. Just feet scrambling to escape and the voices shouting in alarm. Rambo lowers his arms, then holsters his blaster with an eerie sort of calm. Him being here, it's like a fever dream. One Tebo's not convinced is real. Thinks instead maybe he is bleeding out. That this is his last vivid hallucination before death takes him. Tebo sways on his feet sharply, and Rambo immediately darts forward to catch him. Grabs him around his shoulders, and as he slumps forward, arms going behind his back to support him, while his other hand frantically checks Tebo for injury. Demanding shakily, "Tebo, did he shoot you anywhere? Do you know if you're bleeding? I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't find you. I let him hurt you." Frozen fingers prod at his side, being extra careful as they dance over the med patch, and it knocks the smog out of his head with their icy shock. He's here. He's real. He came back. He came to find you. He saved you. As Tebo fumbles around desperately at Rambo, "What are you doing here? I told you to run. And you promised me you were going to be okay." Rambo croaks, achingly cold fingers spreading out over Tebo's ribs gingerly, providing relieving comfort at the pain throbbing from his wound. I'm sorry I didn't find you sooner." Tebo raises one shaking hand and hesitantly fits over Rambo's cheek, thumbing some blue-green blood away. Can't stop seeing Rambo standing there with a smoke blaster and a corpse at his feet. Fist-sized holes through the back of Aku's head, and not an accident, fatal shot. It was intentional. He whispers hoarsely, "You killed him. Of course." "Of course," Rambo murmured far too easily, and Either he's in shock or something else is going on for him to be this calm. Because he just killed someone. It's going to have that hanging over his head for the rest of forever. And Tubbo shakes his head in confusion, thumb still under his green eye. Why? Rambo blinks a few times, slowly draws his hand off Tubbo's side and wraps a long finger around his wrist. Claws trailing feather light over knuckles and veins. Smiles as soft in Rio's cloud of stardust, the faintest swirl of new nebulas. 'Cause I couldn't live with myself either if you got hurt. Tubbo's fingers tense around Rambu's face, move enough so that he has a better handhold. He can more easily tug him down until he's able to tap their foreheads together. His antennae hurt, ache and tingle and twitch where Aku abused them. But there's comfort in sliding them along Rambu's horns and scents smoke and stardust. Tubbo lets out a tremulous exhale, cold weight of tail curling around his waist, claws scratching lightly at his skin. Doesn't know how he's ever going to be able to leave this. So chat, how we feeling? Oh, time for a stretch. We're like not even halfway through this. Oh boy. Oh man. Ah. Oh my god. Oh, stretching. Okay. Oh man, headache. Ow. I think I will need that break. Snack is not a bad idea, actually. Snack is not a bad idea. I haven't eaten since like this morning. So I will be I'll be right back. Right. Roll shoulders back. That's a good idea. Okay. I'm put on some music and I'll put that on the BRB screen. So I'll be right back. Oh God. We gonna fight? We fucking fighting? No. No, you can't. You can't fanboy over my voice acting. Fuck you. No! I just got back! Fuck! Hi, guys. Fuck you. Alright. Hi. Thank you. Hi, guys. Alright. Yo, awa. Awa. My awa. Oh god, pardon me. Wanna, you know, popping a little, collie poo, if you will. I'm gonna just, Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The man!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Well, alright. I will leave you to it.
Did you get nummies?
I did get nummies. I got crackers.
Good.
Good.
Okay, I have to figure out where...
We're on the,
The survival guide, I just gotta scroll down to it. Okay, I found it.
Set rules to who VAs who? Oh, no, it doesn't, we're basically just taking turns, reading different sections.
But Moon is fucking amazing at voice acting in them all.
Shut. But I will let you go and read, and I will pop back in whenever I'm ready, you know?
Okie dokie.
Hokey.
Enjoy your crackers.
Thank you, I will. Alright. I'm gonna mute, and I will let you take it away when you're ready.
Alright, I will read you a little ditty.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. There it is. Okay. If you asked anyone on Apode if they're oppressed, they're going to tell you no. Because the unfortunate thing about oppression is that when it's done well, people don't know it's happening. Nerox is a well-oiled propaganda machine. Has the military strength and the money to easily stamp out any opposition that arises. And with Ender Council members raised on deceit and subterfuge from birth, it all happens behind gilded curtains, with most in the Empire none the wiser. What happened on Apode is a microcosm, immediately running into a word I don't know, is a microcosm of what happens in the wider galaxy. Nerox swans into some unsuspecting planet, independently minding their own business and doing just fine. But if the Empire determines that they have something of value, Nerox will threaten and schmooze their way into getting what they want. But if they don't get what they want, if that planet puts down the appropriate appendage that would be touching the ground should you be a standing being, then, like the biggest, deadliest toddler in the galaxy, Nerox throws a bit of a temper tantrum. Unlike most depressed recent graduates desperately trying to find employment in this economy, Nerox doesn't need to show their resume or portfolio to convince anyone of their credentials. Their reputation for planetary destruction precedes them. And any leader that's actually good at their job will make the painful but correct decision as soon as there's a a host of battle cruisers in orbit. It's the simple reality of the galaxy we live in, but as always, no matter how foolhardy it may be, decent grows through the cracks. Decent or deceit?
Descent.
Descent. Oh, I can't read.
You're doing good.
Okay. Dissent grows through the cracks of the foundation Neurox has tried to crush into compliancy. Every Imperial year, it seems like some new faction has decided to rise up and have a go at the pair of shiny boots stamping them into the ground. Usually comprised of young adults who are inexperienced enough in life to still hope. The groups all go by different names, but the spirit is the same. One of change, one of revolution, one of resistance. Always led by someone charismatic and idealistic. Young enough to naively believe that they're the hero to this story. And every Imperial year, there's a new little notch added into Neurox's belt of supremacy, and a new matriarch to be forgotten. Tebo lays on his back, staring at the top of the bunk until his eyes start to sting from not blinking. Aware of every aching point in his body despite the painkillers Rambu forced him to take after he'd stitched him back up. They'll help you sleep, Tebo. He sighs and closes his eyes again, tries to shut his brain off so he can drift into unconsciousness. But it keeps ping-ponging memories back at him, Aku's voice slithering in one ear and out the other, his crumpled body to the ground, Rambu standing over him, smoking blaster in hand. You need to rest. I'll be okay on my own for a few hours. Swerving fast around rocky outcroppings and photon blasts, flight controls under his hands and the trigger in Rambu's, the nasty, wonderful way he smiled in victory when he took down that first ship. Just try and sleep, please. For me? Racing over rooftops, wind in his hair and striking cold against his face. Lightning fast way Rambu dropped out of empty air. No hesitation every time. Sure and swift and confident. Hand snagging around Tebo's ankle. Only person to ever catch him. Tebo beats a fist lightly on his forehead, as if he can get his brain to stop by knocking a few things loose in there. But ever to be contrary, it starts pulling up things he really doesn't want to think about. The things he's imagined, like what Rambu would look like, trying to hide his smile in a red collar of his bomber. How he'd decorate his side of the room back at HQ, arguing over what music to put on in the Isachi. Lanky legs propped up on the dash, wandering down an infinite rotation of foreign streets side by side, his head tipped back in laughter. No crown, no crystals, no gold, just Rambu. His Rambu, his friend, his partner. Growling in frustration, Tebo rolls over and sits up. Defeatedly hangs his head as he swings his legs over the side of the bunk. Exhaustion and irritation crowding close in his chest, cinching his throat closed around every inhale. What's wrong with him? He knows Rambu isn't going to be going with him, but he can't stop imagining it. Why does he do this every time? Hang on so desperately to the people that aren't coming along, even though they know and he knows it's what's best for them. He's gotten himself backed into a corner like this, and Tebo knows they're not, but it feels like the walls are inching closer, and with a sigh, he gets to his feet. He picks around the stuff on the floor, everything hastily brought back up as soon as they landed here. Digs his jacket out from a pile of mostly Rambu's things, fancy-looking clothing discarded in a heap, ancient books sticking out of what's probably his school bag. tugs it on, and heads for the ladder chute. Silvery light spills into the cargo hold through the open bay doors, and Tubbo's grateful for it, limps his way carefully to the start of the ramp, mindful to not hook his bare feet on anything. Humid, warm air ruffling his hair as he steps outside. They're still on Tajayut. Tubbo didn't even have the chance to make it out of the atmosphere before his scanner picked up several sources of the encrypted channel the Brotherhood used. Radar lighting up as their ships started dropping out of light speed over the city. But it wasn't just them this time. The fuck? Tubbo muttered, leaning over with a wince to wrap his bloodied fingers into the scanner, trying to see if it was malfunctioning, but nope, it was working just fine, and had picked up at least 2 Irillian raiders, their channels wide open as they seemed to be communicating with the Brotherhood. And Tubbo wasn't the most up-to-date on his Irillian, but he knew their word for syndicate, and it was being used very liberally, making his blood run cold. Pissed off Brotherhood were a one thing. Techno and Squid had kind of an arrangement that kept things from getting too out of hand, but the Raiders were different. Had quite the reputation for being one of the most ruthless gangs in the galaxy. They were usually content to leave well enough alone unless provoked, and yeah, okay, Tubbo knew they had a base or something on Amuna, but it was supposed to be a small one. He hadn't even seen any raiders while they were even there. So what the fuck could he have done to piss them off? Unless the Brotherhood hired them for some reason, which was beyond absurd. And Tubbo's head starts to pound, just trying to untangle this whole fuckfest. None of this was making any sense. Why were Brotherhood after them in the first place? Why were there raiders here now? And what the fuck had AQ been going on about, telling him to return what he stole? Tubbo hadn't been on anything more than supply runs for weeks. Hadn't seen AQ since before Giorgio. Can't for the life of him try and fit this borked puzzle back together. Tubbo thought for half a second about calling for backup, see if anyone was in the area, but if he did, Techno would for sure stick him back on D ranks for the foreseeable future, citing that Tubbo clearly wasn't ready to be back out in the field, despite literally none of this being his fault, and he quickly abandons the idea. So instead of getting into a fight he knew he was going to lose, Tubbo took them further into the jungle, hid the Asachi under a truly massive tangle of roots almost the size of the hangars back at HQ, and figured they lay low until the morning, when the Brotherhood hopefully got sick of looking for them and fucked off to go ruin someone else's day. Rambu took their newfound downtime as the perfect opportunity to drag Tubbo from his flight seat and stitch him back up, bitching the entire time in a tone that could only ever be called affectionate. And it hurt like hell, but Tubbo couldn't stop smiling, distracting himself playing with the tuft of fluffy hair at the end of Rambu's tail while he worked. That was over an hour ago, and Tubbo hasn't been able to sleep no matter how much he may want to. Bare feet quiet walking down the cargo ramp and out into the night of Tajayut. Am I pronouncing that right? Tajayut. Whatever. The lichen growing along the roots overhead is bioluminescent and casts soft, white light down on where Rambu sits at the edge of the ramp, looking up at the maze of roots like he would the stars. One long ear flicks as Tubbo gets closer. Must have good hearing, then. And he turns to look over his shoulder with a frown. You're supposed to be resting. Can't sleep, Tubbo sighs, flopping down next to him and doesn't even wince when his side pulls. He's so used to it by now, and Rambu huffs. How can you not be tired? You haven't slept much in about 3 days. Chewing on a thumb in thought, Tebo shrugs and bumps into Rambu-san, unintentionally drifting a little closer as he turns to look at him. I know, but you ever get, where you can't shut your brain off? Rambu's irritated expression softens, and he shuffles closer as well, until they're sitting pressed together all along their side. The chill he radiates seeping through Tebo's jacket, and he exhales in contentment, dropping his head onto Rambu's shoulder. It's quiet for a minute, just insects singing in the night and the low, mournful call of some nocturnal animal. And Tebo lets his eyes slip closed, sleep teasing at the edges of his mind, but he cracks them back open when Rambu murmurs, Do you, d- do you want to talk about anything? Yes, no, I don't know. Can't stop thinking about you and a syndicate bomber. Would you stay if I asked? And Tebo bites the inside of his cheek hard. Imagine stamping down those thoughts, like how you would stomp out a fire. Says instead, I don't know, just stressed, I guess, over the Raiders. I don't know what they're doing here, why they're with the Brotherhood, and yeah, I don't know, it's getting to me. Oh. It it's gonna be okay though. Tebo's quick to reassure. Turns to looking up at Rambu, but he's looking away. Hard to make out his face in the gloom anyway. I will be okay, so don't worry. The Brotherhood will probably get tired of it by morning, and then we'll be able to leave. I'll have you on Nerox by local time tomorrow. He feels it in the way Rambu's tail lashes against the ground, dragging fast over the metal plating of the cargo ramp and flicking very briefly into the back of his wings. And Tebo figures its nerves, bumps their shoulders together and says softly, Hey, I promised we're going to be okay, Boo. Trust me. I'm just tired and overexhausted right now, and I really want to sleep, but my brain won't shut up. They, they lapse into a brief quiet, and out of habit, Tebo turns to do a quick scan of the area. But hardly any light makes its way down here, and all he sees are vague blobs in the night. It's like that for me back home, Rambu says hesitantly, breaking the silence. Huffs out a breath and adds on, At the academy, too, I suppose. So, I know what you mean. It's exhausting. What do you think about? Tebo asks quietly, eyes straining to make anything out in the dark. Wonders how much Rambu can see. Tips his head back to get a peek at his glowing eyes. He's staring off into the distance too, but shifts to look down at Tebo, face illuminated in soft reds and greens. Lots of things, Rambu says. Blinks, and for a second, his face disappears in the gloom. But then his eyes flick back open, glowing like binary suns. Mostly the rehashing the day, thinking about everything I did wrong. Try and figure out how to do it better tomorrow. Like what? Rambu whips his head away sharply, body tensing up and going rigid, and Tembo fumbles through the dark for his hands, accidentally thwapping around at his knee until he finds them digging into his biceps. As soon as Tebo tugs at them, though, they uncoil, and Rambu lets him take his hands, fingers shaking around Tebo's when he says roughly, I'm not a nice person, Tebo. You've saved me like 3 times now, so I find that hard to believe, Tebo whispers, thumb tracing over the bumps and divots of his knuckles. And Rambu just laughs, but it's not a happy sound. It's dry and hollow, a lonely wind blowing through a deserted world. You just don't know who I actually am, Tebo smiles ruefully, staring at Rambu's profile. Can hardly see him in the dark, but his eyes are narrowed and downcast. And it's honestly not that hard reading him. You just have to put in a little effort. On the contrary, I think I know more of the real you than anyone else. His eyes wink out of existence as he flinches, hands suddenly squeezing a little too hard, claws threatening at Tebo's skin, and he hisses through his teeth because Rambu wasn't kidding. They really are sharp. They really are sharp. But before he can say anything, that pressure is gone, and Rambu just starts talking. I'm manipulative. I'm cruel. I try and find other people's insecurities and use that to get what I want. That's what I think about at night. The best way to ruin people. Rambu spits, head bobbing as he barks out a nasty laugh. You have first-hand experience of that, actually. You were trying to be a good friend, and I went after you immediately. Even after everything you did for me, I was trying to hurt you. I know, Tebo says sadly. Doesn't recoil when Rambu jerks his head to stare at him. Eyes wide and incredulous in the night. Voice jumping and frantic as he stammers. Then you can't, you can't say I'm good, because I'm not. I never have been. Picking himself up, Tebo shifts until he's facing Rambu head on. Has never been so grateful to have 4 hands before. Can keep 2 of them tangled up with Rambu's and cup his face with the others. Thumb sweeping out under his mismatched eyes. Rambu, trust me when I say you have more compassion and kindness in you than literally half the galaxy combined, Tebo says firmly. Feels the way Rambu shakes his head, dislodging his hands a little, but Tebo's stubborn. Doesn't mind chasing after things. Readjusts his hold and says, "You've been hurt. A lot. And I know you don't like to acknowledge it, but it's true. And it doesn't make you a bad person. I've ruined people's lives. Gotten servants fired or executed. Drove an entire minor house into destitution." What? Destitution. Rambu insists in a scratchy voice. Inhales, starting to stagger in his lungs. Faint clicking edging in under his words. I'm a monster. I've hurt so many people, including you, which you didn't deserve at all. You're an amazing person, and I'm horrible. That's not true, Boo. You've made mistakes, but that doesn't mean that... Stop trying to make excuses for me, Tebo. I don't deserve it. Rambu mutters. Well, it's too late. Where Tebo's fingers trace around the sides of his face, he can feel his long ears dip and flatten. I'm a terrible person, and I have no one to blame but me. I did this to myself. It's all my fault. That's why I'm like this. Slightly different words come out of someone else's mouth, but he knows them, and it's the same. And Tebo shivers. Doesn't like to think back to that night, stumbling with single-minded hopelessness through the darkened streets. Only reason he was still on his feet because he couldn't find a blaster. And it's the same, and he understands, and he hates that he does. How can you tell me you love me after everything I've done? I did this to myself. I'm a terrible person. You shouldn't forgive me. You shouldn't love me. Tebo remembers sobbing, collapsed on the floor in his mother's house. So sure she'd turn him away in the first place. Not drag him inside and crush him in a hug. And it curdles his insides, hearing something similar come from Rambu now. Stop it! Tebo demands harshly, heart beating loud in his chest because he thought like that too. That what happened while he was with the new Dawn was his fault. Stop, please. I know, Boo. Okay? I know what it's like to have people in your head. What it's like to not be yourself. It took him a year to shake that conditioning, and he only had to deal with the abuse for a few months. Rambu's had a lifetime of it, and it shows when Tubbo feels his cheeks lift under his palms. When he feels his cheeks lift under his palms, can see in his mind's eye that empty smile he wears sometimes. You're not like me, Tubbo. You're a really good person, and I'm not discounting what you're saying, but you haven't hurt people like I have. You wouldn't understand. You should tell him. A voice that sounds suspiciously like his mother's hushes, and Tubbo's fingers clench into fists because the list of people he talks about this with is very, very small. But you trust him, and maybe it'd help. Show Rambu that your mistakes don't make you less of a good person, that they shouldn't define you. And he sucks in a steadying breath. I am directly responsible for the deaths of 16 engineers and construction workers, Tebo says evenly, strong and swift like a fatal blow, leaving no room for arguments, and Rambu makes a choked noise, eyes going wide as he breathes. What? 3 rotations ago, after my dad, after I left the academy, I was just so angry and frustrated and pissed off at everything. I got swept up in this group of freedom fighters. Tebo feels his lips pull back in a snarl, because Wilbur could call them whatever he wanted. But it was always just a mask for what they really were. They we were supposed to be. It was supposed to be a message to the Empire, burning the shipyard and Nirox. He's always hated talking about this, but the night seems to swallow up his words, takes them from Tebo and keeps them. It's kind of nice, saying it out loud and hearing it disappear into the soft, muffled air around them. Like he's gently blowing out a flame that's burned for longer than it should have. No one... They never told me workers were staying late. I didn't know. I never would have if I knew people were still there. Rambu untangles their hands slowly, and Tebo's panic is knee-jerk, but ultimately unwarranted, as Rambu winds his hands through their jumble of limbs, frozen fingers moving to cradle Tebo's face, sweeping bits of moisture across his cheek as they settle. And Tebo didn't realize he's been silently crying until then. It's not your fault. It wasn't your fault, Rambo murmurs, being so careful with his claw-tipped fingers as he brushes the tears away, and Tebo sniffs. It kinda was, though. I took that match. I struck it, and 16 people died. 16 families had to wake up and find out their loved one wasn't coming home, and it was because of me. That's what has always bothered him the most. That he did the same thing to those families that had happened to him. Made them suffer a loss like that. And it's taken Tebo a long time to let it go. To forgive himself and move on. And he's still hanging on to some of it. But he can get out of bed now. He can fly his ship and see his friends and laugh with goofy underprinces and not feel like he's cheating somehow by being happy. I'm sorry, I don't know what to say, Rambu says mournfully, fingers brushing over Tebo's face like comets sweeping through the beyond. Like the half-remembered fever dream of standing out on a balcony overlooking the Red Giant, You're a strong person, Bo. Stronger than I'll ever be. But I'm still sorry you've had to live with this. You're strong enough to get through this. Dream Techno's voice whispers in his mind, but it changes halfway through. Doesn't sound like Techno when Tubbo actually thinks back. And maybe he always knew who was really talking to him as he lay lost in a fever high, whose icy fingers never left his. How can you not know you're a good person? Tubbo thinks, moving one of his hands up Rambu's face and into his hair, Card's careful fingers through it. How can you not see yourself? Smiles as he dips to nuzzle into the contact. Why can't you see what I see? I'm better now than I was. I learned how to forgive myself, and yeah, it's not always perfect, but I'm here. And I'm glad you are, Rambu says softly around a sigh, tilting his head in invitation when Tubbo's fingers brush into the base of a horn, and he runs the pads of them up its craggly length as Rambu trills in the back of his throat, murmurs, I really am, Bo. The nickname filters warm and slow into Tubbo's head, like the slow drip of honey back into the jar. Has him thinking about small hands on his back and curly antenna, a kitchen that always smelt like baking things and filled with sunlight. That's what my mom calls me, Bo. Tubbo says without really thinking, traces his fingers back down Rambu's horn and into his hair, ruffling through the dark strands, and can feel where he's gone really still, likely overthinking, worried he's overstepped somewhere. And I don't mind if you call me that, by the way. It's nice. I like hearing it. It reminds me of home, he thinks. And for Tubbo, home has never been a place. It's been people. And his is scattered across the galaxy like the vast twinkling net of stars in the night sky. And he kind of feels like maybe he's found another part of it, sitting across from Rambu with his cold, cold hands and binary sun eyes. I like it too. When you call me Boo, it's nice. It makes me feel. And Rambu huffs out an unintelligible sound, sways closer until their noses are almost brushing, until all Tubbo can really see are his glowing eyes and the complicated mess of emotions burning bright in them. For some reason, it hits Tubbo hard then, how much he feels for this person. And it's scary and a little overwhelming, feeling the emotions lighting up under his skin like stardust out in the void. I didn't tell you that about what I did to make you feel sorry for me. I told you because you think I'm a good person, Tubbo says, a hand in Rambu's hair drifting down to rest on the back of his neck, thumb trailing along his skin. Asks in hopes he's going to get the answer he's looking for. Do you still think I am? Of course I do, Rambu says without hesitation, and Tubbo grins slowly in victory. Gotcha, boo boy. Shakes him a little and insists warmly. Then so are you. But nope, it's too late. You've proven my point. If I can still be a decent person despite what I've done, then so are you. Those are the rules, boss man. Tubbo chides fondly, smirks seeing the indecision war in Rambu's eyes. So clear he wants to argue, but not at the cost of insulting Tubbo. It's obvious the exact moment he gives up, low growl rumbling out of his chest as he leans forward to thud their foreheads together, snipping half-heartedly. You are the most insufferable person, and I detest you. I'm gonna call bullshit on that one, Tubbo huffs, and doesn't bother trying to stop his antenna, as they reach out instinctively. Still creaky and a little sore, but it's nice, greeting Rambu like he's family. And Tebo knows they have to go their separate ways tomorrow, and it hurts because he's going to have to say goodbye. But he figures it's okay to pretend for one more night that this is his to have. Rambu makes a low noise in the back of his throat, twisting his head like he's trying to rub his horns into Tebo's antenna, and he wonders if that's what Ender do when they greet each other. If it means as much as touching antennas do on his planet. Hopes probably in vain that Rambu's had someone to share that with. You remind me of my mother sometimes. She always knew me the best, made me feel like I was there, Rambu says softly, hands trailing off Tebo's face, falling to rest comfortably on his shoulders as he pulls back a little, and Tebo leans back as well. This is the first time he's mentioned his mother as far as Tebo can remember. Heart twinging because he doesn't miss the use of the past tense. Asks hesitantly, "What was she like?" "I'm not really sure. She died when I was young, so all I have are vague memories." Rambu goes quiet, eyes lost in the middle distance somewhere over the top of Tebo's head, fingers twitching around his shoulders where he says, I think I look like her. I think that's why my family is distant sometimes. She became really ill after having me, and I feel like they blame me for. Tebo gently tips Rambu's head down, and his eyes look a little lost, like he's thinking about every cold shoulder he's ever gotten from the people that were supposed to love him unconditionally, is heaping that all back on himself for something outside of his control. But they focus on Tebo, and that's all that really matters. Hey, you can't blame yourself for that, Boo. I do, though, he says in a hollow voice, sucks in a shaky inhale and ducks his head, refusing to make eye contact as he admits to his lap. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born. Heart seizing in his chest, all Tebo can think about is a universe without Rambu in it. No wanderlust eyes, no endless stream of facts, no careful hands and barking laughter, and surges forward, one set of arms going around his waist, the other around his shoulders, tugs him close and mutters furiously into his hair. "Well, I'm glad you were. I'm glad I got shot, that I took this mission. I'm so happy I got to meet you." Haltingly, almost like he's trying to figure out how, Rambu's arms come up around him, snaking under his wings carefully, and Tebo shivers, feels those razor-sharp claws skim at the delicate membranes. But they don't even snag weird, settle into a place like they've always belonged. Rambu hooks his chin over Tebo's shoulder, rocks their heads together and whispers so softly as if he wasn't right by his ear, Tebo doesn't think he'd hear it. "Me too." Tebo moves one of his hands up to card through the hair at the back of Rambu's head. Feels it rumble through him when he starts to make that trilling noise deep in his chest. The temperature difference between them has always been stark, but it's even more obvious now how cold Rambu is, leeching a chill like space-frozen metal. And it's completely surrounding him like this, bleeding through his jacket, and Tebo sags bonelessly forward, feeling safe and content, and unconsciously snuggles closer, swayed towards sleep with the humming sounds Rambu's making, like the drone of engines running under his feet, trembling in the air. His arms are starting to go slack as his eyelids droop, buries his head under Rambu's Rambu's chin where the vibrations are the strongest and yawns out sleepy protests as he's moved around a little. Goes along pliantly when he's tugged over. The cargo ramp isn't comfortable to be laying on, but hands are pulling at him until he's resting half on top of Rambu, and Tebo settles back down with a sigh, lulled further into unconsciousness by the icy chill under him, the humming he can feel in his ears, along his cheek. Tebo doesn't think when he spreads a palm out flat against Rambu's sternum. Gets lost counting his slow, even breaths. The quiet rise and fall of his chest. Slow thud of his heart, and fingers work their way into his hair. They trace frozen digits into his scalp, carefully scratch around the base of antenna, and Tebo doesn't know what to do with the emotions welling up in him. Feels like they have to be leaking out between the gaps in his ribs, spilling glowing stardust free into the world. I should move, I should really move, Tebo thinks on the edge of sleep. Shifts his head like he's going to pick it up and say something, but Rambu's hand goes with him and he nuzzles back down. We can't do this. He's leaving tomorrow. You're getting attached. You should get up. This is a bad idea. Yeah, you need to. And Tebo doesn't mean to fall asleep, but he does. That is also one of my favorite parts, if not my actually favorite part.
I think that's mine too. New favorite part. Shut the fuck up, Peachy. Shut up. Shut your mouth.
Oh my god. Oh. That part makes my heart really happy.
It makes my heart happy too. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yep, nope, that's a new favorite part. Fine.
Oh my god, Faye, don't give me a compliment like that. I'm gonna take that and run.
What do you think you're watching? Yeah, okay, like, the way you read is... Oh, pardon.
Are you okay?
Yes? Oh, yes, I'm fine, sorry.
Okay.
My roommate just knocked on my door and asked if I was okay.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're sobbing.
Oops. But like I was saying, the way that you read is very relaxing.
Oh, I'm glad.
You like take care to pronounce every word. It's very nice to listen to.
Even when I fuck up. Yay.
Which you don't really do.
I feel like I do it a lot.
I mean, if you do, I'm not noticing.
Okay, good. Just continue to, like, go deaf whenever I do.
We do not hear it, King. We do not hear it. Oh, hold on, wait.
Let's
What
see.
the fuck is
I know the next part. Do you want to read the next part?
I think I've rested enough to where I can continue.
Okay, good, because you're gonna love the next part.
Great. Also, fuck you, Connor. I see that shit. Okay, alright, okay. Shut up. Okay. Thank you.
I'm
Thank you
gonna
very
mute.
much for the help, Aura.
Anytime. I enjoy reading, especially when it's sad B duo.
Yeah. Her comfort. Let's go.
Hurt, comfort, my beloved. Okay. Have fun reading. I'm gonna be with chat.
All right. Well, hi guys. All right. Let's continue. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Revolution is the perpetually festering infection Nirox can't seem to shake. For no matter how many times they go to the doctors, treat it right at its source, lance it out, and scrub the area clean, it always sprouts up somewhere else, like the most unending, stubborn fungus to ever exist. Contrary to popular belief, Nirox doesn't jump straight into the firefights and casual genocide, rather turns instead to what they call diplomacy. But what most in the academic sphere would refer to as intense psychological warfare and manipulation. If planetary takeover can be accomplished without violence, the Empire will take what route has had many successful gentle glides into power that left locals confused but accepting over the new state of things. Kept the Empire's newfound workforce in one's piece to start on whatever task was planned for them. But that's not to say the Sun Empires of decades past and the Upper Admiralty have ever held any reservation about moving the fleet wherever it is most strategic for it to be, wielding thousands of battle cruisers like one would a monstrous hammer, uncaring to the collateral that collects along the edges of each swing. Countless planets have been swept up in the carnage of these massive maneuvers, displaced millions who, out of homes and jobs and general resources, find themselves funneling back into the never-ending cycle of the imperial cogs, providing more labor and more hands to carry plasma rifles, easily get swept under the tide of official dogma. It never stops, with revolution breeding more chaos and gaps for the Empire to slip in, gives birth to new dissenters, and it starts all over again. And after thousands of years, it hasn't stopped. And your author worries it never will. The Brotherhood ships aren't gone the next morning, and it's after Tubbo's woken up tangled around Rambu. Stiff from sleeping on the ground, both of them coated in pollen and resolutely not talking about it, that they start playing a really stupid game. Tubbo sits there chewing on his thumb, looking at the scanner. Brotherhood and Raider channels still popping up. Other hands hovering over and opening a comm line to HQ like he should. When Rambu leans over the back of his chair, one hand dropping to idly pick at the shoulder seams of his bomber and murmurs, "Should we just wait them out? At least for a little longer?" Yeah, that's a good idea. Tubbo answers far easier than he should. Closes out of everything with the idea that he's just going to check later, that as soon as the skies are clear, they'll head out of there, straight to Nirox. Tells himself it'll only be an hour or so delay. They end up staying another full day. Rambu is beyond fascinated by the forest flora of Tashayuet. Goes scrambling down into the twisted root system as big as caves. Comes back up with blurry pictures on this hollow tablet and clumps of dirt under his hair. Lets Tubbo dust them off while he talks a mile a minute, hands flying around as he tries to illustrate something he saw. Tubbo flies up to perch on ferns bigger than the Asachi and rubs his hands over fuzzy fawns as he slides down their stalks, flipping off into the air with a yell, goes tumbling past in free fall, only snapping open his wings at the last minute, comes hovering to a stop in front of Rambo and grins cheekily, pride flaring warm down his spine with how Rambo looks at him. They race each other barefoot, across meters of squishy moss, cool under their toes and springing to the touch, and it's not as hot down here, not as humid, shaded by the massive trees soaring over their heads, and Rambo vaults fallen chunks of bark and wild abandon. Smile sharp and eyes alive, and with his heartbeat loud in his ears, Smile stretches across his own face. Tubbo feels like something slots in place. It doesn't seem real, this place they found, and Tubbo is more than happy to play along. Jumps around in Rambo's heels, acts like they have nowhere else to be, that it's just the two of them in the whole universe, and nothing else has ever mattered, nor will it ever. And Rambo smiles like he knows too, skips back, always one step ahead of Tubbo's reach. In the hot press of the afternoon, they come across a spring nestled around this massive section of roots. Water's welling up from somewhere deep below, and Tubbo strips down to his boxers immediately when they find it, takes a running leap and throws himself into the air with a snap of his wings, cannonballing into the center of the small lake with an excited screech. The water is absolutely freezing, but it hits with the intense, clarifying rush of being alive. Makes him aware of every inch of his body, viscerally feeling the air that sits burning in his lungs. And he cackles happily, tries to see how far down he can dive, while Rambo curls up on the bank, book in his lap and a soft smile on his face. When Tubbo can't feel his toes, he paddles out of the lake, shakes himself off and buzzes his wings dry, flops down a safe distance from Rambo and asks him what he's reading. And without hesitation, Rambo picks up wherever he is, folding a pair of arms behind his head. Tubbo relaxes back and closes his eyes, gets lost in the rich and deep flow of Rambo's voice as he reads about far-off explorations and uncharted planets, and loses track of entire hours like that. They head back to the Asachi once the sun starts to set, golden light streaming down to the forest floor and undulating across the ground like massive waves, bumping into each other as they walk, Rambo's tail batting comfortably onto Tubbo's wings. He starts making a game out of darting it away before Tubbo can flick it off, giggling high and bright when Tubbo finally gets fed up and snaps a hand back to catch it, fingers carting through the fuzzy tuft before it slowly slips out of his hold. "Have any requests?" Tubbo asks before heading up to the top deck to make their food. Hands lopped loosely over the ladder rungs, and Rambo smiles at him, a soft hint of fangs and a tender light in his eyes as he shrugs. "Surprise me." Tubbo switching on the Asachi to power the portal replicator, only thinking about dinner and what music to put on, can hear Rambo scuffling about down in the cargo hold, setting something up. When the scanner blinks and he remembers, oh, right, he's supposed to be checking in to see if they can leave yet or not. It's been hours since he last looked, and Tubbo feels anxiety snarl to life in his chest, licking hot up through his veins because he needs to see if the Brotherhood are still around. Needs to get Rambo to near rocks like he was supposed to. Fuck. Like he was supposed to almost 2 weeks ago now. His hands shake over hitting the keys to refresh the scan of open comm lines. And he's going to. Really, he is, but it's kinda late. Tubbo knows they're both hungry by the time they're done with dinner. It'll be dark. Wouldn't be safe to try and fly their way out of here then. He'll just check in the morning, and Tubbo curls his fingers back into his palm, spins on his heel, and leaves the cockpit. Buries the anxiety flickering and sputtering in his chest as he taps in their and there's selections on the replicator. A couple minutes later, and he's sliding down the ladder with dinner safely packaged from some reusable containers. Turns around and promptly forgets his worries, laughing so hard his eyes hurt because Rambo set up some moronic-looking table for two type of nonsense. There's a few crates stacked together right before the ramp dips down, what looks like his cape spread out on the tablecloth. Emergency lantern in the center, and Rambo grins like an idiot, drags out a smaller crate for Tubbo that's clearly supposed to be his chair, with a grand flourish. The food is passable. The company, some of the best Tubbo's ever had. And they don't talk about anything in particular, but the conversation flows as smoothly as if they've been friends for rotations. Like, they've known each other for forever. Music trails softly out of the speakers overhead, and Tubbo shimmies and bobs around to it as he's helping Rambo clean up after they're done. Slides past him with his hands held out in invitation, and Rambo doesn't hesitate to thread his fingers through Tubbo's. It's not super well coordinated, a jumble of limbs, jumping bare feet, just dancing because it's fun, because it's nice being close like this. And Tubbo slings his upper set of arms around Rambo's neck, smiles up at him when he feels a cold weight coil around his waist, pulling him closer. Rambo leans down for him without Tubbo even asking, without even having to ask. Stands still and lets him trail his antenna over his horns. And Tubbo flicks his eyes open at this time, watches a slow little smile spread across Rambo's lips. Sweet set to his face. And Tubbo swallows past the lump in his throat, spins them around in lazy circles, and feels like he's skating just along the edge of a steep drop. Once it's gotten dark enough, the lichen starts to glow. Rambo leads him outside, and they lay back on the cool, moss-covered ground, legs hooked together, one of Rambo's hands tangled up with Tubbo's as he uses the other to point out the constellations he starts making out from the clumps of lichen. Grins like a fiend when he says something stupid that gets Rambo to laugh. Insects sing in the night, music of their wings rubbing together, rising and falling like solar flares, and normally Tubbo wouldn't, too worried about the shit he'd catch, but he hums along, feels it vibrating deep in his chest. A cadence that pitch a lot of people didn't get. Told them they found it strange, but Rambo just rocks their heads together, his own answering noise rumbling out of his throat. It's not exactly like home, but Tubbo thinks it might be better. A deep echoing sound Rambo makes more like a drone of engines thrumming in the air. How nicely their hands fit together. How determined Rambo is to hold all of them at the same time. The fact that he manages. Cool touch of his skin and the oils in his hair. Incense smoke and stardust. Today was honestly the perfect day, and Tubbo's lulled into a dreamy state with the fingers roving around his knuckles, half asleep thinking about tomorrow, about going back to the spring for another swim, maybe playing along with Rambo around some of the massive root systems. Wonders what new things they're going to find, but threaded in and around through everything that this feeling he can't shake, like he's forgotten something important. No, everything should be fine. The Asachi is fine. And the two of you are okay. Your side is healing well, and Rambo is here, heads threaded through yours, and he's staying right here. No. Wait, that's not right. Wait, no, it has to... But... Nerox in the academy, only 11 hours. Fuck, you're an idiot. And it comes crawling back into his head then, curling through his thoughts like cigarette smoke, like the slow pour of accelerant out of cans. A reminder that he's supposed to check the scanner first thing in the morning, and it feels like Tubbo's entire bloodstream lights up on fire. He sits up suddenly, humming cutting off abruptly as anxiety cinches his throat shut, nervous energy rattling around him, urging him to move, to get out of here while you can before the walls closing in. Get out. Close in, get out. A cold hand spreads out on his back, right under his wings, and Tubbo presses back into it, claws prickling lightly through the thin material of his shirt. Panic sputtering but not dying, and Rambo murmurs, "Bo, you alright?" "No, yes, I don't know, I don't want to leave, I can't ask you to stay, what am I doing?" Tubbo presses a shaking hand into his forehead, eyes staring wide and unseeing into the darkness in front of him. Quickly losing focus as he spirals down a slope slicking with fuel, lit match clutched into his teeth, as if he opens his mouth and says what he wants, it's going to fall out and that's it. It's all over. Can't do this. What have I been doing? Idiot, moron, I got attached. Know your place, little drone. Hey, it's okay, Bo. I'm right here. You're here with me. We're safe. You're okay. Rambo's saying, frozen hand rubbing careful circles around his back, fingers skimming along where the wings connect, and it shorts Tubbo's brain out, but it doesn't stop. But it doesn't stop the anxiety jumping high and bright in his chest. Because he's not. He's not okay. He's not fine. And Rambo's here now, but he's not going to be tomorrow. And Tubbo keeps pretending like that's not happening. Has been playing a really stupid, really dangerous game all day, acting like they just have nowhere to be. Like this is just what his life is. Racing Rambo across the forest floor of Cheshayuet, swimming in freezing springs and dancing like idiots in the cargo hold. But it's not just him. They're both doing it. Rambo's been playing too, hasn't bothered to reminding Tubbo about checking the scanner or even asked if the skies were clear. Hasn't mentioned Nerox at all, like he's consciously wiped it from his mind, but Tubbo knows that he hasn't, because Rambo doesn't forget anything. Maybe he wants this too. Ask him, never know except for you to get attached too easily. No one ever goes with you. Keep waiting on people that'll never follow after. Tubbo shudders and hunches over, his hands in his hair, and quickly loses Rambo's voice, trying to drag him back out of the holes he's fallen into. Alone, you're always alone. You do this to yourself. Who have you been fooling, playing pretend like this? You're dragging him down with you. He doesn't need that. But you're selfish. Let him go. You just need to. Everything in his mind comes tripping to a stop. Wrapped under lead and led away like the trickling slow drip of water off melting ice. And it's in his ears then, the most haunting sound he's ever heard. Dips and pitches into ranges only his antenna can pick up. It doesn't sound like anything he's ever heard, except it does. Tubbo's hands relax in his hair, eyes slipping closed involuntarily as he listens to the warping song of deep space. How it sings off the black stretches of nothingness where the closest stars are barely visible in the distance, where all there is you and the fathomless beyond. Its voice curls like the billowing seep of nebula rising out of nothing, glowing 100 colors and engulfing him in their white-hot dance. Small flares and flashes that light up the night, a vibrant tapestry come to life and coiling around him. There's suns that burn stronger than any man-made accelerant, black holes that drag and caress at the edges of his ship, tempting him further into their endless embrace. Planets that snip and move and bear life into the universe. But in between and under it all It's empty black spaces of beyond, where the siren call echoes from. And he imagines looking into that endless night, the wide open void he loves so much, and watches as it splits a part of itself off, forming hands and claws and fangs and horns, binary sun eyes, stardust dripping down from long years, and it feels right, reaching back for it as he stretches out a hand for him. He becomes aware of his surroundings in increments. Breathe in. Breathe, 1, 2, you're fine. Icy weight draped across his back. Breathe, 1, 2, you're here. Black press of the night, as far as he can see. Breathe, 1, 2, so's he. Pointed pressure on the top of his head. Breathe, 1, 2, and you're safe. Soft exhales of song hitting his antenna that stop, and as soon as he untenses, and Tubbo immediately mourns their loss. What was that? He asks in a scratchy voice, leaning back into what he now knows as Rambo. He feels it rumble through him when he answers. A lullaby, I guess. Sorry, I know a lot of people find Endirian unsettling. It's an odd language. Maybe to other people, the ones that stay grounded and never venture out in the beyond, but the endless star fields of space have always had Tubbo's heart, and he finds himself answering honestly. I thought it was beautiful. Rambo's arms tighten around him where they're draped over his waist, and he doesn't say anything. But Tubbo feels like Tubbo feels when Rambo turns his head, pressing his cheek into his hair, and huffs out a tremulous exhale. Without thinking, Tubbo leans back into his touch, nuzzles their heads together, and then freezes, realizing what he's doing and knows he has to stop. This has got to end. Because Tubbo's not exactly okay. Has a record and a rap sheet, people dogging his tail, dark crags in his mind that lead down into places he'd rather not go, and yeah, Rambo isn't exactly okay either, but he doesn't need extra shit on top of what he's already dealing with. That's all Tubbo does, really. It does, though. Bring people down with him, fucks things up, and then cuts and runs so he doesn't have to deal with the mess that he's left behind. And with how he's been acting these last few days, it's going to be one hell of a mess when Rambo leaves. That's why this has to stop. Tubbo will only hurt himself further in the long run, and later when they're both back at the Asachi, him curled up in bunk and Rambo on the mattress on the floor, just so he can actually stretch out. He makes the strict agreement with himself that there's no more pretending, and as soon as he's up tomorrow, he's checking the scanner, and that's that. It makes his heart pound fast, though. Fingers clench into the blanket as Tubbo stares wide-eyed and unseeing into the darkness. But he's resolved to do it. If he wanted to stay, he'd ask. Tubbo reminds himself over and over again, attempting to drive through his thick skull. Or he'd hint or try to weasel his way in, but he hasn't done anything. You've just been projecting. Aww. Aww. Ow. And he's right. He knows he is. But sleep refuses to come to him. And he tries to keep his tossing and turning to a minimum. Doesn't want to wake Rambo, but Tubbo rolls over once and sees mismatching glowing eyes in the dark staring back at him. And that resolve crumbles like a sheet of wet paper. You said once you've woken up that you haven't sleep. And it's not tomorrow, so it's okay. It's okay until then. Tubbo tells himself, crawling out of his bunk. At the same time as Rambo shimmies over the mattress. Oh! Can't think about what he's doing. Snuggling down a set of frozen arms, pulse thundering in his ears as he rests his head on Rambo's chest. But it's It slows easily, listening to the even beating of his heart. He falls asleep quickly enough, but his dreams are all over the place, jumping from one to the next with little pause in between, and Tubbo standing out in the middle of a blinding white courtyard, golden insignia on the ground under his feet. And he jumps back automatically, but no matter where he steps, gold bleeds out from the soles of his boots, spreading across the ground like a gilded rot, and Tubbo watches in horror as it rolls up someone else's long legs. He blinks before he can see who it is, and looks out over the sweeping I want to draw that. Sorry. He blinks before he can see who it is, and looks out over the sweeping prairies of home. Yellow-green grass ruffling in the warm summer breeze, shipyards bulking on the horizon, but they wiggle and twitch in the air, disappearing like smoke into the atmosphere, and he suddenly can't breathe. Ash in his lungs, pouring out of his mouth, hears something calling for him and warping tones over his shoulder, and the worn little house with yellow walls and octagon windows. He turns and finds himself at a balcony at HQ, overlooking the red giant, watching it expand over out into a supernova and then contracting back into a proton star over and over again. Looks at the person next to him and sees Rambo, syndicate bomber over his shoulders and 2 fingers pressed to his mouth. When he draws them away, he has a lit match perched between them, holds it out to Tubbo with a blank expression. Tubbo wakes up with a jolt, heart racing and sweat cooling on the nape of his neck. Mind 1,000 places, not knowing if he took it or not. But there's watery light streaming in through the open door, which means it's morning. Meaning it's time to check the scanner, to wiggle out from under Rambu's arm and pad barefoot into the chilly cockpit. It means this game he's been playing is finally over. Rambo doesn't stir when Tubbo slips out of his slack hold. He really shouldn't, but Tubbo pauses, crouched by his side of the mattress, reaches out and brushes the hair from his eyes. Fingers lingering for a second, too long on his cheek, trailing under one closed eye. Unconsciously, Rambo tilts to the touch. Sleepy sound falling out of his mouth that could almost be Tubbo's name. And he leans back quickly, gets to his feet, and picks his way carefully into the bunk room. Out of the bunk room. His chair is cold as Tubbo drops down into it, cracking the knuckle on his lower hands, while the others begin turning on the Asachi. Lights blinking up in the dash as the computer starts its boot up process. The scanner readout sits off to his left, and Tubbo hits the combination of keys to refresh it, but doesn't look at it right away. Stares numbly at the viewport and watches light shift wildly across the ground outside. Come on, dipshit, you promised. You said you would stop being a little bitch. Just rip the plaster off. It was always going to end. No use being upset over it. And Tubbo heaves out a sigh as he swings his head to the side, expecting the best, which is also privately the worst. Is relieved and shouldn't be when there's still Raider comm lines active in the nearby radius. What the fuck? He mutters, fingers moving across the console again to run another scan, convinced he's messed up doing the first one, but nope. A new readout loads and it's the same. Raiders close enough to be concerning, and Tubbo slumps back, chewing absent-mindedly in a thumb because this is actually becoming a problem. Pardon me, I need to pause. I need to check things. Pardon me, had to check a DM. Apparently dinner is ready, so I will be right back. I'm so sorry. We're probably like getting into something like do you get to read this part? You know what? What time is it? You know what? Sure. Yeah, alright. Okay, alright.
Stop giving me the best bits. What the fuck? Oh my god.
You fucking Ara stays winning.
Oh my god. I just...
Getting fed, bro.
These are the best.
I'm probably I'm excited for what's to come because I don't know what's about to come, but apparently everybody's getting excited about it. But
I'm so... Oh, go get your dinner.
okay, all right.
Go get dinner.
Don't start reading yet until I get back.
No, oh, absolutely not. I'll
Okay.
wait here.
All right. Putting that on and putting on the BRB screen. Okay. BRB.
Damn, he really just keeps giving me the best part of this fic. Oh my god, I'm so... Oh! I was like really content with just getting like the really like soft mushy part, because like that's my favorite part of reading fics, is like the really like sad but soft part, because I'm like low monotone. I can read that. I enjoy that. This next part. I do have to balance it out. But do I want to? Do I want to? The answer is yes. It's another audio. Oh fuck, I can't mess up. I can't mess up. I'm gonna try to destroy you with this. You know what's great? We're past the halfway point, but not really, on this last chapter. What part did he leave off on? Ad Astra was supposed to be 40k. I'm not complaining that it's doubled, but oh my god, Helen.
Okay. Hi.
Hello, welcome back.
Thanks. I'm worried. 'Cause
Good.
y'all y'all are definitely
Really
hyping
excited.
this next part up. I'm
Really
afraid.
excited.
I'm afraid.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Oh man. Okay. Some control. All right. Okay. Just letting you know. If I get excited about this part, I may want to jump back in abruptly, and I'm sorry.
Please do.
Okay.
Please do. If you want to read it, fucking go for it. Because
Okay.
I've read it already. You haven't.
That's true.
This experience is for you. If you want to read it, go for it.
Okay. But while I'm eating, I will let you read. And I will stay muted and everything. Okay.
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 Where did you leave off?
Chewing gas mightily on his thumb because it's actually becoming a problem.
Where is that?
I know it's right in the middle shit.
Wait, what is the start of what the fuck he mutters? Okay,
Yeah.
Where is that? There it is. Okay, I'm just gonna start this from the start of that.
Wait. Connor has a point. Epic collab, voices someone and Moon voices the other.
Oh, because Connor said he wanted to do another animatic.
Oh my god!
So.
Oh man. How the fuck would that even work? Because I know there's bits in the middle. Do you want to?
We can.
Shit, alright. Who do you wanna well, okay, we'll figure that out whenever I'm done eating.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, alright. I will be muted and alright, okay.
You ready?
I'm ready, go for it!
Okay. What the fuck? He mutters, fingers moving across the console again to run another scan. Convinced he messed up doing the first one, but nope. A new readout loads and it's the same. Raiders close enough to be concerning, and Tebo slumps back, chewing absent-mindedly on a thumb because this is actually becoming a problem. As much as he may have unrealistically wished, they can't stay down here forever. They'll either run out of fuel or someone will find them, and Tebo really doesn't want to take his chances with whoever that would be. There's really only one thing he can do now, and groaning quietly, Tebo opens up the messaging system the Syndicate uses, kisses any chance he had at active duty goodbye, and asks if anyone is in the area and could provide an assist. It'll probably take a few minutes before someone responds, so Tebo figures he might as well get ready, make sure the Asashi is prepped for combat. Runs a couple scans double-checking the weapon systems are operational and the shield generator has enough charge. His eyes flick over each screen that pops up, making extra sure everything's fine before closing out of them. Doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks right now. Tebo's confident in his piloting skills. Knows he's good and fast and hard to catch, but it's different having Rambu with him. Knowing Tebo's responsible for his safety, because the thought of anything happening to him has his heart constricting painfully in his chest. It's gonna be okay though. Someone from the syndicate will message him back, and he won't have such an unfair fight then. They'll get out of here in one piece. Or that's what Tebo tells himself as he shuffles back into the bunk room, worrying at the pad of his thumb while he thinks, because the raiders are nothing to take lightly. And yeah, Rambu's going to get out of this no problem. Tebo will drop him off at Nirox, and this'll all become a crazy story he tells his school friends, but Tebo's the one that's going to be left with this mess. He really, honestly has no idea what he did to piss off the Brotherhood originally, and it's really eating at him. Shooting down 2 of their ships wasn't that big a deal anyway. They did worse to each other on the daily, and it for sure didn't necessitate them teaming up with the Irillian Raiders, which, now that they're on his ass, unless he can figure out what he did, Techno's going to bench him for the foreseeable future in an attempt to stop a gang war from breaking out. His fingers flex spastically at his sides, just thinking about being cooped up in an HQ grounded. No flight controls under his hands, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Just him and his thoughts, and the two confined choke of station walls threatening to suffocate him. It makes Tebo sick, imagining it. And he's so caught up in his own head, he's not paying attention to where he's going. Hooks his feet on something and tumbles to the ground with a yell. What's happening? Rambu exclaims, half awake, sitting up fast and throwing a hand back to steady himself. And Tebo looks over his shoulder at what tripped him, sees Rambu's school bag strap caught up around his ankles. Its contents spread across the floor in a messy heap and size. Nothing, it's fine, Boo, just tripped is all. There's something laying next to Tebo's knee, an ancient, craggly book of some sort, and he squints at it in confusion because it looks nothing like the other books he's seen Rambu read from. All smooth and jeweled tone, where this one is weather-beaten and worn brown. Barely hears it as Rambu nods. Oh, okay. You alright? Yeah, Tebo answers distractedly, sitting up enough to take the book in his hands. Thinks he recognizes it now. Dim memory of Rambu standing at the base of the ladder in Immuna, with this clutched in his claws.
I fucking called
Which is strange now that he thinks about it. And it feels like he's on the precipice of something. Toes angling out over the edge, and he can't stop himself flipping it open to a random page. Fingers immediately digging in and crinkling the paper. With shaking hands, he thumbs back to the beginning and freezes, staring wide-eyed down at the stark, muddily red insignia painted across the inside cover and pages. Would know that shape and jagged, sloping lines anywhere. Scrabbling around, Tebo doesn't think. Sees Rambu with his face all soft from sleep and hair 1,000 directions. He didn't. He didn't. It's not. This has to be a mistake. And thrusts the book in his face, demanding, "Where did you get this?" It takes a second for Rambu's eyes to focus. Hazy with just being awake while he tries to figure out what's going on. Tell me the truth. Don't lie. Don't lie. Where you got this. Don't lie. Screaming in Tebo's head the entire time, and maybe it's because he's just woken up, or maybe it's because he hasn't been so guarded lately, but Rambu's eyes widen immediately. And it's enough. It's enough to let Tebo know he knows, that he's fully aware of what that book is, and everything hangs in a precarious balance for what feels like eons. Will he, won't he, owes it to you to tell you the truth. But it all winks out of existence when that honest expression gets shattered. Rambu saying far too evenly, It's one of my textbooks. Sorry, was it cluttering up the floor? That's on me. I know I should pick up better. I can do that this morning if you... Don't fucking lie to me, Tebo snaps, running over the end of his bullshit with more harshness than he'd had in a while. But it digs under his skin, licks at his fingertips like flames. The fact that Rambu's lying to his face. Do you think I'm fucking stupid or something? Tebo, I know what Irillion looks like, Rambu. Tebo flips the book open and shakes it for emphasis, fingers clawing into the yellowed pages, and Rambu's gone really still, trying to hide his reactions, trying to get out of this, the little shit. Won't own up to anything. Liar, liar, he's lying to you after everything. But Tebo knows him, can practically see his mind running 1,000 kilometers an hour, thinking up excuses. Now I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this? Rambu's eyes dart between his face and the book, lightning quick, and Tebo just wants him to be honest, to look him in the eyes and tell him the truth, to say what Tebo's already guessing at. It's not me, it's you. They're after you. You put us both in danger. Owe me the truth. Don't... I mean something to you. Aren't I your friend? Why are you lying to me? But Rambu swallows once harshly and says, I told you, it's one of my textbook... Queens of fucking ages past, Tebo shouts, jumping to his feet with the book clenched tightly in one set of hands, throws the others in the air and exclaims, You're just straight up lying to my face. I know this isn't a textbook, Rambu. I know this is some Irillian codex or something, but what I can't figure out is where you got the damn... It hits Tebo like a photon blast in the ribs, knocks the air out of his lungs, and almost sends him stumbling back as he stares down at Rambu incredulously. AQ's slimy voice whispering in his ears, Just give back what you stole, Worker Bee. And he wouldn't. He didn't. But Tebo's holding an Irillian codex with no other feasible explanation as to how. You fucking nicked it on Imuna. Queen's past. I can't believe you. She wouldn't... I tried to buy it, but she wouldn't sell it, and... Rambu stammers, hands fisting in his lap around the yellow blanket, and Tebo throws a hand out, yelling, So that made it okay? That's the excuse you're going with? Of all these spoiled, self-centered... You can't have everything you want, Rambu. Rambu bows his head, hands gripping so tightly around the blanket, his claws have for sure gone through it. Mutters under his breath darkly, I know. Do you? Tebo counters, wings flicking behind him in agitation. Gestures at him angrily with the book. Because from where I'm standing, you fucking don't. Did you even think before you stole this? I didn't think it was a big deal. It's just one book, Rambu says quietly, ears flicking back down and pressed nearly to his skull. But Tebo isn't paying attention to that. Everything's gone crackling static in his ears. Mind a howling storm, and if he didn't even think about you, about what had happened to you, doesn't care, never did, why do you always wait? Of course it's a big deal. It's the fucking Irillian Raiders. Their culture almost got wiped out by the entire empire. They're hyper-possessive of everything they have left. Tebo shouts, and that gets Rambu to snap his head up. Naked confusion pinching his brows down. And he didn't know. Didn't know what the significance was for stealing the codex. And it's clear in his voice when he murmurs, What? The Aurelian Wars. Ever heard of them? How the Empire nearly destroyed the Iriel because they refused to kneel. Tebo spits, and he may not like the Raiders, but he understands. Thinks about his own people, his own planet. Knows they would have been the same if what is her name?
Seratina?
Seratina? Okay, yeah. Knows they would have been the same if Queen Seratina hadn't relented, clenched his fingers into shaking fists. And Nirox doesn't like things it can't control. Rambu stares at him unblinking, and Tebo's breath catches in his lungs, actually afraid of what his response is going to be. Because Nirox is sneaky and manipulative and controls their own narrative so beautifully. Even Tebo didn't realize the ugly truth until his father died. Knew then how little they actually mattered to the Empire outside of being a useful set of hands. But surely Rambu knows. He's so smart and reads so much, can see through anything. And they've never talked about this, but it is suddenly so vitally important that he's not a sympathizer, that he doesn't support what Nirox does to the planets it conquers, what they did to his people. Tebo's heart is beating hard enough he thinks he's shaking from it. But it stops completely when Rambu's brows furrow, and he gets that look. Sit down, shut up, know your place, get back in line. That's not true. Iriel entered into war with the Empire of their own accord. They were underdeveloped, and that's why so much of their culture was lost. It wasn't an ethnocide or anything. It feels like the room is spinning. Sympathizer, 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 imperial dog. He has to know, must not care. What do you think he really thinks about you? And a staggering exhale stumbles out of Tebo's mouth. Heartbreak and misery tearing him open from the inside. Called you pilot when you first met. Wonder if it was a replacement for something else. Obedient little drone, good worker bee, know your place insect. I know you were radicalized for a time, and I'm so sorry you got caught up in that, but the Empire isn't like whatever they told you. He's wrong, he's wrong, he's wrong, he's wrong. You knew then, before Wilbur, before New Dawn, knew as soon as your CO pulled you aside from morning training. Sorry for your loss. It's a force for good and change and progress. Planets like Iriel just hold different values, and there's always going to be casualties in war, but the Empire signed a treaty as soon as they surrendered. Is that what they call it? Well, is that what they call it, and not fucking after they were almost obliterated? Just like your dad was crushed to death by a falling beam. It was his fault. They said it's not the Foreman's, not the Empire's, not the faulty equipment. They were sent. He should have moved. So, no, I don't really feel sorry for them. Nirox helps a lot of systems, Tebo. The Empire brings cultures and people together, which you should know. You used to be a cadet, after all. Weak, inferior, no fault of your own, can't fight against nature, just keep your head down, drone, and do your duty, and the Empire will hail the Sun Empire. All hail the Sun Empire. Glorious and just, equality and progress, all for standing in line with hundreds of others, know your place in But some planets just can't be helped. They refuse to move forwards, to progress. They bring it on themselves.
Hey.
And yes, go for it. You want to take over?
Sorry. Hi. Okay.
Take it away.
All right.
I'm so excited.
Want to do Rambu?
Yeah, I could do Rambu.
Sweet! Okay. And something in Tubbo snaps. Shut up! Just shut the fuck up! He screams, throwing the codex hard at the floor and finds solace in the horrible noise it makes. Fingers turning with the need to rip and shred it, hit something to get this horrendous thing out of him. You don't know fucking anything! All that reading's for nothing! You don't know shit! Sit down, shut up, know your place, drone. Don't think above your station. And Rambu scrambles back as Tubbo lurches forward, hands swinging wildly as he yells. Bring it on themselves? Bring it on themselves? What? You think the Ariel deserve to be killed because they didn't want to be conquered? Rambu opens his mouth like he's going to say something, but Tubbo steamrolls over him, wings flaring open behind him in a threat display, not hiding a single inch of them. Keeps his head up and shoulders squared like he's ready for a fight. What about me? My people? My planet? Do you think we deserve to be Empire's fucking manufacturing plant? That we brought it upon ourselves? Tubbo barks out a harsh laugh before Rambu can answer. Pulse thundering in his veins, reverberating back through him like 1,000 hammers rigging out of the shipyards, like boots marching in step in blinding white courtyards, the sound of fuel canisters being unloaded. What am I saying? Of course you do. You're fucking Ender. Why would you ever have cause to hate the Empire? When all it's done is make your planet, your terrible fucking people wealthy and important. Pilot this, pilot that, like you're not a person, not an individual, one of 100's parts. One of 100's part of the hive. All he sees are the wings and the antenna. Know your place, drone. And Tubbo snarls inarticulately. He never actually cared. Means to an end, a ride home, a quick set of hands to get things repaired. Feels furious tears build up in his eyes because he thought, chaotic game of tag, and bright eyes and colorful hands and arms that held him at night. He thought he mattered, that Rambu cared, but he doesn't. Stole that book without thinking about what it'd do to you. Has been lying to your face for days. Now so many opportunities to fess up, but he hasn't. You're expendable. He didn't have your back, almost got you shot. He was going to let you die. Were you ever going to tell me? Tubbo demands, chest hitching with sobs that are swirling in the back of his teeth, leaking out around his fingers like fuel spilling out of a can-lit match in his outstretched hands. Or were you just going to let me drop you off of at Nerox and not say anything? Rambu just stares at him, lips faintly apart, but not moving. And the fact that he's not arguing with Tubbo, he's doing anything to defend himself, just hammers home that Tubbo's right. He doesn't really care. Not even enough to try and lie to him. And it hurts. Queens, it hurts. Because Tubbo was beyond stupid, beyond naive, let himself get swept away despite the obvious warning signs. And maybe they were right. He thinks desperately. Hates the way it makes him feel. Weak and small and out of control, hands clenched into fists and the world dropping out from under his feet. Maybe you are stupid and gullible and can't know any better. You fucker! Do you have any idea what the Raiders would have done when they caught me? And I don't have the damn thing? Tubbo's fully aware he's crying now, but he can't stop it. The knowledge that he's never meant anything to Rambu slowly burning him alive. never were going to be anything and nobody going nowhere. They would have killed me! You would have gotten me killed, and you don't even care! The silence is loud and agonizing, like the ringing in his ears after a night of explosions and screams. And Tubbo clenched his teeth. I was going to ask you. I wanted to ask you. I thought we were friends. Swears he feels that match rolling around between them. You sat in my co-pilot's seat. You flew with me. You were going to let me die. Do I mean that little? Just one of hundreds? Fuel puddling at their feet, soaking them both. Replaceable, expendable, a dirty little nobody with a rap sheet. And with a shard impale, he opens his mouth and lets the match go. I was wrong. I wish I'd never met you. You should have just let Aku shoot me. And saved yourself from the fucking trouble. Sorry for the colossal inconvenience, Your Highness. Tubbo seethes, sparks flying out from his words and curling hotly under his skin. And he spins onto his heel, storms out of the bunk room, and drops out the ladder chute with an angry snap of his wings. He's not thinking. Flames shooting high in his mind and drowning out everything else. And Tubbo doesn't remember snatching his holster out of his cargo hold. Doesn't remember getting outside. Doesn't really know how he got where he is, but there's a familiar weight of blasters in his grip and fire burning his hands, and he stopped caring. Red light snaps and flashes around Tubbo as he unloads his frustrations on his snarls of roots, wood exploding and splintering where he hits it. But in his mind, it's the upper brass of Sunfleet, foreman on one old job sites. Everyone that's ever stood over him and looked down on him made him feel small and weak and powerless. It's Wilbur with a shit, smarmy smile and empty promises that and fucking matches. It's binary sun eyes and black horns and hair and fingers and Tubbo's fingers freezes. Everything coming screeching to a halt. Not him. Not him. Anyone but him. But the wildfire in his mind bubbles over like seething pot, dragging him back down there as he hurls the blaster with a feral scream. Darts forwards and crashes his feet over and over again into the shattering, smoking side of a massive root. The impacts reverberate up his arms and rattle his chest, like 1,000 hammers in a shipyard boot marching 1, 2, 1, 2 out in the white courtyards, blows cracking down between his shoulder blades. Know your place. Tubbo screeches wordlessly, keeps going until his throat is scraped raw and his knuckles seething blood. He stumbles back, sucking in lungfuls of air like a bellows, looks down at his hands trembling and coated in his own blood, and the shattered plaster laying in the grass. The absolute mess he's made, and the fire burning in his chest snuffs itself out. Tubbo collapses, nothing left in him to keep him on his feet. Hunching over, he digs battered fingers into the cool moss and pants for air. Everything coming back to him slowly, like the drip, drip, drip of melting ice. And without flames roaring in his mind, burning his fingers, driving him to move, Tubbo could think. But what he said, what he did, the Raiders, the book and war, and the Empire, and all of the screaming, spitting anger, you try and fail to keep the lid on the terrified red-green eyes, and oh no. No, no, no. Queens, what has he done? Tubbo cries ragged through his teeth, squeezes his eyes shut. Maybe he can escape that way. Wish hard enough and maybe it'll roll back time. Force everything he said back down his throat to keep it there this time. He's an idiot. He's such a fucking idiot. And Tubbo slams the fist into the ground and yowls in pain at the searing ache that shoots up his arm. You deserve it and more, he thinks, hanging his head, and shudders once with a violent exhale. How could you? How could you do that? How could you say that? You were upset, but that's not fair. That's not right. That's not how you treat people. Know better. You should know better. It sits like a brand on his mind. Every screaming, hateful thing he yelled at Rambo. His own emotions and insecurities clouding his vision like thick black smoke kept him from thinking clearly. Just flip the switch and let the floodgates open. Drop the match right into the slick pool of fuel. Fuck! Tubbo spits, sagging to the side, and just gives up. Flops over on the ground and rolls onto his back. Stares unseeing up at the canopy kilometers overhead. In the middle of nowhere like he is, the forest is hushed. Nothing really to distract Tubbo from his own thoughts. So he's left to their tender mercies. Doesn't bother fighting them in this time. Submits fully to the nasty weight of self-hatred that crashes over his head and drags him under. You fucked up. That's all you do is fuck up. You're the biggest disappointment to ever exist. All you do is hurt people around you. You waste of space. Not worth the effort it takes to breathe. They whisper in his mind like the trickling, cloying smell of cigarettes. And Tubbo screws his eyes shut. Big, pathetic tears leaking out and away. Why are you here? Why are you still here? Wouldn't it be better for everyone else if you weren't? Go ahead. Pull that trigger. Take the plunge. Wish yourself out of existence. And for a second, Tubbo imagines it. Taking the last working blaster in his hands, cold press of metal under his jugular, fingers tightening around the trigger, and then hopefully nothing but blessed silence. But then he thinks about his mother, what her face would look like when Techno showed up at her door. About Tommy getting his hopes up when the message is on his handheld, only to have to go through the whole process again when Tubbo never messaged him back a second time. His hand remains still by his side. His thoughts will pass. He knows they will. And even though they stick to his fingers like tar, or tacky and cling like something unholy, Tubbo knows he can get them off. Just focuses on remaining still and breathing. Keeps his hand flat on the earth and waits for the storm to pass. You can't get rid of us. You never will. We'll always be with you. Only one way out, and you know what it is. They titter like a flock of deranged birds. And Tubbo cracks bleary eyes open. Watches the light shifting around overhead. Feels the cool moss under his palms and the air he holds during his burning in his lungs. And he lets it all out with a rush. I know. But I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. He sucks in a shaky inhale and sits up. Wipes his snotty nose into the shoulder of his shirt. I'm not great. I'm not perfect. But I'm here. And this is mine. You're not taking it from me. Coward, they hiss. But Tubbo imagines swinging fists at them, screaming, hollering, and stamping his feet, unloading all of his anger on them. And the thoughts go scuttling back into the recesses they crawled out of, leaving him with dead quiet mind, exhaustion weighing on him like a collapsed wall. He's here, though. He's here, he's up, and he's alive. He might feel like shit, but the storm's passed. He's still in one piece, That's all that really matters. Tubbo rubs a bloodied finger into his eyes, wincing because he really starting to feel it now. Throbbing, pulsating pain lighting up in his knuckles and the tendons of his hands, as half of the thought of a gentle, freezing touch taking care of him before he feels like he's going to throw up. With a groan, Tubbo brings his knees up to his chin, clasps a set of hands behind his neck, and despairs over what he's done. Every horrible, vile word parading back onto the center stage of his mind, in all their ugly glory. He wasn't thinking clearly at the time, wasn't projecting his own fears and problems into existence. But Tubbo couldn't understand now, like he didn't lose in that haze. That Rainbow didn't mean for any of this to happen. He didn't know taking the codex would paint a target on their backs. Couldn't have known. Tubbo would almost get shot. And they'd been hunted down by a ruthless gang, and Tubbo knows him. Should have known better. And the reason Rambo hasn't said anything, well, he lied because he was terrified. Rambo doesn't think like the other people think. He goes into conversations with the expectation that you're trying to hurt him or undermine him in some way. Treats every interaction like it's a fight he's got to win. And Tubbo knew that. Understands exactly why he's so cagey and twitchy. Because for his entire life, Rambo was taught to keep to himself or suffer the consequences. Had to learn to be mean and cruel just to survive, because someone in that festering hellhole of a royal palace took his kindness and compassion and great bleeding heart and weaponized it against him. So of course he hasn't said anything. He's probably been agonizing over how Tubbo would react. Knew he was going to be upset and angry with him, and he was right. He was completely and totally right. Tubbo grits his teeth and screws his eyes closed, hot tears leaking out and rolling down his face, because he proved every one of Rambo's fears correct. Came at him with aggression and suspicion right from the start. Kneeing into the back of his throat, Tubbo digs his fingers into his neck, hard no matter how much they protest, knowing that he has really, sincerely fucked up. Feels with grim certainty that he's shattered whatever trust, the friendship he's managed to tentatively build between the two of them. Lost in anger like he was. He thought it was one-sided. He thought so many stupid, wrong things, and now with a clear head and aching hands, Tubbo knows all the way down to his bones that Rambo cares about him too. You have an amazing gift, most incredible pilot I've ever known, stronger than I'll ever be. Hushes warm and devastating in his ears. And its fingers threading through his, how Rambo never balked over extra set of hands or the wings or the antenna, leans down for him like he understands it means something, hums along to Tubbo's rattling noise and holds him like he's the most precious thing to ever exist. He never once acted like a supremacist, has openly deferred to you on many occasions. Tubbo thinks miserably, yawning chasm creaking open in his chest, spilling ash and cinders out with every wheezing breath. And yet you accused him of being a racist in the harshest way possible. Told him he should have let you die. You wish you'd never met. Queens of ages past. But he has no idea how to fix this. He can't take back what he said. Tubbo would apologize in a heartbeat, but it seems so insignificant in comparison. Like one bucket of water hurling into a raging electrical fire. Just the idea of dragging himself back to the Asachi, standing before Rambu and having to look him in the eyes, see how horrible and empty they are. Knowing he put that there. Makes Tubbo want to crawl down the twisted roots system of Chayuet and never come back out. He gets it now, why Rambu stayed gone for so long in Amina. I can't even begin to imagine what sort of mental gymnastics he had to do to convince himself to go back to the hangar. I'm not the strong one he is, Tubbo thinks with a sigh. Picking his head back up and looks across the shattered, broken crater he blasted into the side of some poor root, his blood drying rusty in splotchy patches. Clenching his aching hands into fists, he knows he has to go back. Rambu did it for him. Wrapped up all the courage and staunch determination he had like a croak and went back. Faced Tubbo and tried to fix things the best of his ability, and it was incredibly brave. Spoke more of his true character than anything else ever has. And Tubbo has to do it for him. Has to go back and stand before him and face his judgment. The scariest thing isn't Rambu's anger, because he has every right to be upset. And Tubbo will take whatever he dishes out with a tough chin. But what actually scares him is the fact that it might not be enough. Whatever happens, though, Tubbo just has to accept it. And he dry swallows past the rising nausea, thinking about losing his wonderfully fragile thing they have. And he's suddenly realizing he doesn't want to live without. You might have to. It might not be enough. And he knows, okay? He knows, and it kills him a little, but those are consequences for his actions. That's what happened when he let that match go. And then he has to learn to live with it. Knowing he needs to go back and actually getting there are very different things, though. Tubbo spends a long time trying to talk himself into standing, but his legs refuse to cooperate. Keep him rooted in the same spot while light dances and shimmers across the ground. It's exhausting, trying to beat himself into getting up. Tubbo becoming frustrated is in the middle of giving himself another lecture when his antennas flick, picking up on a sharp dip in the air currents. Tubbo sits up a little straighter, cocks his head to the side and tries to place the familiar sensation. Finally feels a faint trembling in the air, and he'd recognize anywhere. The whining hum of engines idling. It's such a banal thing for him. And Tubbo doesn't pay much mind for a second, but then it registers. No ships down here besides us, and that's not the Asachi, and we're being hunted and Rambu's alone. And he's on his feet in an instant. He takes off like a shot in the direction the sound is coming from, beats his wings as fast as they'll go, dropping hard into the roots and catapulting himself off in the desperate bid for more speed. Adrenaline screaming through him and whiting his mind out in a haze. Faster, faster, left him alone, gotta get back, wonder how much they paid, shut up! His heart is going to hammer out of his ribcage. It doesn't seem like his lungs have ever held air or know how to breathe. Muscles burning with fire as he tries to go just a little bit further every time, kicking off harder, snap his wings down faster. Just anything to get him closer, to make it there sooner before it's too late. No matter how hard Tubbo pushes himself, how frantically he's trying to get back, the noises begin to fade away. He doesn't have enough space in his head or air in his lungs to process it. Launches himself over another snarl of roots, and there, finally, the Asachi. tucked out of sight and intact, and he knows peace for a second. Tubbo's relief is short-lived, though, because he's flying over mossy clearing. He happens to glance down and sees scorch marks burning into the earth, same size and shape as Irelian turbines would leave. His entire body locks up, frozen numb with fear and terror as he trembles out of the sky and hits the earth hard, shoulder popping and teeth cracking together. Rolls to his feet and the world spinning around him as he staggers to the Asachi, naively, desperately calling out, "Rambu!" There's no answer. "You're outside. It's fine. He can't... It's fine. You can't breathe. Where is he?" And Tubbo stumbles up the ramp, stands there shaking at the edge of the cargo hold, body heaving for oxygen as he staggers to get enough air into his lungs to scream, "Rambu!" And only receives his own voice echoing back. He checks everywhere he can think. Practically tears the ship apart looking for him, panicked mind bombarding him with memories of Rambu standing there laughing or ducking his head to get through there, shy smile curling his lips up as he looks out from under his bangs. He's here, he has to be, he has to be here, can't accept he's not. I wonder how much they'd pay to get him back. But it's a small ship and Tubbo clears it fast. Everything just as he left it, save for two things. Rambu isn't anywhere and neither is the Codex. Queens, no! Tubbo wails, heart dropping out of his chest, because this can't be happening. This can't be real. Rambu drug up with his hands-bound blaster pointed at his head. Tick-tock, where's the money? How'd the raiders even find him? Isachi is unregistered and untraceable, so this has to be a mistake. It must be a nightmare or something. Maybe he went for a walk. Maybe he left you a note. Maybe he's okay. His brain supplies insanely, but Tubbo latches onto it, lurches into the cockpit with the idea that maybe Ranford left something there when he sees the transmission log opened on the HUD, blinks stupidly at the latest ongoing call. IK 975R0 to ARIL 9, call duration 7 minutes 45 seconds. But that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Why would... He didn't. A mistake, a nightmare. This isn't real. Wake up, wake up, wake up! Tubbo stumbles back under the sudden wave of dizziness, lightheaded and on the verge of hysterics as he crashes back onto his ass, staring up at the record of the call Rambu seemingly made to the Aurelian raiders. Why would he do that? Why would he do that? Palms slick with sweat, crusty with blood, splayed out against the warm metal of the floor under him. He can't breathe. Doesn't make sense. What was the point? We were hidden. We were safe. Fire roaring under him. Someone taking the dial further and further up. Increasing the heat, increasing the panic, increasing the terror. Why call them? What did he say? Why would he do that? That's almost like he gave himself... Oh, no. The entire world sways around him when Tubbo helplessly realizes that's it. That's exactly what happened. He called them here. He handed himself over trying to return that book. Did he know what he was doing? Queens, he's gone. They took him. You weren't here. You drove him to do this. And he's gone because of you. Dead now because of you. Fuck! Tubbo shouts, throat constricting horribly with how hard he says it. Bends himself in half and just screams. Panic and fear and anguish funneling up from his chest and bleeding into his vocal cords. Queens, what does he do? What does he do? They have him. Blaster pointed at his head, fear in his eyes. They could hurt him. Jerky trigger finger and too late. Of a response from people that don't care. Black blood splattering out onto a wall. No! No! Tubbo shrieks, pulling at his hair to kill those thoughts where they stand. Wraps his hands around the back of his head and sobs. Great, ugly, heaving cries that make everything go fuzzy at the edges and a little incoherent. It's all your fault. You shouldn't have left. You shouldn't have said those things. Terrible person, monster, bastard. Whatever happens to him is on you. He's gone. They took him. They're going to hurt him. Panic need to have to do something. He's gotta go after him. That's the only thing he can do. And Tubbo uncoils like an overly tense spring, jerking to his feet and crashing into the floor, vision swimming with black spots in it at the head rush. There's more of them than you. You're going to get yourself killed. Whatever sense he has left. In his head, tries to argue. Tubbo spits as he drops into his chair. I don't care. His hands shake as they go through the process of getting the Asachi ready, fingers leaving little smudgy blood prints everywhere as they touch. And in his pulsating vision, sometimes the red flickers back. Terrible idea. What are you doing? Think, moron. Can't do this alone. And Tubbo whips his head sharply back and forth because he knows that, okay? But there's no one here but him. He'd die 1,000 times over before leaving Rambu with the raiders. You're no good to him, dead, the voice demands, and it sounds like something he's having a hard time placing. Seemingly uncaring and gruff and on the surface, but there's a fiery kindness lurking underneath. Think! Use your brain. You know the answer. Just think. It's right, though. Tubbo's not going to be of any help to him if he's dead. But he doesn't know what else to do. He's by himself. There's no one out on here but him. And he feels like standing back at the station on Nerox, cuffs on his wrists and the entire universe bearing down on him. No one to help. No one to help you. All alone. Got yourself into this mess. Have to get yourself out. Yawning, crushing chasm of loneliness, desperation, collapsing inwards like a dying star. And he curls into himself in this pilot's chair, hands digging in harshly in the armrest and biting into his sides. Loosens when an unexpected little chime pings through the cockpit. Tubbo flicks his eyes up, sees a notification demanding his attention. Breath stalling in his lungs because he forgot. Rough voice, warm hand on your shoulder offering you the skies. Come on, kid, let's go. He's not alone. Not anymore. The message is a mess, a jumble of texts and emotes, but it's offering assistance. Rich reds and oranges tracing around the edges of everything. This is your home now. And Tubbo doesn't hesitate hitting call. We stick together. We're there for each other. Wipes the tears from his face, because that's all what's family's for. As the call connects, it's a warm voice washing through the cockpit. He feels a crushing pressure ease out of his chest. Hey, little stinker, what's up? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, shit's happening. Also, I'm really sorry. I didn't realize Rambo wouldn't have any other parts in that.
Oh, don't worry. I knew I didn't have any lines. I did think I muted though, so sorry if you heard me moving around before I realized.
It is okay. You're good. I'm sorry. But oh boy. Oh man. Ooh. So chat moon, how we doing? Oh. I feel like I just like it feels like it's like really quiet outside my door right now.
Oh,
I was screaming very loud. Oops.
it's fine.
It's fine.
Sure, it's fine.
Really fine. As I see like 1,000 fucking messages in chat. Oh no.
Oh, in our chat?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're just going just randomly.
Okay, alright. Sorry. Oh man. I'm ouch. I'm glad we're doing alright, chat. Okay. Is that even funny? Second to last chunk. Let's go! We're almost done! Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's do this. Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Outside of the chaos of the Empire sows, like they're the worst neighbor in existence, just determined to overflow your garden with stinging nettles and drooly snapdragons, which actually do bite, and should be avoided at all costs. But away from all the general buffoonery and unpleasantness of the Sun Empire, there have been a few independent organizations that have risen to fill the gaps of authority. Most are nothing of import, are either too small or too unimportant to really make a mark on the lasting sweep of history, but a few stand out. One in particular, so well known, so far-reaching, that it's either respected, feared, adored, or a confusing combination of all three. In practically every system of Andromeda carries with it some of the most renowned names and titles to ever exist. Founded primarily as a giant middle finger to the face of the Empire, the Syndicate strives to collect those with exceptional talent and skill to add to their illustrious roster, compiling a deadly and accomplished cast of characters that is able to undermine the Sun Empire without worry or serious repercussion. With a leader so... I've got this. Ubiquitously known for violence and general bloodshed, to the point that he's ascended into being somewhat of an urban legend of misfortune, an omen of death as it were. Many would assume that the Syndicate is universally seen as the harbingers of destruction and suffering. But you know what they say about assuming. It's generally very rude and doesn't give the other party a chance to explain their side of things, which is exactly what happens here, because the Syndicate isn't reveled in the slightest outside of the painfully white and gilded boardrooms on Nirox, is seen instead as more of a friendly Big Brother type of organization by the rest of the galaxy, a group of renegade do-gooders. While usually for hire, though through the proper official channels, many Syndicate members have been known to help out pro bono in the tight pinch. So, if hard-pressed and backed into a corner out of the wider cosmos, keep your eyes or other seeing sensory organs peeled for the distinctive jackets and their red collars. Something that's earned Syndicate members the rather affectionate nickname of Suvuka, or in Imperial Standard, Redneck. Alright, so here's the plan. Click, slip, and shuffle into new power cells being loaded into the blasters, clacking and spinning as barrels are rotated, checking to make sure everything is working properly. Sap, I create a distraction out front. Focus their attention there. Tubbo, you go with George and get inside as quickly as possible. Don't get seen. Slide of near all straps over clothes, buckles being tightened and hauling lightweight but durable plasticine plasticine armor into place. Hurried hands wrapping his busted knuckles in tight bandages. We need to get to the prince before they realize what we're doing, otherwise they'll move him, or cut their losses. Sharp intake of breath, dangerously hot arm around his shoulder, sound of plasma rifle being racked into the background, piercing green eyes boring into his, leaving no room for argument. We're here, it's going to be okay, we're going to get him back. So we get in, we get out, try to keep the casualties to a minimum, but don't hesitate, Dream says with deadly conviction. This form he's taken more emotive than Tubbo's used to, brows drawn down low as over his luridly green eyes. Our top priority is getting the prince out of here safe. Got it? Heard you loud and clear, Chief. Sapnap responds with easily, flicking Dream a lazy salute while he's lounging up against the side of their weapon cache. Blaster strap on one hip and long handle of the thermal sword hanging off the other. George just nods his head, sighting goggles perched up above his forehead and long, dangerous sweeps of his rifle looming over one shoulder, as always. Closed by Dream's side, doesn't take his eyes off him as the shifter slings his own weapon into place. Good. We head out in about 5 minutes. Make sure you have everything you need. He means make sure you pee before you go to the mission starts. Sapnap says almost immediately, eyes wide open and arched in a way that has George rolling his own, jabbing a finger in his direction. It was one time! Let it go! It wasn't even that funny. No. It definitely has happened at least twice, and it is the funniest shit, so... Sapnap shrugs his shoulders, looking entirely unrepentant as George clicks his tongue against his teeth, posture shifting that way that means he's about to get into it. And usually, Tubbo finds their playful bickering fun, but he just... Binary sun eyes wide in alarm, blaster pointed at his head, black blood splattering. Can't right now. Pushing off from the wall next to Sapnap, Tubbo heads down the cargo ramp and into the early evening. Sun just starting to set and casting everything in a molten glow. Sun rays slanting down through the branches overhead. He folds his arms across his chest, tucking his hands tight around himself, and blows out a huge breath, trying to quiet the anxiety prickling in his chest and tremoring his fingers. In the distance, through the haze of burning hot twilight, the barely visible shape of the hideout curls around the topmost trunk of a tree, parts of it disappearing up into the leafy canopy. It looks like it was an old outpost at one point, before either the Raiders or the Brotherhood started squatting here. Windows boarded up and leaking flickering light into the growing gloom, not giving anything away as to what's happening inside. Dark, slick floors and walls, boots loud out in the hallways, flickering, jumping lights, sparks shooting out of broken wires. He's on his knees, hands bound behind his back, tail coiled as tight as it can get around one leg, shirt stained dark with blood. Jerks as the latch to the door creaks open. Tubbo's fingers bite into his sides, harshly because somewhere in there is Rambo. The frantic desire to leave now, to get there as fast as he can, bust through the front doors and make sure he's okay. That they haven't hurt him, that he's in one piece, is so strong. Tubbo's close to dropping over the side of the branch they've landed on. All your fault, whatever happens to him is on you. You shouldn't have left him. You shouldn't have yelled. Should have been better. Queens, he has to be okay. He better be okay or you're killing everything in there. Don't hesitate. Boots cuff behind him, obviously and purposefully, and Tubbo looks over his shoulder, sees Dream ambling his way toward him, hands scuffed on his pants, pockets in concerning tilt to his head. They don't do many missions together, so it's a little strange seeing him in one of his other forms. But besides his natural body, Tubbo knows this is the other one he's taken the most. The one that looks like whatever George is. A human or something. Hey, you doing okay? Dream asks, coming to a stop by Tubbo's side. And he snorts, turning away from his staring match with the hideout. And looks Dream in the eyes, not used to the way they blink and move. Not really. We're gonna get him back, Dream says. And he's got one of those voices that's impossible to ignore. Bleeds sureness and confidence, sways practically anything over his way of thinking. But it does little dousing the roaring, screaming panic that consumed Tubbo since he's heard the turbines. I just can't stop thinking about what's happening in there. Like, is he okay? Tubbo stammers, shifting around agitatingly on his feet. I have to go, I have to get him. Your friend, your partner, you can't leave him. Have they hurt him? Queens, what if they have? What if they get impatient? What if they got impatient? What if he's dead? Tubbo, hey, stop. Dream moves until he's all Tubbo can see, mouth getting in the grim line as he clasps hands on his shoulders, the warm weight of his palms grounding him somewhat. Look, he's gonna be okay. He's worth too much money. They're not gonna kill him, not now at least. They're really in Dream. Tubbo stresses, and he can see the exact moment Dream has the same thought. Grimace tugging at the lines of his face, and his heartbeat picks up sharply. And he's an Ender Prince. You know what how much it could be a message. Squeezing his shoulders, Dream ducks his head to look at Tubbo in the most determined eyes he's ever seen. We can't think like that, okay? We're going to get him back. I promise, Tubbo. I can't lose him, Dream. Tubbo whispers thickly, new wayward tears slipping out, and before he can rub his eyes into his sleeve, Dream tugs him forward into a hug, arms wrapped tight over his shoulders. It's unexpected, but he doesn't hesitate snaking his own arms around Dream's back tight. Crushing them together as Tubbo buries his face in the collar of Dream's bomber, quiet tears leaking out of his eyes. Cold hands in yours, loud barking laughter and sparkling eyes. Slow, even beat of his heart at night, rigid shape of his horns under your antennas, incense smoke and stardust. And Tubbo shudders out a wet exhale, everything suddenly splattered with dark blood dripping down the walls over the floor, standing his shirt, smoking crater in his head, not him, Queens, anyone but him. He can't do this now. Can't do this. How is he supposed to do this? There's another weight thudding into his back, and it snaps his mind free, a body radiating heat like a roaring fire, arms wiggling their way into the tangle, bright hot and incessant, and careful hand placed on his shoulder, fingers strong and sure, steadiness in the galaxy. We got you, man. Snap-Nap huffs right behind his ear and tips his searing head into Tubbo's. Smooth, quiet flow of George murmuring next. It's gonna be alright. This is your home now. Colorful halls and smiling faces around every corner. We stick together. A mess hall big enough for all of them. Messages that never go unanswered. We're there for each other. Warm hearts, sticky sugar fingers, solid back pressed against yours. Because that's what family's for. Tubbo's not really one for empty reassurances. But maybe he lets himself believe them. Sucks in a calming breath and squeezes Dream back. Thuds his head into Sapnap. Works one of his own hands free to briefly touch at George's fingers wrapping around his shoulder. It's okay. You're not alone anymore. Not anymore. Tubbo reminds himself as they all untangle, wiping at the sticky residue of dried tears from his face. Nods when Dream cocks his head at him. Silent answer to his unasked question. And Dream snaps his hood up, engulfing his face in shadow. In shadow, save for where his eyes gleam in the dark, like winking navigation lights. Let's go. They race across the darkening branch of Tahai-Yuet, and near silent, bounding over gasps and sliding under hanging branches, making their way closer and closer to where the hideout squats, like an ugly growth on the tree trunk. Tubbo's pulse sleds loud under his ear when they make it to a hidden spot right above the facility, and watches his trepidation as Dream and Sapnap get ready to drop over the side of the branch near the front entrance of the hideout. See you soon? George asks quietly, stepping up to Dream and touching him lightly on the cheek. Now I know where the D and F if you squint comes from.
Except instead of squinting, you just have to not have eyelids, because it's right
there. Anyway, sorry. See you soon? George asks quietly, stepping up to Dream and touching him lightly on the cheek. Dream leans closer, one of his own hands coming up, threading their fingers together briefly as he smiles. Wouldn't miss it. George nods and moves back, their hands disentangling slow, punches Sapnap on the arm and gets the middle finger for his troubles. And then the two of them are gone. One last cheeky salute from Sapnap as he disappears into the gloom, not wasting a second. George beckons Tubbo to follow him and takes over, leading them towards their holding position. Moving quick but steady around the back of the hideout, slides to a stop and ducks behind a massive clustering of ferns. He holds a finger up to his lips and cocks his head, straining to hear anything in the night, and Tubbo slips his eyes closed, sensory input from his antenna amplifying as he focuses solely on them. Air current drifts steadily past. No, please start now. Insects sing low and thrumming in the rising darkness. Can't wait, can't leave him. Tick-tock. It's calm, it's quiet, it's there. Whining of thermal blades, shrieking feet scuffling, pain shout, electricity snap, and crackling of blaster fire. George, they started. We need to... Give me a second. George hushes, pulling his sighted goggles down over his eyes, fiddling around their settings. And Tubbo makes an irritated noise at the back of his throat, hands worrying at his own blasters. The sound of fighting growing more noticeable and audible by the second. Loud screams and shouted expletives. His leg bouncing faster and faster as time seems to drag on forever. They could be hurting him right now. Cut their losses. Doesn't look like he'd be much trouble. They need to go. They can't wait. Every second lost dangerous. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blaster pointed at his head. Anxiety mounting like fire burning out of control. Finally can't take it anymore and whines, "George! All right, move it." George orders and Tubbo doesn't wait for him. Slides off the side of the branch and beats his wings. A few times, the slowest descent. Lands soundlessly on the floor of the hideout. George swinging down to join him not a moment later. There's a door up here, but it's locked when Tubbo tries it. And George motions for him to move. Slings his rifle over his shoulder and fires off a shot faster than Tubbo can process. The handle explodes in a shower of molten metal and splintering wood. Any noise they made swallowed up by the commotion out front. And Tubbo was quick to duck inside. Blaster clutched in each set of hands as he creeps into the dimly lit hallway. He's greeted by a series of doors and branching passageways. Look over his shoulder at George with a helpless expression and lets him take the lead. Follows behind to slope back as they dart down the winding corridors. I'm just going to let you know, every time I see that long bit of text, I get fucking worried. But that's okay. Tubbo's never done extractions. He's never dealt with hostages. What? What?
Do you still want me to do Rambu's lines?
Yes.
Okay. Carry on.
Am I going to hurt?
Carry on.
Okay. Tubbo's never done extractions. He's never dealt with hostages and all of the dark, dirty things that happened in buildings like this. Differs completely to George as he moves through the facility in a sort of pattern that means nothing to Tubbo. It's okay. It's going to be okay. They're all here. They came. You're not alone. Tubbo tries to keep his breathing quiet as he dashes after George's heels. Grip around his blaster and getting tighter and tighter and further they go. Antsy waiting for a target. For the most part, the passages they run down are empty, but there's a few times where George pulls them up short, hand raising in a fist as they flatten themselves to a wall. Wait with their hearts in their throats as feet thunder past, angry, panicking voices shouting about those thrice damned Sutkin, and shoot to kill the shifter scum, and dirty fucking faceless demon. Tubbo has to stop George with a quick hand on his arm a few times, jerking him back into hiding where he was about to step out, his plasma rifle racked in an unholy retribution, burning in his eyes. And he mouths a sheepish sorry every time, but Tubbo shakes his head because he understands. The universe is not kind, it's not compassionate. Weaponizes what it can and won't stop to listen to things it doesn't understand. And to love someone that's been through such a ordeal is terrible agony. Breeds twitchy trigger fingers and howling rage. George would do anything for Dream. Would burn this entire facility to the ground, wouldn't rest until he made sure the other was safe. Would mercilessly kill anyone that stood in the way of that. Not a single second of hesitation. And Tubbo's come to realize he's the same. He knows for a fact, can feel it shrieking and clawing all the way down his bones as they face through the maze of this hideout, poking their heads quick to the rooms only to find nothing. But if anything happened to Rambo, if he so much as a single nick on his face, Tubbo was going to round up every bastard in this building and shoot them between the eyes. He sits snarling in his chest like that shipyard fire, burning hotter and more out of control than anything he's ever felt. The entire universe was narrowed down to the feeling of blaster grips growing warm in his hands, breathing harsh out, but trying to be quiet, feet flying over dirty floors and the sound of fighting clanging high and deadly like war drums. Where are you? Tubbo's back thuds into a wall, hands clamped hard over his mouth to muffle his panting breaths, head swimming and screaming for oxygen. I know you're here. Feet slipping over the loose grit, but he doesn't lose his footing. Digs his toes in sharper and keeps going. You have to be here, Queens, please. Despair rising up like an inky pit of tar because they're finding nothing. Every room is empty. Tick-tock, time is trickling away. I need you, can't do this without you, Queens, please. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Tubbo! Oh, wait, fool. What? Sorry. Tubbo! George hisses from up ahead where he's eased the door open, looks back at him with a complicated expression and wrenches it the rest of the way open, slips inside, which has to mean head tipped back in laughter, black blood splattering on the walls, glowing warm eyes, blaster pointed at his... Tubbo must black out for a second, because next thing he knows he's leaning against the doorframe. George crouched on the ground next to a lanky figure all huddled into themselves, knobby knees drawn up and ankles bound, sack tied over his head, black stains down the shirt front. Tubbo doesn't think as he lurches forward, because that's blood. That's Rambu's blood dry down his chest, and not him. And not him, anyone but him. You're going to kill them all. He hits the ground hard, knees cracking into the cement floor under them, blasters clattering forgotten to the ground as his hands immediately reach out, stopped when an iron grip curls around one of his wrists, and a low voice snaps, "Don't touch him. You don't know what they've done." "But George..." Tubbo wheezes, watching helplessly as Rambu shrinks back from the two of them and agony races down his limbs, coiling and spreading like fire along trails of accelerant. What do they do? Right between the eyes, every single one, no hesitation. George, I can't just leave him. You don't understand. I do, okay? But he could be drugged or in shock. Touching him right now could trigger a panic attack. We need to be careful. George says calmly, easing up to the grip that he turns to Rambu, still speaking into that soft, even tone. Prince Rambu, everything's going to be okay now. My name's George. I'm with the Syndicate. Tubbo is with me. We're going to get you out of here. Rambu doesn't act like he's understood. Hunches into himself, and now that he's closer, Tubbo can tell that he's shaking, arms tense in a way that means his claws are probably savaging what they can get at. And George scoots forward a little bit, murmuring, "Prince Rambu, stop." Tubbo interrupts gently, because Prince Rambu is all cold shoulders and echoing silences. Its empty eyes and furious stutter, desperation-fueled anger, its loneliness and pain and 100 horrible things. It's not going to do him anything to help. But Tubbo thinks he knows what will. Quick, fast, darting over rooftops, only one to catch you, barking laughter and dancing barefoot on the cargo hold, warm, real smile, and eyes that shine brighter than any stars, hand in yours like it's always belonged, nickname whispered out in the gentle dark hush of night. Eyes never leaving Rambu. Tubbo doesn't reach out to touch him, but he gets as close as he dares, makes sure his voice is summer warm and sweet. "Hey, Boo, everything's gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay, Boo, I promise. We're here. We're here to get you, okay? Can I get that bag off of you?" He doesn't untense exactly, but something in his posture changes and Tubbo shoots a quick look at George. When he nods, Tubbo crawls over to the floor and touches Rambu's shoulder briefly, and bites his lip when he jerks, startled around leaving his mouth. "I'm not gonna hurt you, Boo," Tubbo whispers hoarsely, hands very careful and very slowly picking at the knotted cord wrapped around his neck. Hates the way his throat jumps and works under his fingers. When he finally comes undone, Tubbo drags the bag off gingerly, remembering to make sure not to catch it around Rambu's horns, but something about it feels weird. As he's slipping it over his head, a reason for becoming apparent immediately. Rambu's left horn is gone, broken off close to his skull. The jagged end of what's left sticking out is matted with blood. No, 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 no. Tubbo stammers. He can't stop himself from cupping Rambu's face and shaking hands, fingers feeling the tackiness of drying blood all down the left side of his face, and tips his head up, strangling cry falling out of his mouth once he sees how unfocused and hazy his eyes are. "No, Queens, fuck, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Boo, fuck, I'm so sorry." Rambu's eyes blink slowly. No recognition or anything in them. Looks like he's sleepwalking or something, and Tubbo turns to look over his shoulder in panic at George. "What's wrong with him?" Shuffling closer, George shines the light from his handheld into Rambu's face, clicking his tongue when his pupils don't contract at all. "I dosed him with something. Probably hold on. Flunitrazepam or like a tremonol. He'll be okay, just out of it for a while." Nausea rolls up like a flood in Tubbo's stomach, mouth filling with a sick taste of bile, eyes stinging fast and sharp with the threat of tears. Before he can start crying or throw up, their earpieces fuzz to life. Dream's winded voice crackling through the connection. "You guys find a prince yet?" "Yes, he's injured, but he's non-fatal. How are you two holding up?" George responds, twisting to his feet evenly, and it's Sapnat equally strained voice that filters through this time. "Just hunky-dory. Georgie boy, wanna come play around?" Tubbo. George's voice gets him to snap his head up, serious set into his face, and his slinging his rifle off his shoulder. "Will you be okay for a sec?" "It's okay if you need me to stay." Yeah, no, I'll be fine. Go do what you gotta do." Tubbo says shakily, reluctant to leave Rambu alone as he gets to his feet as well, but has to follow George out so he can latch the door behind him. Pausing at the threshold, George shoots him one more demanding look, and doesn't get half the credit he deserves, because standing there with his plasma rifle in his hands and that look in his eyes, he's more intimidating than Dream ever could be. "Call us if you need anything. Do you understand me?" Tubbo almost says "sir, yes, sir," but catches it right as it's about to leave his mouth, stuffs it back into a box and slips it out and says instead, "Of course. And George?" He tilts his head to the side in acknowledgement, and Tubbo worries for a split second until he remembers unholy retribution in his gaze. He'll understand seething spitting fire aim right between his eyes, no hesitation. Knows his voice is shaking with a terrible anger when he growls. "Don't miss." "Never do," George says with a nasty grin, racking his rifle and loaded a new charge into the barrel. And then he's gone, footsteps hushed as he heads for the front of the facility. Closing the door with a definitive thud, Tubbo slams the bar latch into place and whirls back around, heart dropping out of him when he sees Rambu slumped over again, head hanging low between his shoulders. He hurries back over and kneels down at his side, hands quickly flipping out his tactical knife to cut through the cord bindings in his wrists together. Tries not to panic at the slick glide of blood under his fingertips. You're okay, Boo. You're okay. I'm here now. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you. It's all my fault, Queens. I'm so sorry. Tubbo snaps his mouth shut, though, when he hears the faintest sound of something scrabbles around a Rambu's front. And he's still staring forward, unseeing. But his mouth moves the barest amount, and Tubbo hears pounds. His Tubbo heart pounds. Boo? You okay? What is it? I can't really hear you, but I'm here, okay? I'm here. Everything's...
You're not real.
He whispers, voice cracking and horribly strained, sounding like he's screamed himself hoarse. Queens, he probably has. He snapped his horn off in a clean break. How much blood has he lost? And Tubbo insists tremulously, Yes, I am. I'm real, Boo. I'm here. I came to get you. Rambo wheezes out something that might have been a laugh at one point, eyes slipping closed as he sighs.
That's how I know you're not real. 'Cause he'd never come back for me. He hates me.
It feels like he's been shot through the gut. Had his wings torn from his back or antennas stripped from his head. Such an intense pain that kills his ability to breathe or think or do anything besides sit there in horror and feel like he's dying. And Rambo wheezes.
See, can't argue. No, it's true.
No! Tubbo blurts out, desperate to make him understand, but he's cut off by Rambo slurring in a mocking tone.
Yes. Can't blame him, though. Waste of time, a waste of space. No use coming back for nothing.
Shadow on the wall. Not even there. Doesn't matter, never did. They did that to him. And now so have you. Tubbo lurches forward, cradling Rambu's limp head in his hands, fingers spread out under his long ears. Fuck! No! Boo! You're not nothing, okay? Queens, damn it, you're not. You mean so much to me. I can't. You have no idea.
Liar.
Rambu hushes and sings song, broken little giggle slipping out of his mouth as his unfocused eyes drag slowly from left to right, like he's reading something.
Not true. I've always been nothing and always will be. A mistake, an accident. Go take that long walk. Zip. Right over the edge. No teleporting back this time.
Tubbo can't speak. Throat constricted tight with pain and agony. Over the edge. What does he mean? Surely he hasn't. Rambo just laughs, unfocused eyes drifting past Tubbo, shoulder and his head lolls forward.
Yeah, no. They took me thinking they were gonna get the payout of a lifetime. But they didn't even get the spare. They got less than that. They got nothing. Sorry for the disappointment. Sorry for the inconvenience. Never would have sent anyone. No one cares.
I do! Tubbo interrupts frantically, thumbs caressing under his eyes and jerking sweeps, turning Rambu's hollow, unseeing gaze back to him. I do. I'm here, Rambu. I came to find you. For a split second, his eyes seem to focus, but something dark shudders over them like a shadow passing across the earth.
No, you're not real. You're not. You're not. You hate me. Terrible person. Waste of space. I'm alone. Always been alone. Gonna die alone. Slip out of existence. Finally, good riddance.
Stop! Tabo sobs, falling forward and tugging him into an embrace, one set of arms around his waist, the other around his shoulders. Hands firmly cupping the sides of his neck as Tabo brings their foreheads together. Queens, stop, please. Fucking hell, I'm so sorry. I should have never said those things. I don't hate you, Boo. Never have. Please believe me. I think
He's really just the worst, Toms. You can't even begin to imagine.
Ramu says in an odd tone, and Tubbo stops short, because it almost sounds like, but no, he's wrong. There's not a chance, but he keeps going.
He's so spoiled. Thinks everything should just be fucking handed to him. Can't shut the fuck up about himself. It's insane.
Tubbo realizes with a dawning horror that Rambo's doing a scarily accurate impression of him. He's reciting a conversation Tubbo almost completely forgot about. But he's remembering it now. How angry he was. How much he didn't understand. Didn't think Rambo overheard, but he's nailing it beat for beat.
He's so rude. Queen's past. He, bitched me out the first time we met. Fuck, Queens. I just hate him so much. It's so bad.
Rambo. Tabo chokes. But he's apparently not done. Voice pitching up and bleeding sharp with anger and fire that Tubbo's never heard from him. Feels hot tears pour out of his eyes.
You don't know fucking anything. All that reading's for nothing. You don't know shit. You're fucking Ender. Terrible fucking people. I was wrong. I wish I'd never met you.
What have you done? What have you done? Tubbo squeezes his eyes shut and knows what's coming. Miserable sobs making his back heave, and Rambo says with a vicious finality,
Could have just let Aiku shoot me and save yourself the fucking trouble. Sorry for the colossal inconvenience, Your Highness.
Give me a second. Actually.
Are you good?
No! Sorry, that's...
It is very sad.
Sorry, that... Oh, fuck. I need a second. Okay. The silence that crashes over the two of them is devastating. Tubbo doing nothing to muffle his heartbroken crying. And it's the worst thing in the world when he hears Rambo whispers in his regular voice.
Told you. I can't forget anything.
What you said is going to live in his head for the rest of his life, lined up with everyone else that's ever heard him. You thought you were different, you were better, weren't like that. Look what you've done. And Tubbo wails, thudding his head down into Rambo's shoulder, clutching at him now because he doesn't know what else to do. Nasty, all-consuming despair engulfing his entire body, rotting out what's left of his mind, what's keeping him upright. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Tubbo yowls, great hiccuping sobs tearing from his throat, pain racing out of his chest and down his arms, pulling his fingertips until they ache. Fuck. so sorry. I never should have said any of that. It wasn't true. Not if it was true. You mean everything to me. Please believe me, please. Queens, please. And it's whisper quiet, but it cracks like gunfire in Tubbo's mind.
I don't.
He screams ragged and desperate, hands dropping off Rambu to clutch and claw at himself, arms wrapping tight around his chest because it feels like his ribs are cracking open, pouring out accelerant and fuel like an endless river, feeding the fire that burns over every inch of his mind, destroying everything it comes into contact with. What have you done? How could you do this to him? This is it. It's over. Reap what you sow. What are you going to do without him? You need him. I can't do this alone. Fix it, fix it, fix it. His mind howls frantically, snide little voice whispering, "Some things can't be fixed, you know that." And Tubbo coughs hard around staggering inhale. But I have to try. Engineers know how to fix things. I have to try. Queens, no. Fuck. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Fuck, I know you don't. I believe... I know I messed up, but is there anything I can do? Please, Rambu, please. Tubbo begs, eyes itching and burning with the tears rolling out of his eyes. Taste of salt heavy in his mouth, heart almost squeezing itself out of existence, and Rambu hesitates, unsure eyes dragging slow across the floor. Stifling hard and clear in his throat, Tubbo tries to regain some of his desperation, and because this is Rambu's call, he more than deserves that respect. You don't have to forgive me. I just want you to believe me when I say I didn't mean it, that you're not nothing. You mean so much to me. Is there anything I can do? Would you give me that chance? Dark tongue poking out to wet his lips. Rambu rocks his head back and forth sluggishly, mumbling.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's not a no. And Tubbo latches onto it frantically like it's a lifeline. He's drowning. Jerks his head down and tries to meet Rambu's wandering gaze. That's okay, Boo. That's totally fine. All I'm asking is a chance. Please. I know I have no right, but please. One of Rambu's ears flick, eyes stopping, their slow roving, and instantly lift to meet Tubbo's. Something like recognition in them as he whispers.
You're really here?
Yes! Tubbo says quickly, uncoiling the set of arms as he reaches out cautiously for his hands, where they sit limp in his lap. Doesn't try taking them, just touches their fingers together. I'm real. I'm here. I came back. I'm here. I really am, Boo. I came as soon as I could. I'm so sorry it took so long. I'm so sorry they hurt you. Rambu's still looking at him, a little unfocused, a little unsure, but his fingers twitch against Tubbo's, and it's encouragement enough for him to keep going. Lets everything that's eating him up inside pour out. Fuck, I never should have said what I did. Either time. I never wanted to hurt you. Please believe me. And it kills me that I have. Fucking hell. I don't want to be like them, Rambu. I really don't. A wet laugh trips out of his mouth, and Tubbo shakes his head, smiling sadly at where their hands are barely touching. remembers every time they've been laced together. I want to throw birthday parties for you. I want to be there when you need me. Just listen to you when you and tell you how smart you are. I want to keep flying with you and playing tag. All of those stupid crap we've been getting up to. I want to make you laugh. Tubbo hesitates the briefest second. Knows he'll be putting his heart on the line, but it's worth it. Rambu's worth everything. And he hushes softly. I want to make you happy. Give you a home, a real one. Someplace you feel safe and loved. You mean more than the whole galaxy to me.
Are you lying?
Rambu stammers, sounds absolutely terrified. Tubbo snaps his head up, stares into his eyes that are suddenly very clear and very focused. Prays he's not imagining the way they shine and with desperate hope. Says with as much conviction as he can, No, I mean every word, Rambu. I'm never going to hurt you like that ever again, I swear on my life. Rambu doesn't move for a minute, but then his throat jumps as he swallows hard a few times, brows knitting together, faint clicking up as he shifts. Then his entire face crumbles and pitches forward with a wail, hands scrambling desperately at Tubbo's back as he sobs.
Tubbo. Tubbo.
I'm here. Tubbo says, dragging the two of them closer, hands moving across Rambu's heavy shoulders, cupping the back of his head and tucking him into the crook of his neck. Sickly sweet, metallic tang of his blood everywhere. He can't stop his own tears as he promises, I'm never leaving you again.
Oh my god, Moon!
Oh man!
Oh my fucking god! Hold on, I need to turn my fucking mic sensitivity down. God, fuck.
Ooh. As chat goes crazy. Oh my god. Holy shit. I nearly broke down at fuck.
Oh my god.
Oh. You know what? I'm clapping for us both. That was fucking sick. That was good. That was fucking good.
No, I like legitimately, like, my throat tightened whenever Tubbo started, like, crying and you said it, like, you cried and I was like, oh my god.
Someone clip all that.
Oh my god.
Oh god, Connor. Oh man. Oh no. Oh god.
This is a good fic. This is
a really good fic. Thank you.
Oh, my headphone's dying.
Oh no. Look at mod chat. Okay, we'll do.
Look in mod chat. Connor.
Oh man. Oh god. Man.
God damn, you better highlight this VOD so
Oh,
it
man.
never goes away. Cause
Oh.
I want to watch this back and just listen to you do those lines again. Cause holy fucking shit.
I do plan on downloading these VODs and uploading them to YouTube, so do not worry.
Good.
Do
Good.
not worry.
I need them for my soul.
Oh man. Whew. Oh god, we're almost done. Shit.
Almost, yeah.
We're almost there. We're like 70% there. Oh man. Whew. Glad you're enjoying yourself, Helen. Oh. Last guide? Wait. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, last survival guide, and then it's just all
God. Oh,
story.
Man. Woo! Alright, fuck. Do we need a little break after that? A little bit of processing time?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I fucking do.
Speaking of processing time and break, I need more water. So, you sit there and
I'll cry with chat for
cry
a little
with
bit.
chat for a bit. Connect with them. Just take this moment to marinate, right? I will be right back.
Leaving right as Moon is.
I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to hang up on you.
Oh, you're fine. Helen is leaving. They say bye.
Oh, okay. Bye, Helen. Have a good one. All right, I'll
Go
be right
get your
back.
water.
Thank you.
Okay, so after that emotional turmoil, everyone should be getting up and stretching because the depression can't get us if we are limber. Thanks. Can we talk about Moon though? Moon's fucking absolute bomb ass voice acting. Like, what the fuck was that? Oh my god. How is this man not a professional? Moon uses he, him pronouns. I will bite you. But oh my god. You're good. I thought I loved this fanfic before, and now reading it out loud and doing that little thing, that little sequence of us back and forth. This is my favorite piece of writing, I think, ever of all time. I'm so fucking I'm so excited for Dotera. Because I think Moon said he wants to read Dotera on stream as well. I have not read Underhill. Until about an hour ago, I didn't know what you guys were saying in chat. Did Helen write Underhill? Ooh, okay. Oh, while I'm waiting for the next chapter of Dotera, I'm gonna give Underhill a go, cause, oh my god, Helen's writing is like, chef kiss. Oh, another B duo? Sign me the fuck up. Oh my god. Ripped your heart out in the best way possible. Sounds like my jam. Sounds like exactly what I love. Oh my god. I have so much to do with like college and all of that, but I'm just going to be thinking about Terra and Ad Astra. Them. I'm gonna be thinking about them. Oh my god. You guys don't understand. I literally have 6-hour classes and I finish everything within the first hour. If I bring my little drawing phone thing, just gonna be drawing B-Duo. Is it Star? Oh god. I cannot fucking wait.
Oh my god, hi.
This is... Oh, hi!
Sorry.
Welcome back.
You were saying?
This is like... I haven't started reading fanfics in like 6 years.
Oh god. I don't read a lot of fan fiction, actually. And if anything, if I weren't like actually streaming this, I probably wouldn't be able to. I probably wouldn't finish it, just because my attention span is very limited.
But the stress of streaming keeps you going.
It makes it an obligation, and I don't mind that, because then it means I actually get to finish a good thing. Which is why.
And then you have a new hyperfixation for a second,
right? Which means that I get to finish what I like, and then I wanna do this more often. It's why I wanna do this more often, because I like reading fics, but it's hard for me to actually like finish them. Okay.
For future ones, maybe you should pick a fic that isn't 86,000.
There was I may do one that I recently read that was kind of a one-shot, but it was really nice. It was a Valentine's Day fic, but it was really cute. Really well written. It's a B-Duo one, but it was a...
Sold. I'm sold.
Yeah. It was really cute. It was really cute, but it like centered around like making a birthday party for Michael, and it was... Wait.
Fucking 154,000?
No.
No. What?
You know, for Terra, I'd do it. For Terra, I'd do it.
So it looks like you're gonna have a few more 10-hour streams, man.
That's okay. That's okay. I need to get to affiliate anyways.
Oh my god.
More content!
Subscribe and hit that bell icon.
Follow me for more content, and then whenever I get to affiliate, then you can sub. Let's go. And make 5 more clips. Connor! Calm down!
No, I kind of want to see how far Connor will go.
You little clown! Affectionate! Oh man. I mean, I don't mind if it's for these boys, I don't mind.
I feel like you're gonna have a parade with Datera.
I'll probably.
Yes.
That's alright.
Absolutely.
It's okay.
You're gonna fucking love that one.
Oh, man. Whew. Alright. Well, I have my water. Oh, God.
Hydrate or dihydrate?
Yes, hydrate or dihydrate. To deserve an Oscar? Oh, my God. Oh, jeez. I really want to go back and listen to those clips.
Same.
Oh man. Do you want to keep voicing Rambo?
I can. We're almost finished with this one, right?
We are almost finished. And
okay, cool.
Whenever we do end up finishing, I can't really like stick around for too long because I do have work in the morning.
I also have college in the morning, so
Well, then I guess.
and we're the same time zone, so
Let's go.
yeah, I gotta get up at 6.
Okay. Let's hope this last little bit doesn't take 2 hours.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
But even if it does, fuck it, it's okay.
It's okay. It's alright. Alright. Then, let's get back into it, why don't we?
I will be right back as you read this next portion, and I should be back before you get past the galactic guide.
Okay. If you're not back by then I'll stay paused.
Okay.
Alright. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Existence is difficult. There's really no other way around it. Pardon me. Pardon me. Wait, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Oops. There we go. Shut up. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Alright. Okay. Silence, my chat. Let us continue. Caresses your cheeks affectionately. The Declassified Galactic Survival Guide. Existence is difficult. Really, no other way around it. And many try to dress it up and play it off like it's nothing. Surround themselves with wealth and luxuries, try to find the purpose through power and standing tall, but it's all just a thin film covering up the gnawing dread that fills every living thing cursed with sentience. It doesn't mean life can't be enjoyable. There aren't things worthwhile to seek out and pursue, but it's in the approach where it changes. Either become more fulfilling or just spirals you further down into the black pit of existential mo that lives within us all. Your author doesn't claim to have all the answers, and per my legal team's recommendations, it's been advised to tell you that I have none of the answers. But it is of my firm personal belief that the easiest way to garner enjoyment and the sense of satisfaction is to partake in the concept that children are quick to conform to and adults are quick to forget. Everything about life is meant to be shared, from the wealth and prosperity and its power to all the things and in between, all of the sorrows and hardships, the uplifting moments that sing in your skin for days, and the love that rushes strong and alive in your veins. This guide was not only created with the intention of helping the reader navigate the cosmos, but also to provide you with a better understanding of peoples and cultures, heretofore unknown to you, and maybe provide some understanding and compassion from your fellow beings, to foster relationships that grow new points of communication. It may be the ideals of a dreamer, but your author sincerely hopes that this work has somehow managed to bring this massive, convoluted clusterfuck of a galaxy we call home a little closer. That this guide has helped erase some of the imaginary lines we draw in the sand, because at the end of everything, all we really have is each other. And that has to count for something.
Came back right in time.
Welcome back. The last box is lifted out of the cargo hold, and Tubbo just stands there dumbly staring at the empty space, uncomfortable with how much room that is down here now. Hears a throat being cleared and swings his head up. Rambo standing at the edge of where the cargo ramp starts, gold earrings and circlet winking in the light as light that slipped in from the open hatch. Hands knotted together in front of him as he darts his eyes away fast. Remember when he used to look at you in the eyes, no problem, but that was before you ruined everything. Shut up. Not the time. That all of it? Tubbo forces himself to ask, going for banal and normal. Thinks he lands closer something like being strangled alive. And Rambo nods his head jerkily, earrings swinging back and forth. 1, 2, 1, 2, boots out in the courtyard.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. Tubbo says from what feels like underwater. Stuffs his hand in his pockets of his bomber and rocks up on his toes. So you double-checked everything up top and,
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I got everything.
Rambo twitches, his hands together and apart, and it descends into an uncomfortable silence, neither one of them meeting the other's eyes, pressure mounting up and dragging inward, crushing collapsing of a dying star. Tubbo swallows thickly. So this is it then, huh? Please say no. Please come up to the cockpit with me. Please don't leave.
Yeah.
Tubbo flicks his eyes closed for a second. What did you expect? It's for the best. He's better off here. Sighs hard through his nose and blinks the forming tears away. Smiles cooked and unreassuringly, but it's all he can manage. Well, it's been a wild ride, boo. Rambo does something complicated with his face. Ducks his head in a funny angle, still getting used to the new uneven weight, and its Shronoff horn. And the Shronoff horn looks a little better after Tubbo cleaned it up, shaved down some of the sharper bits, but it's never growing back. He's going to have that for the rest of his life. A horrible memento from a frankly insane intergalactic trip that was only supposed to take 36 hours, but has now lasted the better part of a month. Fuck. It hasn't even been a month. Tubbo thinks in a mounting dread, eyes losing focus as he realizes how much life is going to suck for the foreseeable future. You decided you can't do this without him. After less than a month, what the fuck are you going to do now? Keep going. The part of his head that sounds like techno, like his mother, chimes in with, and he wants to be able to snort and brush it off. Chalk it up to melodrama, move on. But Tubbo doesn't think he can this time. He's not the same person that took off for Anvil all those weeks ago. And it's abysmally sobering to have to go from thinking in terms of we and us to me and I again. He's not sure how long he's going to be able to keep it up. But who in the world would he ever find to replace Rambo? Because there's no one. No one in a million. Absolutely incredible. And you ruined it. You broke whatever you have left. Shuffling around awkwardly on his feet, Rambo seems to come to some decision and crosses the cargo hold a few long strides, and unexpectedly grabs Tubbo around the shoulders and hauls him into a bruising hug. He dips his head down and buries his nose into Tubbo's hair, whispering warm and shaky.
Thank you for everything, Bo. I mean it.
Fuck, you can't sound like that. That's not fair. Why won't you stay? Just ask, please. I can't. Please, I'd say yes. Of course. Tubbo answers just as uneven. burrowing his face into Rambu's collarbones, into the scratchy material of one of his fancy tunics, missing the soft feel of his nightshirts turned day shirts. Being swamped with Rambu like this does horrible things to his composure. Tubbo tries not to sniffle, obviously, hanging on to him with a kind of desperation he shouldn't have. Please don't leave. I can't do this without you. I need you. Never thought I'd be here, but please, just stay. And then, too soon and too fast, and Queens, don't. Rambu drops his arms, taking that first step back, the one that'll take him out of the Asachi and Tubbo's life, and Tubbo just has to let him go.
Well, safe travels.
Rambu murmurs, edging backwards like he doesn't want to go, but if he wanted to stay, he would. He knows how you feel. This is his choice. You can't stop him. And Tubbo laughs tremulously, shrugging his shoulders and hopes it doesn't look like he's about to cry. Unlikely, but I'll try. Good luck in school.
Thanks.
Rambu says, with his own unsure smile. Finally turns on his heel with one last little wave, and then he's stepping down the cargo ramp, out onto the main terminal of Nerox's intergalactic port, and it feels like a part of Tubbo rips itself off to go with him. One of his hands comes up and twists harshly into the shirt over where his heart rests. Pulse rapid fire, fast and unsteady, like he's really is missing a chunk of something important. This is the best thing for him, Tubbo reminds himself over and over again, but he's unable to move from his spot, staring helplessly after where Rambu disappeared in the afternoon light. Not much talking happened after they split off from Dream and the others in Tishahuet. Just exhausted silence and bleary relief. Tubbo half awake, keeping an eye on the autopilot while one of his arms strung out the gap of their seats, fingers threaded through Rambu's. Things were complicated between them after the fight. After all the things Tubbo said, Rambu had been willing to give him another chance, but it wasn't like everything was magically fixed now. There was still tension, an undercurrent of mistrust whenever Rambu looked at him or moved past, and Tubbo knew that wasn't changing overnight. He felt like the best thing to do was to give Rambu some space, because in between what he said and the trauma of the kidnapping, this trip probably hadn't done many favors for him mentally. He didn't need that kind of shit in his life. So that's why Tubbo kept his damn mouth shut for once after they landed. Watched Rambu shuffle all his things back together without a word, figuring it was obvious how he felt, what he wanted, was leaving it open for Rambu to make whatever decision he felt was best for him. Tubbo didn't like admitting it. It made him feel selfish and egotistical. But that wasn't the only reason he didn't bring anything up. He was afraid of Rambu's response. Scared of being told no again after half-packed luggage. Was also getting hopelessly tangled up in what it meant that he was willing to ask. Sick with himself because it felt like he was betraying Tommy, abandoning him over and everything they had. Queens. Tubbo's got to stop thinking about this. It's over. It's done. And he needs to get going before any local law enforcement shows up and starts getting frisky. The port is bustling with traffic and the enforcers do come by and check papers every now and then, so Tubbo really needs to head back to the cockpit. Begin the takeoff process now that the mission's officially over. It hits like a blow to the back of the head. The fact that this is it. That he's going to have to go back to the cockpit alone. Drop into his seat, know that Rambu's not going to be sitting down and across the way, eyes wicked bright and smiles sharp as he takes the trigger. In his space dark hands and a few wayward tears sliding quietly down his cheek. How is Tubbo supposed to do anything now? Just go back to HQ like nothing's happened? Like he hasn't done this entire... Like he hadn't had his entire life unceremoniously flipped on its head? This absolute clusterfuck of a mission is going to be at the back of his every waking thought for the rest of his life. Like he's haunted. Nothing he can do to escape the knowledge that he's lost another partner. You don't know that you'd never ask. You don't know that you never asked. You need to ask. You can't know unless you try. But he can't. He promised Tommy long ago that there'd never be anyone else. And couldn't put Rambo through more crap that he doesn't deserve. You idiot! You think Tommy'd want for you... You idiot! Do you think Tommy'd want that for you? You don't think Rambo can make his own decisions. Do you think Rambo can't make his own decisions? No, but it's complicated. He's scared, okay? He's scarred, okay? Scarred of... Fuck.
Was scared?
I was scared? Okay, fuck. Scared of letting go and moving on. It doesn't want to leave Tommy like he's nothing. Moving on isn't bad. It doesn't mean you're leaving him. It doesn't mean you love him any less. Go ask. He can't. Doesn't know how... And Rambo's gone anyway. He doesn't want this anyway. There's no point in... He might need to know. He might need to know he's wanted. And since when have ever you've been afraid of a chase? His feet stutter where they're standing. A pulse of roaring crescendo in his ears as he tries to decide what to do. Wings flickering behind him erratically. And he knows he's the only one here. But Tubbo swears he feels fingers pressing lightly in between his shoulder blades, nudging him forward while an affectionately irritated voice huffs, "Come on, you idiot. I don't mind." And Tubbo's gone, boots pushing off sharply and propelling him forward, down the cargo ramp and out into the blinding afternoon light. The port is incredibly crowded this time of day. Other travelers milling about and Tubbo weaves through them fast, trying to catch a glimpse of night dark hair and long sweep of a horn. Finally spots the trailing end of a fuzzy tail through the break of the crowds and cups two hands around his mouth and shouts, "Rambo!" Rambo whirls around immediately, shot clear in his face as Tubbo dashes to his side, mouth already dropping open in question, but Tubbo beats him to it. "Come with me!"
What?
Come with me! Back to HQ! Join the syndicate! He says quickly. It feels a little like he's going to throw up, adrenaline shooting through his veins fast. Only ever asked this once before, and it nearly wrecked him, but Tubbo can't think about that. And finally spits out what's been burning holes into his brain for weeks. "Be my partner. Come fly with me. You can stay, if you want." In his mind, how it goes is something like this. Rambo stares at him like he's grown 5 heads, but that real, genuine smile Tubbo's come to adore stretches his mouth wide, scrunching his eyes up as he excitedly agrees, stumbling forward and wrap their hands together, cool weight of his tail settling around Tubbo's waist, dragging him closer so he can lean up and trail his antenna across Rambo's horn, and everything is perfect and good and better than okay. But in reality, it goes a little something like this. Rambo stares at him blankly, but his face eventually twitches, brows scrunching together over conflicted eyes, mouth pushed to the side like he's uncomfortable and doesn't know what to say. That's never been the case before. Rimbu always knows what to say. And Tubbo feels like he's sinking through the earth. You fucked up. You gotta hear him say it. Now, idiot. Gotta hear him say it now. Idiot, moron, what were you thinking? Despair crawling up his throat like a demon possessed.
I don't.
Rambu starts, and Tubbo can't listen to him say it. I don't want to. I can't. I'm so sorry. Nothing personal. I just can't go with you. Rushes out fast and a little insane sounding and wishes he'd stay on this ship where he belongs. You don't have to answer. Yeah, just think about it, I guess. I'll be here for a few hours if you decide or whatever. Yeah, okay. Tubbo doesn't wait for an answer and turns and bolts back to the crowd, sticky hot prickle of embarrassment rolling down his spine and agitating his wings. It's harder finding space now between the throng of bodies because he's got half of his attention straining to hear familiar footfalls through his back like an idiot. But there's nothing, and Tubbo thinks he might throw up. What was he thinking? What possessed him to do that? How much of a fucking idiot is he, really? Tubbo clasps a set of hands on the back of his neck, and he stumbles unseeing through the late afternoon crowd, fingers digging in harshly while he mentally kicks himself back into the fourth. Idiot, moron, what were you thinking? He doesn't want to go with you. You fucked up reject. Just projecting. Should have stayed on the ship. Know your place, Trone. Nobody ever goes with you. Keep waiting on people that have already left you.
Tubbo!
He whirls around hearing his name, hope surging bright in his chest, registering a second later that second of ear-splitting volume, and couldn't possibly be Rambu. And resignation threatens to swallow him whole, but then the crowd parts, and standing there impossibly in crisp blue and red uniform, wings fluffed out behind him and disbelief etched in his faces. Tommy! Tubbo breathes out, everything winking out of existence for a second before it comes crashing back full force. He's real. He's here. How? Why? I can't believe it. Feet stumbling as he starts to move fast enough, pushing through the throng of people like a madman, doesn't stop until a body hits his way too hard, nearly taking them both over, but Tubbo throws a foot out to steady them. There are hands everywhere. Tubbo's fumbling around desperately at the starch material of Tommy's uniform jacket, fingers burying themselves in soft feathers, and Tommy's digging sharply at their wings, arms wrapping possessively across his back and pulling Tubbo closer, engulfing them both in his wingspan, keeping the outside world muffled and far away.
What the fuck? What fuck?
Tommy stammering, pressing his cheek into the top of Tubbo's head, squishing his antenna a little in the process, but Tubbo couldn't care less and wiggles closer and just breathes in, finally remembering what aching clarity, what Tommy smells like, clean laundry and engine oil, and fruity shampoo and love and late night studying and home.
How are you here? What I don't... Fuck, I haven't gotten sane, have I? That'd be really fucking annoying and just... Holy shit, Tubbo, you're actually here. You're real.
Tommy says around high-pitched, anxious laughter, sniffles hard and disgustingly wipes his nose and Tubbo's hair.
Fuck, never thought I'd see you again, B-boy.
Queens, Tommy! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tubbo mumbles into the warm space between his neck and shoulder, tears of his own leaking out as his fists tighten in the material of Tommy's jacket. Fucking shit. I never wanted to make you worry like that. Queens of Age is past. I'm so sorry.
Forgive you, you little shit.
Tommy mutters right up next to his antenna, the the timbre of his voice rumbling so close it makes all of his hair stand on end. And when Tommy laughs, it feels like the air's been stolen out of his lungs.
Christ, you're really the luckiest son of a bitch in the whole galaxy. Mark my words, Tubbs. Fucking hell. Love you. Love you so much.
Oi, idiot, get your stupid arse back. Oh, back here, by the creators.
Or fucking what, Manifold?
Tommy snaps both right up and screams, has the decency to spin away from Tubbo as he reaches his voice to truly concerning levels, and gives Tubbo a second to regain his composure before he absolutely loses it in the middle of the port. He takes a few steady breaths, one hand still firmly buried in Tommy's wings, fingers absent-mindedly tracing along feathers while he drags a sleeve across his eyes. Tommy continuing his shouting match in the background.
Wait, who is this? Okay. Do not fucking test me right now, bitch, or I'll put your ass in the photon cannon for real this time. Point that shiny head of yours at enemy lines and...
I'll eat a snoreful, you dick sack. You can't go fucking running off. We haven't debriefed yet, you moron. If this is what I get for looking out for your dumb arse, the fuck are you doing anyway? Jack's grumbling gets clearer and closer the closer he gets, and the interest of preserving everyone else's eardrums. Tubbo finally steps out from behind Tommy, sheepishly waving at the gobsmacked Jack. Hey, Jack, how's it going? Holy shit, you're not dead? Before Tubbo can answer, there's an arm slung around his shoulder as he's drug into Tommy's side. Hears him huff out indignantly.
Somehow, despite his continuing efforts to do otherwise.
Oh, fuck me, I'm glad you're alright, man. Jack says a bit awkwardly. Doesn't nervously fidget or anything like that, but he's a good cadet and knows better. Didn't drop out and join a terrorist organization. Isn't responsible for burning a shipyard down. There's very few people Tubbo's kept up with from the academy. Well, none actually, besides Tommy. And he's excruciatingly reminded of why. That is, watching Jack flick his eyes around, scanning the crowd looking for their CO. Anyone that could rat on him for speaking to a wanted felon. Tubbo knows logically that it's nothing personal. Jack doesn't hate him, and he isn't a bad person for trying to cover their asses. But it's one of the reasons he loathes Sunfleet so much. They put such emphasis on always doing what you're told, not thinking and just following orders, that it leaves all of them unable to make honest judgment calls. Simply getting swept up in imperial dogma. It's a fear that's loomed over every conversation he's had with Tommy since the incident. And one day he'd get in too far and Tommy wouldn't be able to get back out of it. Would look at Tubbo the way Jack does, and the way that the rest of them do, with pity. With a little bit of disgust, fear, and suspicion haunting the corner of their eyes. Well, it's good seeing you, Tubbo, but we should, probably get going, Jack says, turning to look at Tommy imploringly from under the brim of his hat, the not-so-subtle head jerk as he's doing to try to convey to him that they need to leave. It's nothing personal, you know how much shit they'd catch, sit down, shut up, know your place, Tubbo thinks bitterly, curling his stinging fingers hard into his fists, the movement pulling at tender scabs over his knuckles as he goes to duck out from under Tommy's arm before he can move himself, but his grip tightens and refuses to let Tubbo go. Nah, me and Tubbo's got some catching up. Oh, sorry, that's you.
You can read it if you want.
I... No, you already have the part. Go for it.
Nah, me and Tubbo have some catching up to do, so I'll catch you later, Manifold.
Tommy says nonchalantly, shoots a gaping Tubbo a quick wink out of the corner of his eyes. Jack sputters. You can't do that, Commander. Hijui's orders were...
Just cover for me. Tell CO I'm shitting my brains out and had to go to the medical again. Thanks, Manifold, you're a real pal.
Tommy flicks Jack a lazy salute and pulls at Tubbo, ignoring his roommate's protests as he drags them both out of the port. He keeps an arm firmly around Tubbo's shoulder, despite that he's going against the code of conduct for dress blues. Tommy, don't be stupid, Tubbo starts, but gets bowled over by Tommy's loud interrupting him, using that particular tone of voice that means he's decided to do something and no one can stop him.
There's this new tea shop that opened up since you've been gone, and you've got to try it. They put these little, like, jelly balls in the tea, and it's real fucking good.
The intergalactic port lets out to a Nerox capital, Mahari, and it's just as stunning as Tubbo remembers it all. All sleek, lined buildings chiseled out of pale stone, aged green metal roofs, reflecting dully into the bright afternoon light. And peppered here and there are people in bright blue uniforms of the enforcers. Tubbo tips his head to the side quickly when they pass a patrolling duo, heart loud in his ears, an uncomfortable heart prickling under his collar, very, very aware of the jacket he's wearing, and whispers harshly to Tommy, I can't be here, Toms. I'd still, there's still warrants and...
No one will mess with you, man. Not while I'm here. If they got a problem, I'll deal with it. And I outrank them now anyway, so.
Tommy declares loftily, and Tubbo's about to argue with him out of habit because, no, he does not, when Tommy holds up an arm, a new set of gold bands flashing around the sleeve of his jacket. You made lieutenant? Tubbo asked incredulously. Didn't think Tommy was going to climb up the ranks and thought he was getting his degree and getting out. It's been 3 rotations. A lot can change. Maybe they finally got him 1, 2, 1, 2 boots out the courtyard. Sit down, shut up. What does that mean for you, worker bee? Fear spikes through him watching Tommy swinging his arm up and tips his hat to a group of tittering girls. But Tubbo tries to snuff it out, because this is Tommy. He knows him. Knows he's not like that. Tries to find comfort in the satisfied smirk on Tommy's face, an expression that softens into something a little more hesitant when he looks down at Tubbo.
Yeah, I kind of threw myself into things when I thought you were, you know.
He doesn't bother finishing, just shrugs helplessly, and Tubbo lets out a shaky breath. It's still him. It's okay, not one of 100. He's still himself, still your friend, still your brother. Calm down, just calm down. Tips his head to rest on Tommy's shoulder, right arm lopping behind his back and under his wing, pulling them closer until they almost stumble when they walk. The tea shop is close to the port. Some cute and small, probably very trendy in Mahari these days. And it's filled to the brim with other cadets and officers, some calling out to Tommy while they make their way up to the counter, and he waves at them, but doesn't leave Tubbo's side despite the looks that get thrown their way. Quick and quiet hush of tsuka spread around the shop. Tubbo ducks down into his collar and shakes his hair across his eyes. Anything so he doesn't have to see all the dirty glances thrown his way. And it's a small mercy that none of them are pointed. No one in here recognizing him, just the color of his jacket and the emblems on his shoulders. Relaxes when Tommy casually drapes a wing around him. This entire time, Tommy's been almost frantic to keep one point of contact between them. Leaves a hand draped over Tabo's shoulder while he points out the things he likes on the menu, nudges him forward in line with a gentle prodding from his fingers, and pokes and teases and slaps at him in blatant excuse to not break that contact. And Tubbo revels at it, muses up and then straightens Tommy's feathers over and over again. Almost forgot the feeling of them under his fingers. Kicks at him admissibly in line, mindful not to scuff his dress shoes, and stares at how mismatched their footwear is. His nasty, worn-to-shit combat boots, and the sleek black shine of Tommy's loafers. And grabs at his hands and punches his arm and stands as close as he can. It's been over 3 rotations since they've seen each other like this, but it might as well have been no time at all. And they fall back and together so easily, Tubbo almost forgets they've been separated for so long. Tommy gets them rolling on a series of terrible ball-related jokes that has them both wheezing like crazy people when it's their turn to order. But the person behind the counter doesn't bat an eye. Doesn't ask for Tommy's name either, so they just must be used to it by now. And gets them their drinks in record time.
Come on.
Tommy prompts when they leave the shop, and the only warning Tubbo gets before he spreads his wings is a shit-eating grin. Stumbles back to the massive gust of air, and Tubbo kicks up when he takes off. Tubbo snaps his wings open with the indignant shout that follows after, zipping along behind Tommy's incessant cackling as he makes for a nearby building. Lands a lot more elegantly than Tommy does. All huge, loud backpedaling of wings. "Are we supposed to be up here?" Tubbo asks cautiously as Tommy flops down, legs dangling precariously over the side, and straw poked in his mouth. He shrugs and takes a long, noisy sip of the tea and mumbles around what's in his mouth.
Since when have you cared about rules?
Tubbo snorts and acts like he's going to kick him over the side as he takes a seat next to him, shoulders bumping as he sips his own tea, grinning around the straws when he feels the warm weight of a wing drape around his back.
You owe me quite the story, bitch.
Tommy demands after he's swallowed his mouthful, arching an eyebrow at him, and Tubbo supposes he does, but so much has happened since the last time they spoke, since Tubbo messaged him, and he's a little nervous voicing any of it. It's kind of a long story, he mutters hesitantly, naively hoping it'll deter Tommy from asking again, but that maybe he'll realize he needs to get going and Tubbo won't have to explain about binary sun eyes and space dark hands, and he wouldn't go with me. But ever one to be contrary, Tommy shrugs and rattles his drink around.
Okay, I got plenty of balls to get through.
I just, if you're sure, I know you probably have things you need to be do.
How about I have not seen you in over 3 rotations.
Tommy cuts him off with sharply blue, intense, and serious like, and they only ever get when he's looking over maps and instructions. And he reaches out and wraps one of his hands around one of Tubbo's.
I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
Still the same bull-headed as usual, as always. You know him. Can never forget him. Loyal to his core. It's okay, just tell him. Okay, Tubbo whispers, turning his hand over and lacing their fingers together. And just starts out at the beginning. He talks briefly about the panic of Osiren, glosses over his shit repair job on the Asachi and falling sick on Imuna. Starts to stumble after that because things get increasingly more complicated and increasingly closer to the thing he doesn't want to think about. leaves his story riddled with holes and trailing off in unsure tones. Fuck, this is so much harder than he thought. Tubbo taking a much-needed break to drink his tea, mind scrambling but finally settling now that he thinks he's done. And then Tommy just has to ask,
What about the guy? That asshole you were flying. Did you leave his body on whatever or something?
Blaster pointed at his head, black blood splattering across the walls, dripping down the front of his shirt. Not real, never come back for me. And Tubbo chokes on his drink, shooting a few of those jelly balls out of his mouth when Tommy whacks him hard on the back, exclaiming,
Holy shit, you good?
Yeah. Tubbo coughs, wiping over leftover tea on his chin, but he must not sound convincing because Tommy's brows furrow and he leans in, ramming their shoulders together, voice soft and coaxing.
Hey, you know you can tell me anything, right?
Can I? Should I? Need to bury it, not think about it. Hesitant eyes and pitched faces. Course he'd never go with you. All for nothing. And I promise you. Tubbo thinks in a rush, worrying his lips with his teeth. And panic is starting to ease up his throat, cinching tight around his neck. Feels like he's trapped. He should go. Get off this damn planet and leave everything behind. Could you do it? Could you leave him here, fly off without those eyes looking at you from across the cockpit, a freezing hand on your tail wrapped around your waist, laugh echoing in the dark corners, and the shaky sob escapes his mouth because he can't. He doesn't know what to do. Oh, fuck, Tommy. I messed up. I really, really messed up, and I...
Breathe, Tubbo. It's gonna be okay. I'm here. We'll get it sorted.
Tommy says with no hesitation, doesn't ask for any more details, but it's already on Tubbo's side 100%. He's always been like that, Tubbo realizes. He's always made his own judgment calls. Even right at the start, back when they first started training, he was the one that'd sit next to Tubbo in the mess. Didn't dump his tray on the floor and actually talk to him without all of the condescension every other recruit gave him. Asked him about his home, his honest friendliness. Never made him feel bad for where he came from. He volunteered to be Tubbo's roommate immediately. Would help him up from training mats like he was the same as the rest of them, forearms and all. Never once treated him like he was second rate, like he didn't deserve to be there. And he stayed with him even after the news story broke, when Tubbo's mugshot was plastered all over billboards. Took his tear-filled explanation at face value and never doubted him for a second. Tommy has always been there for him, has loved and trusted him through everything. And it feels like the biggest betrayal to admit to what's hanging at the tip of his tongue. I found someone new, a new friend, a new partner, a co-pilot. Maybe it's because it's been so long since they've seen each other, and Tubbo emotionally compromised and more unsteady than usual, but Tommy squeezes his hand once and it comes tumbling out involuntarily. It's all of it this time, the truth. Every single thing he's kept bottled up for almost a month now. And Tommy's eyes blow wide, listening to Tubbo talk about Rambo, his gunner, his partner. But instead of anger, instead of anything nasty and hateful and betrayed like Tubbo thinks, he actually starts to smile. Tommy's still grinning, actually, real and hopeful and so deliriously happy. When Tubbo gets to explaining what he asked, how Rambo responded, or didn't, more accurately, flexes the wing around Tubbo and ruffles his hair, says warm and incredibly tender,
Dude, I'm so happy for you.
He didn't say yes, Tommy, Tubbo reminds him glumly, fiddling with the straw now that his tea is empty, stares out over the setting sun, burnishing and buildings around them, and wonders if Rambo was done unpacking yet, if he's already forgotten about Tubbo. I'm never going to forget you. Going to be with me for the rest of my life. Fuck, how am I going to do this? Thoughts cutting off sharply, though, as Tommy scoffs and whaps his wings into Tubbo's back.
You didn't even give him a chance. Look, I know the guy. I don't know the guy, but from what you described, he's twitchy as shit, man.
Tubbo hangs his head because Tommy's right. He doesn't know Rambo, but Tubbo does. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that what that look on his face meant. Sorry, but I don't think so. Thanks, but no thanks. As he presses a hand where his heart rests, deep-seated pain radiating out from his spot. Fuck, he does not want to talk about this right now. It's still too fresh, too new, like a wound that hasn't even had the chance to start healing. But Tommy's been pressuring him for rotations about getting a partner, and like a dog with a bone, he refused to drop it.
You gotta give him time. Let him think and sort it through. But I'd bet every credit in my account he's waiting for you back at the Asachi.
Tommy says confidently, and it feels like Tubbo's heart is ripped in two. No, he's not. No, he's not. I didn't see his eyes. I didn't see his face. Sorry, nothing personal. And he grits his teeth as Tommy tips his head back and dumps the rest of his ice in his mouth, crunching through it loudly.
He'll go with you, Tubbo. I guarantee it. He'd be an idiot not to. I don't have ice.
The immersion broken! How dare you!
Jelly beans.
Something about the way Tommy says it. Sure and even. Like it's a given. Like anyone would want to go with Tubbo when he wouldn't. Has furious tears pricking at his eyes. All the shaky, hollowing feelings he's kept lit on for rotations rolling to the surface, and he whispers thickly. You wouldn't.
What?
You wouldn't go with me 3 rotations ago. Tubbo seethes, tips his head to the side, and glares at Tommy, some of his anger billowing away, and the hurt look on his face. The guilt that's dragging his usual happy eyes. And regret washes in like a choking flood of gasoline. Always like this, ruin everything you touch, hurt the people you love, just wish yourself out of existence. I get it, okay? Why would you ever want to go somewhere with me? You've got a life here, you have an actual future with promise, and I'm just a nobody. Tubbo spits, sitting up fast and edging away from Tommy, pressing 2 hands into his eyes to try to staunch the tears. And it's the same for him, okay? He's so smart, Tommy. He's going to go so far, and it's not with me. I'm a fuck up. I'd only drag him down so it makes sense, okay? You don't need to say anything. I get it.
Hubbo, it's not what you think.
Stop, okay? I get it. I understand. You don't have to explain.
Apparently I do.
Tommy snaps, and Tubbo peeks at him from between his fingers, color high in his cheeks and wings ruffled behind him, like they only do when he's really agitated. Tommy fixes him with a hard stare.
Look, I stayed not because I didn't want to go with you, but because I had to, okay? I can't do what I can't do what I need to do if I'm not part of Sunfleet Admiralty. Admiralty.
Somehow it hurts worse this way. That he'd stayed for Sunfleet to continue his career with Sunfleet, the imperialist superpower that basically enslaved Tubbo, Tubbo's planet and countless more. Actual anger snarls to life in his chest. The same vicious spitting thing that drug him right into Wilbur's clutches. And that look that Tommy absolutely betrayed. What's wrong with you? I always thought you weren't in it for the power. How can you support what they're doing?
I don't.
Tommy demands hotly, hand jerking out the side in anger, and Tubbo swivels to face him, matching him pace for pace in volume and dangerous emotions. You want to be an admiral. The same fucking bastards that drive the fleet's decisions. Do you know what they're doing out there, or do you just not care?
I'm not an idiot. Of course I know what's really happening.
So you're just fucking okay with it then? How could you support this? How could you think what they do is okay?
None of what the fleet does is okay. None of it. But that's why I stayed.
Tommy yells, cutting him off from the sheer volume of his voice, anger and frustration sparking in his eyes. But they're completely overshadowed by the white, hot determination, burning like the strongest of stars.
The fleet is absolutely fucked and out of line all of the time. It's a fucking abomination, and that's why I've got to fix it.
What? Tubbo breathes, feeling untethered and very lost all of a sudden. Tommy cocks his chin back. Nothing haughty about the gesture, just brash confidence and a steel will.
I'm gonna change everything, Tubbo. The fleet is a monster as it is, but it has such potential to be a real force for good. A peacekeeping force that actually helps people, and I'm gonna be the one to do it.
Any other time, and Tubbo would chalk it up to Tommy's usual braggadocio. But he knows him, and he's dead serious. Chokes out in a strangled voice. Are you insane? They're never going to let you do that. It's... To be an admiral, you have to play their game, Tommy. You're not going to make it with those kind of ideals.
Attitudes like that is why nothing's changed.
Tommy says evenly, and fuck, he's got that look on his face. Can't stop me now, like to see you try. Get the fuck out of my way. And Tubbo starts to panic, reaches out for his shoulders frantically and shakes him. Tommy, you're going to get yourself killed. And he grins too wide and too bold, has clearly gone insane without Tubbo around to keep an eye out on him, and tips his head to the side and declares,
I think I can take a few stodgy old fucks, but thanks for the vote of confidence, Tubbs.
Tommy, you stupid fuck! It's not just them, it's the Emperor! It's the secret police! It's not going to stand for...
Emperors don't last forever.
Tommy shrugs nonchalantly like he didn't just spout treason. But the cocky light starts to fade from his eyes at whatever expression Tubbo is making. Reaches a hand up to his shoulder and squeezes the one Tubbo has latched around him in a death grip.
Is this me?
I...
Oh, it is me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna kill him, relax. He's just not going to live forever, and I know the heir. We've talked a lot about the future. Eric's a good person, Tubbo. They share my ideals, so we're gonna fix it, together.
Tubbo doesn't know what to say. For a second, is convinced he's not actually talking to Tomothy in it. Because this is heavy and real, and Tommy has never really cared for those kinds of things. He's always had Tommy in his head to be this stupidly loyal, funny, caring best friend that struggles to take things seriously, but Tubbo's seeing him in a new light like this. He realizes then that the person he's thinking of has been frozen in time. A memory of someone that's probably hasn't existed in a long while. And it's sobering to know that Tubbo's not the only one that's changed. That they've both grown in ways he hasn't noticed in their rotations apart.
I have to do this, Tubbo. That's why I couldn't go with you.
Tommy hushes, smiling at him sadly. Setting sun creating a halo of light around his head and turning his blonde curls a shining gold.
I don't blame you for leaving. You had every right to. But if good people like you won't stay, nothing's ever going to change.
It wasn't Tubbo. It wasn't Tubbo. Tommy stayed because of this insane dream of his, not because he didn't want to go. And Tubbo has to swallow a few times to clear his throat. Frustrated that rotation's worth of self-hatred and doubting himself could have been avoided. Why didn't you tell me?
I thought it'd make you feel guilty, like I was implying you were a bad person for leaving. I didn't want to hurt you, but I think I ended up doing it anyway.
Tommy sighs long and drawn out, shoulders slumping in defeat as he looks at him with glassy eyes.
I'm really fucking sorry, Tubbo.
And it doesn't make everything better instantly. Tubbo still feels like he's had the shit kicked out of him. Brain scrambling to resort and recognize everything it knew. And it's hard, trying to cram square pegs into round holes. But he thinks, maybe he'll get the hang of it eventually. Relaxes his grip around Tommy's shoulders. Thank you for apologizing. I just wish you'd told me sooner. Tubbo murmurs, and isn't that the underestimate of the century? But he can't change what's happened. Tommy said what he did because he thought it was the right thing to do. Had no way of knowing how bad it'd haunt Tubbo for rotations to come. And the only thing he can do now is decide how he wants to move forward. But honestly, it's a really easy choice. Tubbo uses his hand as he has on Tommy to drag him forwards into a hug, tucking his face in the crook of his neck as he whispers thickly, I forgive you.
Thank you. You know I love you, you bitch.
Tommy mumbles into the top of Tubbo's head. Pointy end of his nose squashed into one of his antennas, arms wrapped tight across his back, and Tubbo smiles a little, works his fingers through his soft gray speckled wings. Love you too, dickhead. It's nice being able to hug Tommy again, hear his laughter, to see the way his eyes crinkle when he smiles. But there's something missing. Tubbo's really trying to figure out what that is, and when his hand turns across his back, there's no sharp prick of claws like he's expecting. His entire mind is flooded with every single memory of holding Rambo. The long, wiry shape of him fitting better than in Tubbo's arms than anybody else ever has. And his hands tighten into fists, slacken for a second later because what's done is done. And he's tired of agonizing over it. They head down not long after that, because it really was getting late, and Tommy had to get back before this commander found out and killed him. And Tubbo had to get the fuck out of Dodge unless he wanted to spend the next however many years he had left rotting in a cold jail cell. Tommy drags him into one last hug right outside the intergalactic ports gate, and Tommy wraps his arm around him fiercely, trying to press everything out of this moment into his mind for eternity.
When I'm an admiral and Eret's on the throne, I'll clear your warrants, I promise.
Tommy whispers thickly, and Queens, it hurts so much to having to say goodbye again. Tubbo feels like he didn't get enough time. Doesn't know if there ever will be enough time. Sniffles and punches Tommy lightly on the arm. Oh, wow, can't wait to be a free man from my 60s.
Oh, ew, no. I'm making Admiral way before I'm, like, old. I'll be the sexiest commanding officer. Just you wait, Tubbs. I'm gonna be dripping in women.
Tubbo barks out a wet laugh and tips his head up to see the moronic expression on Tommy's mouth, Tommy's making. Mouth pulled up in an ugly sneer and eyebrows waggling furiously. Snorts and shakes his head. Queens, you're just actually the worst. Jack deserves a Medal of Honor for putting up with your crap.
He probably'd agree with you. He's a good guy, though. I wonder if he'd come play revolutionary with me. He could be like my fun little sidekick. I could get him a unitard and everything.
Tommy muses, rambling because he doesn't want to go, trying to stall for time. But they've got to. Tubbo's the first one to step back this time, out of the shelter of Tommy's wings and with a crooked smile. Yeah? Get him one hot pink, sparkly one. Send me pics.
Radio, boss man.
Tommy flicks him with a tremulous salute, edging back as well, towards the academy, towards gilded whitewashing walls and the better future he wants to build. Leaves Tubbo standing at the gates that'll take him out of the black endless void of the stars, to the freedom he's fought to win for himself.
See you on the other side, Tubbo.
See you there, Tommy, Tubbo says warmly. Turns slowly with one last look over his shoulder and holds up 2 hands in farewell as Tommy does the same, opening his wings and taking off with a snap, disappearing into the wide, jeweled-colored skies of Nirox. Stuffing his hands in his pockets of his bomber, Tubbo heads back under the towering pillars that flank the front gates. Skirts around shifty-looking enforcers and keeps his face out of their line of sight as much as possible. The port's crowded, even this late in the day. And it's Nirox, center of the Empire and all that. And Tubbo uses that to his advantage, ducking through large clumps of people with his head down. He watches the white marble of the floor pass under his scuffed-up boots, finally alone with his thoughts, which isn't as bad as he feared it would be. Nothing comes scrambling for him out of the darkness, and it's nice. Having some peace and quiet for once. Seeing Tommy helped soothe some of the anxiety and insecurities that have been wheezing out like the last noxious trails of smoke from the extinguished fire. Enough so that when Tubbo does get back to HQ, he thinks he's finally going to start looking for a partner. It's time, he thinks, to stop focusing on the past, letting it bog himself down to keep him from moving forwards. Because Tubbo's a pilot. Looking back really shouldn't be his thing. He's good. He's fast. He's going to leave these thoughts and feelings that only weigh him down in his star trails. Tubbo grins a little to himself, feeling better than he has in a few days, and tips his head up now. That he's away from the front entrance. Freezing in his tracks with white noise ringing in his ears, seeing the Asachi in front of him. Shouldn't be, you've lost it. The figure on the cargo ramp. The one swinging long legs back and forth, bag dumped at his side, dark head swiveling the direction. Binary, so nice. And Tubbo doesn't think. It takes off running and plows full steam to Rambo, nearly takes both of them over, but Rambo throws a foot out and keeps them upright, arms going tight around his back and tail snapping to coiling around legs. You came. You're here. You waited. Tubbo latches onto him like a limpet, burying his face in the soft material of his shirt, and almost cries, feeling the prick of claws along his back, digging in sharply above his wings, and laughs short of breath and wild. You're here. I didn't think that you'd wanted.
I forgive you.
Tubbo shuts up immediately, lifts his head up in a stupor, and sees Ranboo looking down at him with honesty and little fear in his eyes. But he's trusting Tubbo with this, with himself, and it makes Tubbo's nose sting with a hot prick of tears that at this precious thing that he's been given. He moves one of his hands up to cup Ranboo's cheek and drags a thumb across his red eye, under his red eye. 1 in a million. No one else like him. Your friend, your gunner, your part. And Ranboo leans into the touch and tilts his head down without any prompting whatsoever.
I'm sorry it took me so long.
Ranboo whispers, rocking their foreheads together while Tubbo's antenna runs over his lone horn. Incense smoke and stardust, and the great beyond and home. That real, genuine smile Tubbo's come to adore so much, twitching his lips up.
But I don't want to be alone anymore, Bo.
I'm here, Boo. And I'm never going anywhere else. You won't have to be alone ever again. Tubbo promises around a few wayward tears. But they're happy this time, elation glowing so strongly in his chest. There has to be light spilling out between his ribs, heat stuttering when Ranboo pulls back enough to knock their foreheads together, trilling deep in the back of his throat.
And neither will you.
The cargo ramp is retracted, hatch doors closing and locked with a muffled boom. Last of the stuff stowed away, all systems operational. EC sending power to the engines, turbines whirring to life, their delightful thrumming song buzzing up through Tubbo's hands where they're wrapped confidently around the controls of the Asachi. Mahari's spaceport disappearing below them, the wide, yawning maw of space opening before them like the greatest of gifts. Come on, Tubbo says, turning to look across the cockpit at Ranboo, with his glowing eyes and shy smile bearing sharp fangs, at his best friend, his partner. And Tubbo can't stop smiling, hands flexing around the throttle, about to send them streaking into light speed, into whatever their future holds. Let's go home.
I'm emotional! Emotional!
Claps in the chat! Claps forever! Give it up for Helen! Who is not here, unfortunately, but fucking give it up for Helen! Oh my god! Woo!
Oh, my jelly bean.
Oh man!
Oh my fucking god.
We're done!
I love this fic. I love this fic with my whole heart.
Sorry.
Are you too loud?
I was being too loud.
No. At least it's not 2 a.m. this time.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh my
Oh
god.
man. Fuck.
And now we... Datera.
Oh fuck,
Datera.
Datera.
Oh my
Fuck
god.
Datera. Shit, it's Datera time. Yeah, I just saw my roommate text, like, typing in our DMs. I'm just like, fuck shit.
Oh.
But
Just
shit.
apologize before the text gets sent.
Yeah, pretty much. Ranboo POV, let's fucking go. Oh my god. God, yeah, nope, time for Datera. Shit.
How many chapters does Totera have? Hold on.
Like so far?
Yes. Next work. Proceed. Totera has 2 chapters. So if what Helen said was they're 5/9 of the way through, maybe
Oh.
more if they were writing today.
Uh-huh.
If you want to start reading Totera, odds are the 3rd chapter will be posted before you even finish the 2nd. Because Totera is just as long.
Okay. All right. So
I will say though, Totera explores panic attacks way more than Ad Astra did.
Interesting. Okay.
So look, we'll have a lot of instances where mods will have to put up heads up, but it is such a good fucking so good.
I highly encourage you guys to read this fic for yourselves if you guys are only like coming in at the tail end of this, but fucking goddamn, like it deserves your kudos, it deserves your any of your praise. Fucking just I'm linking it in the chat now. Just fucking
Spam that.
fucking spamming. Why can't I spam? Let me spam.
Can't spam in your own chat.
What am
L.
I gonna That's bullshit.
Oh,
Thank
Connor's
you,
doing it.
thank you very much. Check it out for yourselves. Read through it. Tell your friends. It deserves its attention. Like,
Immediately drop a kudos. Don't even read
Yes.
the words. Immediately drop a kudos. Sob about it on Twitter like the rest of us. So
Yes.
more people read it.
yes, it is worth the praise.
Mm-hmm.
Very good fic. 10 out of fucking 10. I am very glad that I decided to read this through.
It is so good. I'm emotionally destroyed.
Oh man.
Check out Underhill. Underhill, yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. Underhill.
Mm.
Is that another one by Helen?
Yeah. It's another B Duo fanfiction, they said. I haven't read it.
All right.
So
Okay. Is it like stupidly long? Is it? I mean, I won't complain, but just wondering.
I see yeses, yeah.
Oh, okay. The Helen style. That, okay, that's
Valid.
fair. It's fair. It's valid. It's valid. It's fine. That sounded like the stupidly long was meant like slash nag. I promise it's not. But alright.
Slash hopeful.
Slash hopeful. Yeah.
Is it stupidly long? Please tell me.
Please tell me.
Please tell me it is. It's shorter than Ad Astra.
Okay. Alright. I mean,
By like 4 words or
4 words.
like what do you mean?
Copium. Shorter than Ad Astra copium.
This was a very fun experience.
Oh my god.
Reading this with you.
Thank you for joining me. Thank you for helping
Yeah.
out.
It's shorter copium.
But I think it is about that time though.
It is very much bedtime.
It is about that time, unfortunately. I'm going to deafen over on my end.
Well, I'm going to bed because I get
Okay.
up in 6 hours.
You go the fuck to sleep. Go the fuck. Go.
I go to fuck to sleep.
Go the fuck
Good
to
night,
sleep.
Moon. Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
Ara.
See you next time.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
Alright. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for joining me. This was a very nice time. Actually, you know what? I'll wait on the music for a bit. But thank you all for joining me. I hope to do something like this again. But then probably the next time that I stream, I'll probably be drawing at Astra. And if not, it'll probably be reading another part of the Terra. Who knows? But I still wanna read stuff. I would love to do this again. This was really cool and really fun. And I'm going to have a trip and a half listening to the audio of this again, but either way. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed. This is, again, I really want to do this again. This is really fun. Thank you for stream. But it is about that time, and I will see you guys later. Thank you for joining me. Again, give all of your praise to the author, who was over here, Helenite. They go by the same, and follow me on Twitter if you ever want updates and stuff. And yeah, what are your commands, you fool? Just, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I only have one command, sorry. But yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Thank you all for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Nope. Not scuffed, not scuffed, not scuffed. I leave you with the outro music. Bye-bye.